This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1035. It seems that it has no effect on the Lord and the Chosen One. Field opened the Lord's panel, and there was no abnormal state. His own Chosen One was also alive and kicking. No one can escape filth. You are not polluted only because you are the pets of disaster. The half-corpse laughed crazily. When the gods come, the world will be completely purified, and we will eventually create a happy world without disasters. God? Field chewed on this word. He could feel that the half-corpse in front of him was not talking about an abstract concept. Their eyes and tone were like talking about their relatives, friends and lovers. Where did the plundering disaster first break out, and when? Field asked. What's the name of the disaster leader? In the north of the Griffin Empire, they are not afraid of the holy light. Whether it's a group battle, a legion battle, or a single duel, they have extremely strong combat power. The world is over, you understand. The half-corpse looked at Field strangely. You don't seem to be the running dogs of the disaster. You don't even know this. We are all brothers, we must be innocent. Field's eyes radiated a sincere light. We are living people. Just a few minutes ago, we killed a disaster. Heh, man. The Thunder Dragon snorted coldly. The plundering disaster has no leader. They will only kill indiscriminately, and will not even let go of the same kind of disaster. There is no corruption left in the Fifth Era, because they were all killed and absorbed by the plundering. Even the resurrected ninth-level destruction was killed by the plundering, and there were 5 witnesses. After hearing this, everyone felt a chill down their spines. The demon Yulua was so scared that her face turned pale, and her toes curled up. Only Field was confused. There are so many chosen gods of destruction. Where did they come from? Could they all be resurrected by themselves? There is no leader. Asana scratched her head in confusion. Then who do they listen to? There are too many chosen gods of violence. They can mass-produce weakened versions of themselves by polluting living beings. If the original body dies in battle, they will occupy the clone and completely resurrect. In our area, there is a crow's nest. It was formed by the pollution of the former Dragon Valley. The most active one is the chosen god, Blue Raven. She has been killed 3 times. It's useless, she can still be resurrected. She even became more powerful after obtaining the dragon race's heritage artifact, Blue Dragon Gem. The half-corpse shook his head. They don't need a leader, but everyone is a leader. Field was overwhelmed by what he heard. What kind of message does this prophetic artifact want to convey to me? To save this world, only God can come in person. Seeing everyone in deep thought, the half-corpse suddenly showed a strange smile and began to persuade in a bewitching tone. Don't worry, we creatures are not vegetarians. As early as the First Age, we received the revelation of God. Oh, revelation? Field rubbed his hands expectantly. What did she say? Is it about giving birth to a hero, such as someone named Faye? 3 revelations. First, starting from the First Age, we will open the world's feudal wall, send the world's will, and leave with some strong people. Of course, it is a sub-will of the world, and it cannot leave by itself. Isn't this what we are doing? Field was stunned. Second, establish guardians to mass-produce prophecy and memory artifacts. Provide help and warnings to people in different eras. Although disasters are brutal, we can also strengthen ourselves by using their power. No wonder these secret realms are all related to disasters. But he was right, the previous era was too weak. After absorbing inscriptions, magic, and fighting skills, the creatures gradually grew up. Field thought of the underground elves, whose sky forges were used to mass-produce artifacts. I had heard of guardians before when fighting against chaos disasters. The third is to give birth to miracle life, the offspring of God, the great demigod, which buys us a lot of time. Miracle life? Never heard of it. Only special gods chosen can give birth to miracle life. The half-corpse grinned. Or, send gods chosen below the 3rd level to God's world for transformation, and it can also be born. Huh? The more Field listened, the more outrageous it seemed. Have you seen a miracle life? Please call him the great demigod. We have a demigod in our shelter. The half-corpse pointed at the hole. It went out to hunt disasters. I believe it will be back soon. I always feel that it is not a good thing. Looking around, the walls were covered with bloodstains, claw marks, and strange sticky substances. Field frowned and muttered in his heart. You all stay. When you see the majestic figure of the half-body, you will be obsessed with it. The half-corpse raised his hands devoutly. My lord, something feels wrong. There are no women among these guys. Ashina wagged her tail and came closer to whisper. Besides, there is a smell of blood all around. Would you like to go and see the residence of the demigod? The half-corpse invited, pointing to the warehouse hall, "We are proud to serve the Supreme Being. If it weren't for the demigod, we would have been completely infected long ago. Let's go and see." Narrowing his eyes, Field pushed open the door of the warehouse hall. As soon as he stepped in, he was stunned. Dirty blood, all black and red dirty blood. The warehouse hall was almost a swimming pool of dirty blood. The walls were covered with large pieces of flesh and blood, and teeth marks were dense, as if someone was dining here. The weirdest thing was the weird inscriptions on the wall. Just a glance at it made me feel a chill. I knew it. What demigod? Field was disgusted and retched twice. I can't believe I heard a madman talking nonsense. Plop! A sound of kneeling came from behind. It was the maid he had saved. Her pupils were shaking and she raised her hands. God's kingdom, it's so beautiful here. Oh no, this woman is mentally ill. Field was confused. It seems to be good. Demon Yuluo covered her head with one hand, her body shaking. I think it's good too. Catgirl Huilue, her hands hanging down. I smelled a good smell. Field jumped up, his heart almost jumping out of his throat, and hurriedly looked at his chosen one. These two idiots are crazy. They must have eaten too little meat and lack nutrition. Asina pinched her nose and waved her hand in disdain. The big thunder dragon tilted his head and studied the inscriptions on the wall, not bothering to pay attention to everyone. I have never seen an inscription before. It's too strange. Even our destruction of disaster has never seen it. Push these three idiots out. Don't take them out in the future. They are addicted to people. Wiping off the cold sweat, Field was about to go out. Squeak. There were hurried footsteps on the top of the warehouse, accompanied by the roar of monsters, and the sound of tick-tick-tick-tick of water. Chapter 1036. Buzz. A wave of divine thoughts that seemed to be real trembled. Even though Field had a strong soul power, he couldn't help but feel a sharp pain in his head. Covering his head, Field felt dizzy and staggered back 2 steps. The next moment, the surroundings turned into a golden ocean. The entire warehouse hall was more sacred and magnificent than the Holy Light Cathedral at this moment. There were beautiful paintings, statues, holy food and flying feathers everywhere. A handsome man in the shape of an angel, hugging a familiar figure, passed through the window and floated into the hall. Demigod? Field felt happy and joyful, and wanted to indulge in it forever. His head was stinging again, and Field suddenly realized that he was in a slaughterhouse. Where did the angel come from? He blinked twice. The illusions around him disappeared, and the angels also disappeared. In their place, there was an ugly monster with 4 hands, 4 legs, and a bunch of heads. The only thing that remained unchanged was the color of the other party, which was indeed a sacred gold. It was indescribably weird, but also had a twisted sacredness. Beware of illusions, this thing is blooming with weird divine power. The thunder dragon thundered wildly, looking at the miraculous life in front of him as if facing a great enemy. It is the god's chosen one who was also summoned. Ashina also recovered from the brief dizziness. Goddess, isn't she a 5th level god's chosen one? The multi-legged monster used its sharp claws to embed the warehouse stone, like a big spider. The extra hands grabbed the thick legs of the god's chosen one, who looked like an oriental man, and stuck them in front of him. There are too many mosaic areas. This monster not only has many hands and feet, but also many limbs that create happiness. Oh. The god's chosen voice was hoarse, his eyes were almost rolled to the back of his head, his face was full of happiness, and he didn't even wipe his nose. Earlier, she sensed the strange existence and left the maid to investigate. It seems that the ending is not good. Field opened his mouth wide. Unbelievable. This is... Just a moment. Buzz. Another strong wave of divine thoughts. Yuluo and Grey Reed walked towards it with dull pupils. The half-corpse man and the maid knelt excitedly. Fortunately, his own god's chosen was immune to the strange fluctuations, and even the headache was gone. What a bullshit demigod, I know it. Quick, kill it. Field's sense of urgency was full. Don't let that monster catch Yuluo and the others. Dragon breath bullet. The little scorpion summoned the dragon spear, and raised the spear to blast out 2 orange fireballs. Silver Dragon and Asina took action. The multi-legged monster held up a divine shield, shaking it, resisting all damage. There were 6 heads on its body, all showing confused expressions. It seemed to be wondering if anyone could withstand the mental pollution. Oh! The chosen one caught by her showed a happier expression. Yuluo and Grey Reed took an attacking stance towards Field and others. Quick battle, the other party is absorbing divine power. Of course, the premise is to be ready to retreat at any time. I will clean up the trash and be alert all around. The experienced Thunder Dragon flashed in front of the half-corpse while giving a warning, and swept out the thunder gun fiercely. It's time to be purified. Just one blow. More than a dozen half-corpses, including the female servants, were all blasted into pieces by the Thunder Dragon. Don't stay too far away from me. If there is any problem, I will take you away. Faye Freya picked up Field and flashed to the corner of the warehouse. Field quickly ordered, "Kill if you can, run if you can't." Roar! Seeing the death of the half-corpse who served him, the Miracle Life let out a strange scream. Powerful divine skills surged out, forming a huge protective shield, reinforcing the entire warehouse and sealing it. It was obvious that he didn't want Field and others to leave. The space is blocked. This guy actually has space-related divine skills? Silver Dragon was surprised. The purple light shone, and it instantly used divine power to condense hundreds of light balls around its body, bombarding the god's choices crazily. The strange light balls, like bubbles, would only shatter dreamily when they hit obstacles. When they touched the divine shield, they burst into intense light. The divine power seemed inexhaustible, and the multi-legged monsters attacked intensively, hitting everyone like a rainstorm. "This guy is very fast. Shoot it down and focus fire." Ashina gestured to everyone. "Got it, water ball explosion magic." The Silver Dragon used magic rarely, gathering a giant water ball at its slender fingertips, which suddenly exploded and wet the entire space. Awoo! While blocking a large number of attacks, the dragon wolf spit out ice flames all over the sky, and the warehouse instantly condensed into an icy hell. The multi-legged monster quickly broke free from the ice, but found it difficult to hold on to the ice. The sudden change in friction made it slip under its feet, and it was difficult to cling to the ceiling. Even with the blessing of divine power, the slight change in the terrain was enough to become a huge breakthrough. Ashina skated gracefully, shuttled through the enemy's barrage of bullets, and approached the monster. "Get down!" The ice spear hit the multi-legged monster's body like a whip, accompanied by a loud noise. The multi-legged monster was slapped down heavily, and it quickly adjusted its limbs and landed steadily. Four hands hung on the chest, gathering half of a 2-meter giant light ball and blasting towards Ashina. "Don't even think about it." The little scorpion came with a dragon wolf's tail, and the dragon spear turned into an umbrella, perfectly blocking the opponent's attack. 4th level magic skill, qualitative change Silver Frost Breath. The Silver Dragon seized the opportunity, transformed into a giant dragon, condensed the strongest breath, and blasted out with a buzzing sound. "Don't touch the demigod, bad guy." Grey Reed and Yuluo immediately jumped out to block the gun, but were knocked away by Ashina's guard ice spear. The three of them cooperated perfectly. They would train daily in the territory. Buzz! The multi-legged monster was hit hard by the breath. It held up its defense, but was hit against the wall by the pusher. The Silver Dragon has spatial ability. Her magic skill attack began to disintegrate the magic skill blockade of the multi-legged monster, and the wall quickly cracked. The gun of killing. Dragon Breath Bullet. Ashina and the little scorpion attacked from both sides, bombarding with magic skills at 0 distance. Boom! The divine skill blockade exploded, and the multi-legged monster flew backwards in the brilliant aftermath, and half of the warehouse collapsed. The moment the monster flew out of the warehouse, Yuluo and the other two fainted as if the power was cut off. They were not seriously affected, and they only blocked the monster's guns throughout the whole process, but did not launch an attack. "Well done." Field excitedly punched and turned to ask, "Did you remember the inscription?" "How could I not do it?" The big Thunder Dragon looked awesome. Ashina's trio chased the multi-legged monster and beat it, and the dragon wolf even tore off one of the monster's legs. Field also hurried out of the warehouse, and heard the whistling of the wind faintly in his ears. Another God's chosen one is coming. Faye Freya's dragon tail suddenly straightened, and looked up at the sky as if facing a great enemy. The blue stream of light cut through the snow curtain, leaving a gorgeous blue trail in the air. "Blue Raven, the storm has found us." Field was irritable. "Damn, how come it's so fast?" Chapter 1037. The blue blood-winged raven slammed down to the ground, and the surging air waves rolled up a strong blizzard. The opponent was incredibly fast. It was in the distant sky a second ago, and it came in front of us in the blink of an eye. It didn't give everyone a chance to react. "Be careful, she is near us." Field couldn't open his eyes because of the air wave. He blocked his eyes with his hands, and let the big Thunder Dragon grab him and retreat. There was no mark on the small map, which meant that the blood-winged raven that came must be the chosen one of God. "I found you." In the blizzard, the blue light shone, and the blue raven turned into a human form, with a little blood on its white thighs and a head in its hand. It was the captain of the ark that Field saw at the beginning. The last 6 levels of creatures fell completely. The blue raven's skirt fluttered, and its momentum bloomed, rushing towards everyone. It's actually for us? Could it be that she and the multi-legged monster are from the same family? Field's heart almost jumped out of his chest. While his fighting spirit was running to the extreme, he summoned the artifact to block. My lord, be careful. Asina and others immediately abandoned the monster and went to support Field. Buzz. The cold wind pierced through the cheek like a knife. The blue raven flew past Field, and her deep gemstone eyes glanced at Field coldly, as if she was looking at an ant. The next moment, she quickly turned back in the air, dodging the attack of the gods chosen by the night, and went towards the multi-legged monster. Her target is not us. It seems that miracle life is hostile to disaster. Dishia gasped and patted the rabbit with lingering fear. Wait, she might know us. Good news. What do you know? Run. The other party is the 6th level gods chosen. Field didn't dare to bet on any prophecy. It was a small matter that someone knew him in the future, so he urged everyone to run for their lives. The most important thing was that he really felt the breath of death. My prey. Dishia hummed twice and jumped on the wolf's back with everyone. Abandoning the prey in hand, they ran towards Hope Town. Strangle. Condensing a water blue long sword, the blue raven instantly threw 7 or 8 arc-shaped sword lights at the multi-legged monster. The multi-legged monster was already severely injured by the knight's leader and lacked divine power, and could not even block a single blow. Golden blood plasma splashed, and the multi-legged monster screamed and was cut into a stick shape and fell to the ground with a plop. But its indescribable area was still working. Where am I? The gods chosen, who was used as a divine power bank by it, woke up leisurely and vomited a large mouthful of disgusting things. With a dazed look in her eyes, she stuck out her tongue and said incoherently, I am Dad's burning mother. Without giving him a chance to finish, Blue Raven raised her slender hand and condensed a vortex like a black hole. The black hole flew out lightly. The moment the multi-legged monster touched it, it was directly sucked into it and strangled into pieces, and the gods chosen imprisoned by it was also turned into pieces. After killing the multi-legged monster, Blue Raven glanced at the flying knight leaders and changed his body shape rapidly. Roar! Blue Raven's blood wings flashed and caught up with the fleeing people. He opened his mouth and exhaled a breath, which produced a violent sonic boom in the air. The dragon wolf dodged quickly and barely avoided it. The strong aftermath still threw everyone away, and people and wolves turned upside down. All living beings should be killed. The white toes touched the ground, and the long skirt rustled in the wind and snow. The noble Blue Raven raised his sword and pointed it at everyone. Wait, I have something to say. With his head buzzing, Field staggered and jumped up to stop him, pushing his hands away repeatedly. At this point, only by taking a gamble can he avoid fighting with the 6th level. Blue Raven seemed to be curious about what the ant-like existence in front of him could say. Staring at the other party's perfect face, Field broke out in a cold sweat, and chose his tone to coax a little girl. Remember, Field? When you were a child, maybe I held you in my arms. We are all brothers. Don't be so cold, you are so beautiful, it would be a pity if you don't smile. Silence, deathly silence, only the whistling of the cold wind. Yolua's eyes widened. Has your lord always been so brave? He dares to tease disaster, it's just stupid. You scold again? Dishia was angry. It's not your turn to say what my lord is like. No, I want to say, your lord is really the most courageous man I have ever seen. He dares to call disaster a brother. He is amazing. Yulu admires him sincerely. That's for sure. Dishia stood with his hands on his hips. Can it really succeed? Grey Reed's eyes lit up, and his cat's tail kept shaking. He carefully used his magic skills, just to be safe. Is this your last words? Blue Raven ruthlessly stabbed a sword flower. I won't carve these nonsense on your tombstone. After all, you will be minced and turned into filthy nutrients, without a tombstone. Not that bad. Field was unhappy and struggled to say, then have you heard of the Night Lord? No. Maybe I've been there, but it must have been a massacre. Blue Raven sneered beautifully. She admired the enemy's desperate look. Are you done? You will soon be like your companions. Blue Raven floated like an angel and said word by word, I will tear you into pieces. Field was furious and made a friendly gesture. Too arrogant, pretending to be a master, and you dared to say harsh words after stealing our heads. You really need to be taught a lesson. When your brother Faye catches you, I will tie you up and beat you 9 times in 3 days without a break. You must do what you say. Well said. Grey Reed's eyes were full of little stars. We living beings can also be very powerful. Looking for death. Blue Raven's noble face was full of astonishment. In her opinion, living beings are just toys and food for her to hunt. The guy in front of her dared to jump in front of her and humiliate her. Field gritted his teeth and thought to himself, with the addition of demons and cat-like people, it is not necessarily that he has no power to fight. Moreover, she had fought with the 6th level before, and the consumption was not small. Knight, who had already understood the situation, was about to make a move. Level 5 magic skill, Kitten Trick. Kitten Trick, exclusive to cat sub-people, racial heritage level, effect, transform all people around into kittens, perfectly concealing their breath, and the speed of each kitten is the peak speed of Grey Reed. At the same time, create a large number of clones to cause chaos. Grey Reed suddenly made a move, and threw out a large ball of dimes. Bang bang bang. Knight led everyone, and they all turned into kittens in the colorful mist. Even Blue Raven was hit, and turned into a kitten, but in an instant, it was purified by the 6th level magic power. There were cats of all colors all around, meowing and fleeing in all directions, so fast that it was blurred. What? Blue Raven was furious when he saw such a strange magic skill for the first time. Floating in the air, he suddenly turned into a Hakimi lover and bombed everything around him crazily. Chapter 1038. Follow me, run back with me. The gray kitten meowed twice and ran in the front. What a mysterious skill, it can actually deceive the 6th level. Field raised his hand in astonishment and looked at his cat's paw. In his field of vision, the real friendly forces were all entities. The clones created by Grey Reed were illusory shadows, which were easy to distinguish. And he could understand the meaning of her meow. In order to kill everyone, Blue Raven even opened the field and frantically pulled the phantom kitten in to kill. There were even meteor showers in the sky, wantonly destroying the surrounding terrain. Fortunately, everyone's speed was enhanced, and they easily escaped the bombing area, followed Grey Reed back, and returned to the warehouse to hide. Hee, Disaster is very stupid. She will definitely not guess that we will return to the warehouse. The magic skill dissipated. Grey Reed hugged his hands in front of his chest. His amber eyes were full of expectation, as if saying, "Praise me quickly." Awesome, whose Hakimi is so awesome. Field immediately reached out and rubbed her head without any hesitation, and kept scratching her chin. Grey Reed looked very happy, and his tail was straight like a stick. Goddess. Ulua was shocked. Field, you are so brave. This is the first time I have seen someone dare to tease the chosen one of other races so bluntly. Think about it carefully, he dared to tease even the Disaster, so teasing a cat subhuman is not a big deal. My lord, you are really popular among the subhumans. Ashina chuckled twice, hugged Field to swear sovereignty, and praised him by the way. Well done, you cat subhumans also have your own role. Play? Grey Reed put his hands on his hips, and said proudly, we, the cat Asians, are also warriors who dare to sacrifice and fight. We are still far from warriors, but we are doing well. The Thunder Dragon also came over in addition. Ahem, Disaster is not stupid. Meow meow meow. The dragon wolf, that turned into a fluffy black cat pointed at itself and cried. Why hasn't it changed back yet? It can't be used as a mount like this. Ashina picked up the dragon cat and shook it. With a thought, she took it back and summoned it again to restore its original domineering power. Let's take a short break here. The Blue Raven must not have gone far. It's not safe. Ulua wiped the cold sweat off her forehead. It's unbelievable that I, a demon, could be scared several times today. Check the warehouse supplies and prepare some firewood. I cook for you later. Field rubbed his hands, carefully looked around, and stared at the corpse of the multi-legged monster not far away. We can't come here for nothing. Go check the corpse. Maybe we can find the artifact. I go too. I always feel that the flesh and blood of that miraculous life is delicious. Dishia smacked her lips. She's starving, sister. Eat more meat, eggs and milk. Ashina advised. You two come with me and check the corpse of the multi-legged monster. Field used the space ring to take out a few pieces of rags he picked up and made a simple snow ghillie suit. The three of them carefully slipped out of the warehouse and came to the corpse of the multi-legged monster. After a check, no artifact was found. What a pity, we made a wasted trip. Let's go back to the warehouse. Field sighed. He had hoped to let the Thunder Dragon collect the heads and strengthen its strength. Unfortunately, it was intercepted by the Blue Raven. Thinking of this, Field was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Sniff, it smells so good. Deshia said greedily, I feel that this thing looks familiar. As she moved forward, the god-killing tail blade behind her condensed uncontrollably, and swayed behind her. The tail tip spread out with a clang, and Deshia's nose moved slightly. Are you okay? Asana hurriedly tried to hold her. Don't disturb her, I believe in Deshia's instinct. Field waved his hands repeatedly. The god-killing tail blade swayed unsteadily, and Deshia murmured, Instinct tells me that I should do this. The black light flashed, and the tail blade pierced into the remaining body of the multi-legged monster. The surrounding golden blood was frantically absorbed by the tail blade at a speed visible to the naked eye. The strange runes on the monster's body quickly collapsed, and turned into flowing light engraved on the god-killing tail blade. Could it be? This is the use of the body of God? Field instinctively took 2 steps back. He could never have imagined that Deshia could absorb the flesh and blood of the demigod, and even take away the inscription. Buzz. The originally black tail tip had a golden stream of light. Deshia's divine power did not change, but her momentum climbed a level. Quickly opened the panel, and Deshia's state had indeed changed dramatically. Body of God, growth period, 5%, various attributes slightly improved, she needs more nutrition. New divine skill, law seal, Deshia exclusive, rule level, description, superstition is not allowed, effect, seal any of the opponent's divine skills, talents or blessings. The duration is determined by Deshia's energy supply and the enemy's strength, and the range is the extension range of the will. Restrictions. You need to know that the opponent has this ability before you can seal it, and this divine skill has a long cooldown. New talent, inscription carving. Description, includes new inscriptions, divine power interference inscriptions, rule level, effect. Deshia consumes divine power and can carve interference inscriptions to provide a small amount of divine power defense for non-artifacts. This inscription also strengthens Deshia's divine power shield. Exclusive. This inscription cannot be taught to others, it will cause extremely terrible consequences. Fuck? Just a glance, Field's eyes widened. My little scorpion seems to be a little scary. Only Little Sun and Black Feather have rule-level divine skills. Although rarity does not represent strength, Deshia's new divine skill is extremely strong. It is estimated that even Little Sun Star Matrix can be sealed. As for the new talent, Field rubbed his chin. It seems that the Night Territory can build a batch of more solid defensive equipment. Interesting. So these inscriptions mean this. Deshia shook her tail. I understand. This multi-legged monster, hiding in the warehouse, has not been discovered by the disaster. It is because the walls and the monster's body are all interference inscriptions. Until we entered the monster, it leaked its breath. Unfortunately, it could have absorbed more blood. Most of the multi-legged monster's body and blood were wiped out by the Blue Raven. So that's it, we will remember this grudge. Field was very angry. Dare to steal the monster from our Night Territory. By the way, let me take on the divine power attack in the future. Deshia activated the divine power shield, which is different from other people's shields. The moment she activated it, the golden light of the god-killing tail burst out, the inscriptions in the air flowed, and the defensive power looked terrifying. My divine power shield is an enhanced version. Deshia put her hands on her hips. Hee hee, invincible. Field almost laughed out loud, but was worried about being discovered by Blue Raven, so he suppressed his laughter, and the 3 of them carefully slipped back to the warehouse. Sir, there are a lot of good things in this warehouse. Silver Dragon ran over to report, holding a pile of wooden boards. Chapter 1039. Those wooden boxes buried by corpses and garbage are strategic resources. Great, I was just worried about having no weapons. Field came to the half-open wooden box, and inside the box was a cool-looking crossbow-like weapon. There was no bowstring, no arrows, only a slot for placing magic cores. A 5th-level magic core weapon. Deshia felt it for a moment. Her eyes lit up. It's much more advanced than the city defense weapons of the Griffin Empire. You can set it up in Hope Town to assist in defense. Field was not surprised, as the warehouse was designed for Hope Town. The level of this thing is probably related to me, and it's not a coincidence. There are puppets here. Yuluo also found something good, mage puppets, also 5th level. You count the number. Field rubbed his hands excitedly, took out the magic core, and embedded it in it. Energy fluctuations bloomed, and the gray-green metal puppet stood up, with a body as high as 3 meters, holding a large shield in one hand and a staff in the other, full of power. Deshia, find out the ability of the puppet. Everyone did their job, and soon Field harvested 21 magic arrow crossbows, 35 puppets, and a large number of magic cores, fighting spirit spears, and nearly 1,000 swords, but no food at all. It's a pity that part of the warehouse was destroyed, otherwise the harvest would be even greater. Feld felt regretful, but fortunately he could dismantle some of the puppets and magic energy crossbows and take them back for research. Choose a small room, and everyone lit a bonfire. Field used the rolls he brought, rolled up the dried meat, seafood sauce and spices, and paired them with some wilted cucumbers. Cooking is just rolling the ingredients together. But in this world of scarcity, it is definitely a delicacy. The seasoning alone is hard currency. It's delicious. You humans, you usually eat too well. Gray Reed ate 3 servings, and his belly was swollen like he was pregnant. He rubbed his belly, and squinted his eyes happily. Just make do. Field waved his hand quietly. Asina was fidgeting. It's too presumptuous to ask adults to cook. I must learn how to cook. After dinner, everyone carefully searched and confirmed that the Blue Raven had left, and then immediately returned to Hope Town. The magic core and the crossbow can be handed over to the puppets for transportation. Ordinary people don't have the strength to carry away the supplies through the heavy snow. There were no monsters outside Hope Town, and the simple earthen walls have taken shape. Bang bang. A series of explosions broke out in the town, and the voices of people were noisy. There are sounds of fighting, and it's still in the defense zone outside. There is no trace of disaster around. Asina was shocked. It's probably the Falcon organization. Go and support them. Everyone rushed into the town quickly. Hey, female knight. Those idiots in Field must be dead. Why are you holding the treasure? As a sacrifice? Yes. How can Field occupy 3/4 of the population and take away most of the supplies? Did he make any contribution? The nobles are so greedy. The Falcon duo asked in a weird tone. I will definitely fulfill the oath I promised. The spirit of chivalry must not be violated. Homus looked ugly. She had just resisted the opponent's attack. You said that as long as I can withstand the attack, you will stop making trouble. Poison Ivy's face was ashen, and she laughed cruelly. We said it was 3 attacks, and there is still 1 less. I could have killed you directly, but for the sake of fighting the disaster, I will let you go as long as you can withstand the attack. Since everyone had been away for most of the day, the World Incarnation produced 3 crystals, and the Night Territory took 2 of them, with its numerical advantage. Homa's chivalry spirit was evident, and she kept them, not embezzling them, and tightly guarded them in her arms. But the gods of the Falcon side refused to do so, and jealousy burned in their hearts. They had previously slaughtered ordinary people the most cruelly, but now, they were full of confusion, and could not understand why most people were willing to help Field. Defend 3 times, then 3 times, you guys come. With her hands crossed in front of her chest, Holmes took a defensive posture and honestly took the beating. Try to kill her, and the artifacts will all be ours. Poison Ivy sneered. The ordinary people on the Night Territory side couldn't stand it anymore and gave advice. My lords, now is not the time for internal fighting, right? We have all seen flying monsters scouting the territory. Shut up, you lowlifes, you have no right to speak here. The chosen ones like Falcon are not fools, and of course, they understand the principle of unity to fight the enemy. But in this team, who is the boss, and who gets all the benefits, they have their own ideas. Lindgren kept rubbing the flying knife in his hand, and the divine power gathered frantically. 5th level divine skill, qualitative change, declare death. This attack divine skill is a qualitative change skill at the bottom of the box, and Lindgren is confident that it can cause fatal injuries. Even if the opponent can hold on, there is no room for fighting back in a short time. At that time, it is just right to tie her to the front line and use her as a human shield. Go to hell. Lindgren grinned pervertedly. The powerful flying knife wrapped in powerful divine power turned into pure white light and shot out. The air exploded sharply. The power of this attack was so strong that even if Holmes was a defensive god of choice, she would probably be pierced and chopped. Clang. The charming figure landed nimbly, and while the divine shield bloomed, she opened the divine umbrella to block the fierce attack. The body of God is grown, and Dishia's divine defense is abnormal. With a 4th level body, she withstood the strongest attack of the 5th level god of choice. What? Lindgren's eyes almost popped out, and he was stunned in place. Holmes and other god of choice, the big stone in their hearts fell, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, they were also worried that Field would run away or die in battle. Damn it, you dare to even touch my men. Time and again, I really give you face. Field poked his finger hard today. I must kill all of you, no room for negotiation. I support, these 2 people are too much. Yuluo and Grey Reed also agreed. Wait, we should unite and fight against the disaster together, that's what you said. Poison Ivy panicked, seeing so many gods on the other side, and waved his hands quickly. You talk too much nonsense, go talk to my dragon wolf. The terrifying air waves swept over, and the domineering dragon wolf came like a dump truck, directly knocking Poison Ivy away 100 meters. Not giving her a chance to stand up, Dyscia fired a dragon breath bomb, and blasted her away another 100 meters. Kneel down. Ashina summoned the ice spear, and whipped it hard on Lingren's shoulder. There was a click sound, and blood flew across Lingren's left shoulder. Plop. Unable to withstand the strong force, Lingren was knocked to his knees. Wait, give me another chance. Lingren was really scared. He had never fought against the Night Lord's Chosen before, but he didn't expect to fight with real swords and guns. His own Falcon organization couldn't even last 3 rounds. Chapter 1040. Aren't you very arrogant? I just left and you're already making trouble for me, and playing internal fighting. Field pointed at himself and said coldly, Come on, show me the show just now again. This? Lingren gritted his teeth and felt humiliated. He was the chosen one of God, and was scolded by an ordinary person in front of so many people. Lingren's eyes were full of resentment, but the desire to survive overcame his emotions. I just want to strengthen everyone's strength. You've been out for so long, everyone thought you died outside. Otherwise, we wouldn't redistribute the benefits, and homes wouldn't be attacked. Field was a little confused. This guy was no match for you kneeling from beginning to end. It's fine if he keeps provoking and dying. Fuck, when he's about to die, he still thinks it's his own problem. Is it all my fault for going out to find resources and giving her a chance? She even showed an unconvinced and resentful look. How dare she do that? Don't waste your time talking to these idiots. If you waste another second, it will be an insult to their intelligence. Kill them. Field was furious. Field, everyone should unite. The disaster is coming. Don't fight among yourselves. You will kill everyone, including yourself. The remaining survivors were terrified and tried to persuade them, using Field's words. Whoever persuades will be the next one. What disaster? Don't try to use morality to suppress me. When we are fighting the disaster outside, you are all busy looking for death. Field was furious, and it really proved the saying, when you want to reason, they will act like hooligans. But when you act like hooligans, they start to reason. Staring at the crowd, Field asked, why didn't anyone persuade her when she was dealing with us? Everyone was stunned. A gleam of light flashed in Lingren's eyes, and she suddenly showed her flying knife and rushed towards Field. As long as she caught Field, she could regain the initiative. Looking for death. However, Asina was faster, knocking Lingren to the ground, and the dragon wolf bit her fiercely. The sharp teeth cut through the divine shield and embedded into the flesh. Ah! Lingren screamed, and was pierced by Asina's gun again. Guys, like you should have been torn to pieces long ago. Yuluo laughed and rushed over, using both hands to tear the half-dead Lingren into 2 halves alive. You will go to hell. Poison Ivy was stunned and ran away. Just after rushing out 10 meters, Asina caught up with her and entangled her tightly. On the side of the night territory, there were 3 level 5 warriors who attacked, and 2 super level 4 warriors. After just a moment of siege, Poison Ivy was beaten to pieces, and blood spurted everywhere. The killing spear swept across, and the silver dragon threw out the dimensional dragon slash. Poison Ivy was hit hard and crushed into a ball of blood mist, without even shouting out his last words. Now you feel relieved. You have to make trouble even though you have no strength. Field let out a long breath. He didn't want to act so quickly. After all, there were 2 level 5 warriors, who could share a lot of pressure. Now it seems that it is indeed too late to kill. The remaining survivors didn't want to join the night territory. Seeing Field being so brutal, they were scared and ran away. They still had the nuns and others to rely on. This Falcon organization and the Obsidian Empire will definitely oppose us in the future. Field thought about the situation in the night territory. Alas. Homa's sighed, watching the 2 being killed. She was very sad. The power to resist the disaster has been reduced by 1 point. Humans are just hypocritical. We are helping you. Yuluo turned her head away dissatisfiedly and rolled her eyes. You are still beaten lightly, speaking to the enemy. I just hope that all humans can unite. Homa smiled bitterly and handed the 2 crystals to Field. I fulfilled my obligation. The Griffin Empire is full of smoke and dust, and most of the knights encountered are despicable. I didn't expect the knights of the Silver Wing Empire to be so righteous. Although they are a bit saintly, Field still recognizes them. You are a real knight. According to the agreement, this is yours. Field has always kept his word. I'm not polite then. Yulul happily took her share, and she made a wish to get a bottle of red potion. Homus got a small shield. My lord, the spoils. Ashina handed over the artifacts of the 2 falcons, her eyes shining. There are 3, this is a fortune. One of them was obtained from the wishing crystal. Holmes reminded. With a thought, all the artifacts were taken. The artifacts of the 2 falcons were very ordinary, and they were kept as upgrade materials. Special props, folding stone. Effect, end the prophecy in advance, escape from this hopeless world, and avoid death. Note, it cannot be attacked when used, otherwise it will become invalid. This must be obtained by wishing, preparing a way out for yourself? I didn't expect it. Looking around, Field handed over the teleportation stone. Here, if you encounter unavoidable danger, leave immediately. Give it to me? The big thunder dragon's eyes widened, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he seemed very happy. She hesitated for a few times, and her face suddenly changed, and she clasped her hands arrogantly. Take it away, we will destroy the disaster and never run away. You will be obedient if you are beaten back to the scroll. No, you are not the 9th level now, and you will really die if you are beaten to death. Field's face was dark, and he patted her thigh. Take it if I tell you to. You are not all arrogant when you destroy it. Just consider it as your offering. The big thunder dragon chuckled. Buzz. Another ray of light fell, and the new wish crystal happened to fall into the hands of the cat-like gray reed. She was sweating profusely. Let's be comrades in arms. Will you kill me? Of course we are comrades in arms. This one belongs to you, and the wish crystals behind it belong to us. Field shook his head gently. That's what he said, but Field was thinking of another reason. This guy ran too fast, and she really wanted to run away, but she couldn't catch up at all. If we snatch it from her, we will lose both our money and our lives. It is better to just do her a favor. Boom. Suddenly, a deafening explosion sounded on the western street, as if a big hole was drilled in the ground. Is the disaster coming? It's bad, everyone prepare for battle. Field's heart jumped, and he quickly jumped onto the roof. The area controlled by the nun was filled with smoke and dust, and a rock lizard covered with spikes jumped out of the ground. It was as big as a small van, covered with bloodstains, and its eyes were full of hunger and panic. The survivors around were scared and screamed and ran away. The rock lizard opened its mouth, and its powerful tongue wrapped around the 3 survivors and stuffed them into its stomach. Along with the tooth-grinding sound of flesh and blood being crushed, the lizard spit out a large mass of bones and hair. Enemy attack, enemy attack. The newly built sentry tower immediately became useful, and the soldiers frantically knocked on the iron tools, making noises. The nun saw the monsters devouring the people and became furious. Damn monsters, die. Chapter 1041. The number of people determines the ownership of the wish crystal. The nun side was already small in number, and now it has lost 3 more people. The nun was merciless, and pushed with both hands, blasting out the sacred fire, burning the rock lizard into a pile of rubble. Just a monster? It looks like it was driven here. Field raised his eyebrows, looked into the distance, and was suddenly shocked and his back was cold. Boom boom. A large number of birds and beasts screamed. They were covered with hideous wounds, and the creeping filth was eroding their flesh and blood. They could only flee madly towards Hope Town. Monsters can also resist disasters. In the past few eras, it was not surprising for the Dragon Clan or even the main legion to see surviving monsters. Behind them were 4 violent gods, leisurely killing each monster. On the small map, the symbols of monsters went out one by one. A creation of the world's will? A pathetic toy. The chosen one holding a staff raised his staff high and fired more than 100 missiles, drawing brilliant trajectories in the air. The missiles hit the chosen beast, sky-splitting bird one after another. It could no longer bear the injury, and fell to the ground, rolling and breaking into trees. An unexpected gain, we actually found the hiding mice? The mage covered his mouth and chuckled. No wonder these beasts ran here, they are luring us here. Let me guess, it's the fake body of the world's will again, and a group of unlucky people. A chosen one holding a lute raised his mouth slightly, and plucked the strings gently. Boring tricks, just distracting our attention. Tragedy is repeating scene by scene, and everyone is going to bow out. Should we kill it or not? The plunderer holding a spear asked in confusion, let it break through the world wall and escape? I vote for slaughter, for no other reason, just to enjoy the fun of hunting. It's always a good thing to obtain high-quality corpses and accumulate new skills, even if all efforts are in vain. The plunderers reached a consensus. Level 5 divine skill, all-seeing eye. The loot chosen used her divine skill, and after a brief investigation, her eyes narrowed slightly. The opponent has an H-class profession. Summon the Legion to assist in the attack to prevent the appearance of miracle life or life aggregation. When the World Incarnation played this trick before, there was never an H-class profession. There are a large number of chosen in that town. You better be careful. Notify White Raven. There are more and more chosen with H profession. You can't kill them all. Sisters, kill that nun first. Let's see who kills more. Living beings are such pathetic ants that they are not worthy of participating in the final battle. The Gate of Destruction, open. The 4 violent chosen, the divine seals glowed at the same time, and the illusory goddess phantom prayed in the air. The next moment, a terrifying gate mixed with flesh and steel condensed out of thin air. The layers of energy fluctuations bloomed like ripples. Hope Town was ruthlessly blocked, and the entire town was shrouded in darkness, trapped in an independent space. That is, when everyone in Hope Town saw the mountain-like Gate of Destruction, they were all stunned. Horrible, bloody, and chilling, Field suddenly got goosebumps all over his body, which aroused many bad memories. No matter who it is, seeing a portal that is larger than the town, they will feel powerless. They are coming. That gate will teleport countless monsters. Field muttered to himself. He had seen it in chaos and corruption. Swallowing hard, Field was the first to come to his senses and shouted to wake everyone up. Don't be stunned, distribute weapons quickly, and strengthen the defense line. Set up all the city defense weapons. Then use wooden boards, bricks, etc. to surround it as much as possible. No matter how effective these weapons are against the disaster, at least they can bring a little sense of security. Oh yes. Sari hurriedly commanded her men to set up a series of magic crossbows on the roofs of the town. Boxes of precious magic cores were roughly stacked aside. Under the threat of death, the temporary soldiers in the town, who were originally lazy and complaining, all started their maximum work efficiency and accelerated the construction of the defense line. All the weapons picked up from the warehouse were distributed. Everyone was cursing and sweating. Only by being busy could they forget their fear for a short time. Field, let's discuss the battle plan. My name is Connie. The chosen one from the nun side came over. She looked pale and gave people a very weak feeling. I don't want to be eaten by monsters. What are those disasters doing? I was thinking that. As for the disasters, they are calling for friendly forces. Field glanced at the other party and asked bluntly, where is the Holy Light sister? She is happy. Connie pointed to the small house in the distance. 7 or 8 people were waiting outside the door, looking forward to it, and they were too lazy to even look at the Gate of Destruction in the distance. Through the broken window, Field could vaguely see the toes with red nail polish facing upwards, trembling slightly. Against the will of heaven. Ashana and others twitched their mouths. Etong scratched his head in confusion. Are you making delicious food? Give me some. It's like eating food. If you like it, I make it for you next time. Field's pupils trembled, and he slapped his forehead. She really knows how to choose the time. Is this considered to boost morale? It is said that it can create a powerful, God's chosen guard. Can it be created like this? It's really strange. She is also desperate. The corner of his mouth twitched. Field was speechless, thinking, it is probably an H profession. No wonder this guy is so against the will of heaven. Forget it, it also enhances combat power. We have only 2 5th-level people, me and the nun, and 4 4th-level people. Connie's tone was dissatisfied, and she meant to blame Field. After all, Field's men alone killed 3 5th-level people, greatly weakening the power of the creatures. Ignoring the other party's tone, Field took out a hand-drawn map. My men have used earth and bricks to draw 3 lines of defense for the town. The soldiers are in the outermost layer, the low-level middle layer, and we are in the innermost layer, defending the center of the town? The center of the town is where the world incarnation is located. It is the focus of this secret realm, and Field does not want it to die. Of course not, our soldiers were a group of slaves a few hours ago. Field shook his head repeatedly. The soldiers are not chosen by God, and cannot withstand any impact. Let them be in the innermost layer for remote support. There are energy crossbows, and some crossbow stones. Level 4 and below, defend in the middle layer. Level 5 Gods Chosen, take turns to the outermost layer, resist the enemy's Gods Chosen, and kill the small fish with the aftermath of the battle. Field rubbed his chin. The consumption of divine power is large, and you can retreat and repair. Chapter 1042. Is your command really reliable? Let us, the Chosen, hold the line for the useless mortals? Connie pouted unhappily and rolled her eyes. You are not allowed to question my master. Ashina and Dishia objected in unison. It's all my responsibility, brothers. Field gave a thumbs up. My nickname is Northern Iron Wall. Letting non-chosen people hold the line will cause heavy casualties after a few hits. It's better to let them assist in output and play their role to the greatest extent. It's better. Connie agreed reluctantly and warned, then I go and prepare. When you need us, call us in advance. Don't think about cheating people. I'm ready to dissociate the artifact at any time. I never cheat my teammates. Field spoke the truth. It would be great if Little Sun was here. Missing Little Sun again, with her around? I don't care how many enemies there are. Putting aside distracting thoughts, Field took out a bottle of divine potion. Find a few thin women to take care of the patients. This is the life potion given by my pharmacist. Just add water and use it. I do it right away. Ashina did it immediately. Roar! Dense black lights flashed in the distance, accompanied by terrifying roars. Field quickly jumped onto the house and looked into the distance. He saw that the portal was full of ants, but upon closer inspection, it was a large group of black corpses. However, the fierce black corpses had no sense of existence at all. One by one, filthy monster elephants with spider legs walked out of the portal. They also had flags, arrow towers, and catapults hanging on their bodies. They were obviously war beasts of some countries, just like griffins. Quack, quack. The filthy elephant just jumped out, rolled up the black corpses around and chewed them, or trampled them to death without caring. At the same time, various bird-like filthy creatures flapped their wings and flew out. From a distance, there were too many to count. The slain god-chosen monster, the sky-breaking bird, turned into a half-human with wings as feathers, of course, just a corpse. Several black corpses grabbed the corpses and did strange things. The scene was bizarre. The mage violently plundered the god-chosen, sneered sarcastically. Just right, used the magic skills plundered from the sick professional god-chosen. 5th level magic skills, filthy blasphemy. Magic skills, filthy blasphemy, sick magic skills, description, through reproduction, pollute the corpses of the god-chosen, infect them into combat puppets, and are full of temptation. The giant magic circle unfolded. The half-human sky-splitting bird suddenly opened its eyes, stuck out its tongue and said stupidly, "Give everything for the plundering disaster." Hearing the sharp cry of CI, the sky-splitting bird turned into a monster again and circled in the air. F***K. Field's eyes almost popped out, and he rubbed his eyes frantically. If I had known earlier, I would have made a telescope earlier. I am really not mistaken. Master, you are not mistaken. Dishia looked solemn, and her pretty face no longer had a smart smile. She said seriously, what the corruption cannot do, it seems. The plundering disaster has done it. Corruption cannot infect the chosen ones, but the plundering disaster is under everyone's eyes. A god-chosen monster was transformed. There are too many enemy flying objects. It's not a good idea to put the magic crossbow on the roof. Field pondered for a moment. Put the crossbow on the ground and use the parabola to attack the enemy. It doesn't matter if it's not accurate. There are enough enemies anyway, so there is no chance of missing it. As more and more monsters ravaged the town, the defense of Hope Town began to improve. An hour later, a crystal of hope floated out of the light cocoon in the center of the town and landed on Field's side. Finally, it's my turn. Field's nervous mood was a little better. Give me more things to enhance my strength. With a thought, a magic book fell into Field's hands. Artifact, Book of Magic Copy, Legendary Artifact, Level 5, Collection, Source, Goddess of Magic. Effect, can copy the user's magic, use it without consuming magic power, and shorten the cooling time by half. Special effect, only used by the magic gods, copy the user's magic skills, use it without consuming magic power, but double the cooling time. Collection, collect more magic books, which can be merged into more powerful artifacts, and finally reach the rule level rarity. Goddess of Magic. Damn, it's still a level 5 artifact. Field's eyes went dark. The thing is a good thing, but the whole team can't use it, so I can only use it myself. Not to mention that he only knows how to cast fireballs. Even if he knows how to cast meteorites, it is useless in this level of battle. It's okay. When Dishia reaches level 5, it can be used. Quickly calming down, Field was busy everywhere in the city, constantly checking for omissions and filling in gaps. Even the magic crossbow, which was an incredible operation to move 5 meters to the left, was forced to be done. After all, there are only so many troops that can be controlled. The nun did give everyone a surprise. There are many alien races in the territory, and Sari can't transform them into wind gun fighters. But the nun can transform them into level 4 fighting spirit, which is very magical. The only drawback is that the nun can't recover for a while, and can't even stand steadily. So, Field asked Silver Dragon, Connie, Demon Yuluo, and Nighthomes to resist the first wave of attacks, while the others provided support from the rear. Where is your territory? The Griffin Empire. Yuluo flapped her demon wings and asked Field curiously, while the enemy was not moving. What do you want to do? Field cast a teasing look. Come and invade? Don't even think about it. Just a visit. Yuluo put her hands on her hips angrily. Forget it, my poor little one was almost eaten by you demons. Even if I want to visit. Field laughed. Miss Holmes, you are welcome to visit. I can't come even if I want to. There are too many people who need my protection. Holmes looked serious. Humans are really too much. Yuluo wiped away her non-existent tears. I'm deeply hurt. I wanted to introduce some succubi to you. Hiss. Field's expression immediately became serious, and he said anxiously, Don't come over, but leave the succubi to me. I will visit the demon tribe in person next time. No, don't be deceived by the devil. The innocent silver eyes took the joke seriously, and bumped into Field's waist, almost knocking Field out of breath. At this time, under the door of destruction. This number of troops is enough to destroy those ants 10 times. The magician Baluo sneered dangerously. Sisters, crush these ants, don't waste too much time. They are just small fry, mainly humans. The main force of the living army is only the god-chosen beasts, as well as a small number of demons, elves and titans. And the existence in that small town can be destroyed in a snap. The killing competition officially begins. The filthy sky-splitting bird led the way, followed by the 3 god-chosen ones, and the magician Baluo provided fire support on the spot. The corpse tide surged like a tide, and all kinds of filthy monsters mixed in it, trampling their companions to death at will, violent and fierce. The enemy is coming, the magic crossbow, fire immediately. Chapter 1043. The magic crossbow made a mechanical creaking sound, aiming at the distant monster tide. Pure blue energy gathered in the arrow slot. Bang! The sound of waves hitting the reef came. 21 energy crossbows tore the sky, leaving blue traces in the air, and fell into the tide of disaster monsters. The explosion bloomed, and the blue energy flame radiated in a hemispherical shape. Countless black corpses screamed and were torn apart, and the monster's limbs flew everywhere. A filthy war elephant was knocked down heavily, and its towering body knocked over a group of companions, unable to get up for a long time. Crack. Just one shot, the magic core that powered the energy was broken into pieces. This is powerful enough, and the range is far enough, it's powerful enough. Field waved his fist in the air with relief, pointing to the distance. Keep firing, don't be stingy with the magic cores. Yes. Needless to Field's words, the surrounding soldiers frantically stuffed magic cores into the grooves, and they looked so anxious that they wanted to load all the kunkin into them and smash them into the monsters. At the same time, more than 30 magic puppets, super small magic circles appeared on the tops of the staffs. Dense, needle-shaped magic bullets covered and hit the distance like a storm. Gorgeous explosions bloomed everywhere, and violent creatures fell in groups. Countless black corpses, ants climbed onto the bodies of war elephants, and continued to move forward by stepping on their companions. Some monsters even couldn't control their desires, and grabbed their companions' corpses and gnawed them, which was extremely cruel. They had no emotions, let alone fear, and their numbers were endless. Roar! The chosen legion of the disaster arrived at the battlefield first. Leave the chosen beast to me. The silver eyes were eager to try, the silver light full of metallic luster shone, and she turned into a domineering dragon in the air. The huge body was full of oppression. Just by flapping its wings, the zero-level flying monster that crashed into the opposite side was swept away and torn into pieces by the mixed airflow. It's actually a giant dragon chosen by God? Not a subhuman. Yolua's eyes widened, and then she laughed happily. Then our chances of winning have increased by 2 points. 5th level divine skill, dragon god armor. The moment the heavy scales covered the body, the silver dragon aimed at the flying violent disaster and roared a straight breath. Be careful, the guy who covered the world will this time seems to have good combat power. The 4 disasters dodged quickly, brushing against the dragon's breath and flashing away, leaving a large afterimage. The dragon's breath chiseled into the monster tide, plowing the land for hundreds of meters, burning a bloody road, and countless monsters were burned into slag. The disaster immediately launched a counterattack, and various filthy creatures spit out magic balls, breath, bone spurs, and even filthy howling wind sparrows that exploded. The silver dragon withstood all kinds of long-range firepower, and the divine shield continued to ripple. A large body also means that it is easy to focus fire. 5th level divine skill, painful sound waves. The flying bird that became a puppet opened its beak and spit out a series of invisible sound waves. The sound waves seemed soft and weak, but they could penetrate the shield and thick dragon scales and directly damage the internal organs. The silver dragon wailed in pain and immediately spread its wings and climbed to avoid it, while slashing out continuous space slashes to prevent the violent god's choice from approaching. Damn, that bird beast seems to be just right to restrain the defensive god's choice. Field cursed, what a damn luck. The two god's choice monsters started a fierce competition in the sky, and continuous explosions exploded in the sky. The two sides exchanged offense and defense, and it was dazzling. Don't hold me back. Connie glanced at Field with a vigilant look. Fight with all your strength, otherwise everyone will die here. No need to say more, don't be distracted. Field instructed, and immediately retreated to the innermost defense line, unconsciously looking at the light cocoon. Hasn't the escape passage been broken yet? No signs. Dischia held the dragon spear. With outstanding fighting spirit, what should we do? Yuluo and Holmes may not be able to withstand the attack of the violent raid. Asina was very worried. Asina waited for a while, and found an opportunity to focus on the violent raiding gods, and kill them with one move. Dischia, you use the dragon breath bomb to stop the opponent's magician gods from attacking us with spells. Field did not place Asina in the front, just to use the outbreak to kill the opponent's gods. Before that, consume some of the power of the disaster. I deal with the one holding the loot. You keep an eye on your opponents. Don't let them get in my way. Connie was very smart. Although she kept pressuring everyone and pretending to be calm, she had already chosen her opponent. The musical instrument artifact must be an auxiliary. Just pick her to fight. Go to hell, disaster. Connie swung the beheading axe in her hand and chopped it hard. Divine skill, the sound of sacrifice. The lute god chose to attack first, and his slender and beautiful fingers gently plucked the strings. More than 1,000 disaster fish in the back were like sandbags that had been shattered and turned into a pool of thick water. The flesh and blood of the disaster exploded, and the scarlet divine power thread pulled it, and the corpse of the disaster monster quickly wrapped it. A meat mountain monster made of corpses rose from the ground. Bang! A punch knocked Connie down heavily and smashed her into the ground. Go to hell, hee. The meat mountain monster stretched out its gorilla-like arms and smashed towards Connie's position, shaking the ground. Help! Save me! Connie screamed. I thought you were so awesome. Field was almost choked to death. How could he be at a disadvantage after just 2 moves? He quickly gestured to Dischia. It took 2 dragon breath bombs to make the meat mountain monster stagger, allowing Connie to catch her breath. Holmes and Yuluo also faced a 5th level disaster each. Yuluo tied with her opponent, while Holmes was picked up and beaten. With her excellent defense, she didn't retreat a single step. The densely packed violent monsters trampled all the ropes, chevaux de frise, and trenches outside the city. The earth wall that was painstakingly built lasted less than 5 minutes before it was completely overturned. The powerful magic crossbow could not even make a sound. Field even smelled the disgusting smell of the monster. Enemy legion passed the first line of defense. The soldiers in the sentry tower shouted in panic, and even their voices became hoarse. Just after the report, the soldiers' eyes suddenly widened. Boom! A meatball wrapped by a monster was thrown by the giant elephant and broke the sentry tower in half. The soldier screamed and fell, the meatball broke, and a large number of black corpses poured out of it, and the surrounding soldiers were in a panic. Win gunfighter, project to the distant enemies, I will deal with these monsters. Field was equipped with armor, and holding a golden sword. The magic book he got before was flying like a fairy, floating on Field's left shoulder. 3 5th-level artifacts, in the entire empire. How many gods have such luxurious Krypton gold equipment, matched with the black armor and robes of the Night Caller? It is extremely cool. The cat people on the side were all stunned, with admiration in their eyes. Field dared to say that if he resigned from being a lord and became an adventurer, he would definitely be SSS level. Chapter 1044. The ferocious black corpse jumped out from the ruins and corpse pile, roaring and biting everyone. Seeing that some logistics personnel were about to be knocked down and torn to pieces. Fireball. Fearing that he would miss, Field rushed forward and fired a fireball at the face of the black corpse. The long sword in his right hand rang, killing the other 3 black corpses that came to attack. Hearing the sound of breaking wind in his ears, Field instinctively dodged to the left and stabbed the black corpse's heart with a sword. With a roar, Field pushed the monster as a shield and crashed into the middle of the dense group of corpses. The long sword swung a full moon, and all the monsters around were cut in half, making a shrill wail. More corpse balls were thrown over, and Field was about to fight when the floating magic book opened. The magic book flipped quickly, and the blank pages appeared with the spell of Fireball. Boom, boom, boom. The next moment, the magician began to throw fireballs at the black corpses. The frequency of fireballs was so high that the fireballs even formed a line. The most powerful thing is that this thing does not consume your own magic. For a 5th level artifact, using 1st level magic is like playing, and there is no stopping at all. Good stuff. It's just a floating gun, and it has unlimited ammunition. Field's eyes lit up, realizing the value of this magic book. If this is given to the gods' chosen equipment, doesn't it mean that there are more divine skills? The enemy is within range. The first team, cast wind bombs. Sari shouted, and the wind halo under her feet unfolded, providing benefits for the soldiers. Projection. 50 wind gun fighters formed a military formation. Facing the black corpses entering the second line of defense, they couldn't help but turn pale, and their legs trembled. Just a few hours ago, they were even slaves. Now they are fighting against the disaster? It's ridiculous. Dochi condensed into a green cyclone, and 50 soldiers threw it out together. The cyclone unfolded in the air, forming a spiral wind gun, and the bone spurs and missiles thrown by the enemy were knocked away by the wind gun. Bang, bang, bang. The wind gun fell into the group of black corpses, and immediately set off a bloody storm. However, such an offensive could not stop the disaster tide for a second. The black corpses rushed towards everyone. Second team, start shooting quickly. Sari urged hurriedly. Don't panic, I'm still here. With a thought, Field controlled the magic book and madly shot at the corpse tide. At the same time, Field urged the fighting skills and bombarded the dense enemy. One person's firepower is equivalent to that of hundreds of people. Double awakening of Dochi and magic? Sari and everyone on the side were stunned. The magic crossbow quickly adjusted its position and bombarded the approaching disaster tide. The black corpses fell down in groups like wheat. There were only 300 soldiers in the town of Hope, but because of the presence of the nun and Sally, everyone was fighting. Various fighting skills were thrown at no cost, and the disaster tide could not advance. Ashina, it's time. Field looked into the distance, and the chosen ones of the first line of defense had been fighting for a while. With Connie and her strength, they would never be able to hold on for too long. Moreover, the violent disaster was used to the combat power of Connie and her, and would be caught off guard when facing Ashina. Wow! The magic crossbow not far away was blown up to the sky, and the operators around it were blown into mincemeat. A war elephant arrived with heavy steps, with 2 magic towers installed on its back, gathering rock magic. I take care of those stupid elephants. Grey Reed couldn't sit still any longer, and rushed out nimbly, beheading all the monsters along the way. Her every move was so fast that it was hard to see clearly. Everyone could only see the continuous afterimage, quickly approaching the giant elephant, and the flexible figure stepped on the elephant's trunk and climbed up the back. Hee hee, die for me, big stupid elephant. Grey Reed stabbed the giant elephant's pupil fiercely with a dagger, stretched out the divine shield, and got into its head. Roar, roar. The filthy giant elephant shook its head frantically, and the magic towers on both sides bombarded the surroundings and its back. With a U-turn, the filthy giant elephant accelerated and collided with another giant elephant under the manipulation of Grey Reed. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, and the 2 giants fell down with a roar, killing countless small fish. Boom! The magic core in the magic tower exploded violently, the ground trembled, and 2 mushroom clouds were set off. This smash didn't matter, but it triggered dozens of streams of light, all of which were the violent chosen ones hiding in the monster tide. Everyone was a 4th level or 3rd level combat expert, with a fierce look. Charge! At a command. Most of the chosen ones killed the Grey Reeds, while the rest rushed towards the crowd, and were stopped by the 3rd and 4th level ones on Field's side. The chosen ones on both sides launched a large-scale group battle on the second line of defense, with all kinds of magical skills flying around. And a large number of rotten corpses and fish rushed madly to the last line of defense, and the fighting spirit of the wind gun fighters was consumed at a speed visible to the naked eye. This battle intensity, is it actually a secret realm? Field was so shocked that his scalp numbed, and cold sweat ran across his forehead. There is obviously nothing good. It's too wrong. This is not a secret realm at all. At most, only 1/5 level artifact has been produced so far. If it wasn't for the panel saying that this was a secret realm, Field even suspected that he was being set up by Capital. Looking at the light cocoon in the square again, Field decided to call the world incarnation again. This guy really sits still. It's already like this. It's fine if he doesn't give treasures, but at least give some support. Haha, I've caught a good opportunity. Two violent gods chosen suddenly jumped out under the cover of the monster tide. The comers are all third-level gods chosen, with round ears on their heads. They are clearly rat subhumans transformed by filth, and they are twins. The probability of twin gods chosen is no different from 0. After all, gods chosen has nothing to do with blood. Disaster will bring you relief. I'm going to tear you into pieces. Enjoy it. The two rat subhumans attacked from both sides, with a playful look in their eyes, as if they had Field in their hands. Little Scorpion, let me deal with these two. Field signaled Dishia not to help. Without Dishia's firepower interference, the opposing mage, the chosen god, would probably be able to blow Hope Town up to the sky with one divine skill. I met a fool again, trying to use a mortal body to compete with the chosen god. That's right. How do you say? Heroes have we met? What heroes? They are just trash who are forced into a desperate situation. Go to hell. The two sneered viciously and disappeared quickly, but Field's heart began to beat wildly, and he felt that the enemy was approaching rapidly. With the density of the fireballs copied from the magic book, they will definitely be revealed. Field was about to take action, but he caught a glimpse of blue and purple light interweaving from the corner of his eye. Pure thunder power surged, lightning flashed, and the big thunder dragon flashed into the air with a domineering attitude, sweeping up the pure thunder and lightning, and fell heavily. Wow! The two rat submen, with electric snakes all over their bodies, flew backwards stiffly, breaking the invisible state. Electric arcs exploded, violent thunder wrapped around Fey Freya's arms. Like a Valkyrie, Fey Freya bathed in thunder, swung the heavenly grade thunder spear in her hand, and blocked Field behind her. Leave it to me. Kill them all in 1 minute. Chapter 1045. A second-level cannon fodder dares to stop us. The two filthy chosen gods jumped up, shaking off the wandering thunder on their bodies, their small eyes full of anger and resentment. They looked at Field with a playful look, sending the small fish to die. Is that your strategy? Humans only know this trick. We have to fight to know whether we can stop it. It just so happens that I am very curious about the strength of the violent disaster. This will be an interesting hunt. Fey Freya's skirt moved without wind. She raised her head and chest confidently, and the huge rabbit supported a thrilling arc. How arrogant. The two rat subhumans stomped heavily on the ground and turned into two afterimages. Twins are difficult to distinguish, and their speed is so fast that people are dazzled. With a cold snort, Fey Freya didn't care. If your violent raid is only this level, I will be disappointed. After that, Fey Freya's eyes flashed, and her figure turned into thunder, and she appeared at the intersection of the afterimages in an instant. The two violent subhumans wanted to interfere with each other's judgment by moving quickly, but they didn't break and almost crashed into the arms of the big thunder dragon. Fey Freya's body burst into thunder, and the thunder wave instantly submerged the two. Hearing a muffled hum, the two sparks flashed all over their bodies, and paralyzed on the spot. 3 thunder spirits surrounded the tip of the gun, and Fey Freya stabbed it out with the gun, bursting out a dazzling arc of light. Wow! The rat subhuman's heart was pounding, looking at his own figure in disbelief, and flew backwards. Is this the control ability that a second-level divine choice can display? Second-level divine skill, Folding Thunderbird. Before landing, a large number of agile Thunderbirds flew over quickly. The filthy monsters around could still help block them. All the Thunderbirds exploded, quickly creating a thunder pool. The unfortunate Ratman was once again controlled by the violent thunder, and every inch of his muscle couldn't help but twitch. Die! Fey Freya took a step forward and flashed behind her, and the lightning spear pierced into her back fiercely. The Thunderbird's magical skill not only attacks, but also causes weak electricity effects, allowing the current to penetrate the opponent's body, achieving a chain reaction. The long spear passed through the chest, and Fey Freya was so powerful that she actually pierced the opponent directly on the lightning spear. He twitched twice in despair, and even his body was carbonized. How could it be that someone could challenge us across levels? Impossible. The remaining Ratman's face changed drastically. Disaster is the most ruthless. They don't care who dies. They even kill friendly forces. What does the death of a sister mean? Without hesitation, she immediately dived into the corpse tide and fled. You coward who ran away, you deserve to die. I won't allow disaster to escape. Fey Freya was unhappy, and the lightning spear shook, and the corpse on it disintegrated, turning into 4 lightning spirits, falling into her hands. Second level divine skill, destroy the thunder dragon. Engulfed by the purest destructive divine power, Fey Freya fell towards the area where the rat Asians disappeared, and the vast divine power exploded. The entire ground exploded, and the blood mist crackled in the thunder. The rat Asians who escaped into the ground, along with the surrounding monsters, were all electrocuted into charcoal. For more thunder spirits were acquired, and the power of the divine skill was increased again, and Fey Freya's momentum rose steadily. Finally, I have regained some feel. Opening his left hand, the thunder spirit swam and rotated in his hand like stars. The nobles of the Griffin Empire are so terrifying. Sari was stunned. When the princess returned to the country, she mentioned the prosperity of the Night territory. No one took it seriously. Now it seems that the Griffin Empire has not declined at all. These 2 artifacts are for you. When can you strengthen my artifacts? Fey Freya took the artifacts and threw them to Field, showing a little girl's expectant eyes, staring at Field pitifully. No problem, I will find a chance to strengthen it. Field readily agreed. By the way, is there any backlash? Yes, there is no change at all, the backlash is still intensifying. Fey Freya glanced at Field teasingly. It seems that the thing you protect does not appreciate your kindness, even in the secret realm. I try again, it's too disgusting. Field was unhappy, and immediately went to find the world incarnation. Boom! The front line exploded violently, and the rolling air swept. The silver dragon and the sky-breaking bird were bombarding each other. Seeing Ashina, the silver eyes flapped their wings fiercely, staring at the opponent's attack, and pounced over to bite the opponent's neck. The 2 giant beasts entangled and fell to the ground. Good opportunity, Dragon Wolf, kill that monster. Ashina used the avalanche charge, and slammed into the back of the sky-splitting bird. This bird beast was a puppet made of the dead in battle, and it was already scarred, and could not withstand repeated attacks. The bones cracked, and the entire back collapsed. The dragon wolf tore off a piece of flesh and blood, poked its head in, and roared out a domineering breath. Cry! The sky-splitting bird wailed miserably, burning into a fireball from the inside out. Kill one. Ashina turned her mount around, condensed an ice spear, and was about to breathe out the gun-wielding disaster. Come and help me, I can't hold on. Connie, who was fighting with Lute's plunder, could no longer resist the attack and retreated rapidly backwards. Her power has really reached its limit. I thought Connie was being cunning, but seeing her tattered clothes, she was on the verge of disintegration. Ashina's ice spear in her hand chose to smash the Lute violently. Isadora. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, the meat mountain collapsed, Isadora's face was pale, and she floated out holding the artifact. Finally, a decent opponent has come. 5th level divine skill, transform into a blood beast. Bright red nails plucked the strings, and divine power surged. Bang bang bang. With Isadora as the core, the violent creatures within a few miles around heard the sound of the strings, and their heads exploded. Blood rolled up like a storm, and converged towards Isadora. In the blink of an eye, the blood gathered into a hideous monster. With wings of life and death on its back, thorns and chains wrapped around its body. The god's chosen type, I've never seen before, can transform into various alternative monsters. With a frown on her eyebrows, Asina took the initiative to distance herself and burn the surrounding small fish into ashes. Silvereye, Dragon Wolf, you hold her back for a while, don't rush to attack. I go to rescue the others first, and then deal with her last. Asina jumped off her mount and went to support Holmes and the others. World Incarnation, when can you break through the boundary wall? Give me some time. Damn it! Field tentatively reached out his hand and tried to touch the light cocoon, but was pushed away by the strong resistance. My lord, be careful of the sky, there are a lot of air forces approaching. Discia reminded loudly. Looking up suddenly, in the direction of the Gate of Destruction, a large number of filthy sub-dragons lined up in a tight queue, covering everyone, and instantly covering the entire sky. Even though the puppets, crossbows, and wind gun fighters subconsciously fired into the sky, only a few monsters were shot down. Field's scalp tingled. Chapter 1046. In the dense dragon formation, Field even glimpsed 3 or 4 filthy dragons, and the sound of the wind whistling was all around his ears. The clouds rolled, and the sky was dyed black and red. The air formation of the disaster, after chasing the Ark, was already wandering around, and did not run far at all. After the fierce battle in Hope Town, the Air Force immediately arrived to support. When the first filthy dragon passed through the sparse air defense network, its dull eyes suddenly became brutal. The big mouth opened, and the violent red power gathered. Purgatory Explosive Bomb, biological ability fires scarlet missiles, causing explosive damage to the target unit. In an instant, the whole sky was raining scarlet energy. Hope Town exploded everywhere, and the outer defense lines turned into a sea of fire one by one. Dense energy bombs covered the core area. At the same time, the enemy Air Force's Chosen Ones also projected divine skills to the ground, and they were all 5th level Chosen Ones. The number of violent disasters is not only large, but also of terrifying quality. Master, be careful. Dishia's pupils shrank into panic needles, her heart almost skipped a beat, and she rushed over to support the defense. Big Thunder Dragon, you quickly jump away. Fortunately, I gave the Big Thunder Dragon the jump stone. She would definitely not be able to withstand such intensive attacks. The nuns who were resting earlier, and Connie who retreated back, all opened the divine shield to protect themselves while trying their best to cover the world incarnation below. The mixed airflow directly blew Field away, and there were exclamations, wailing and flying debris all around. Field suffered a lot of divine skills attacks. Just a wave of attacks, the situation instantly deteriorated to the bottom. Roar, roar, roar. After continuous bombing, Field pushed away the broken crossbow that was pressing him. Dishia, are you okay? Field bared his teeth, endured the severe pain in his shoulder, and looked at Dishia under him. I'm sure I'm fine. Why are you blocking it for me? Looking up in embarrassment, Dishia's nose was sore. In the chaotic explosion just now, the Lord actually helped her block the damage. She was so moved that she almost snot, but she had to grit her teeth and hold it back because she thought it was too ugly to run a nose. Gritting her teeth, Dishia raised her pink fist high and gently hit Field. I'm fine too. The key is that you can only resist divine power damage. I have a shield after all, and it's easy to resist energy bombs. Field picked up the shield in his hand, leaving only a small piece of iron. The most important thing is that we share the divine power shield. It's the same humph. Dishia was still dissatisfied. Go check on the others. Field looked over and cursed. What kind of a shit secret realm is this? It's too strong. It's not a secret realm at all, it's a trap at best. Ashina and Yintong on the front line were caught off guard by the air raid. Isadora seized the opportunity and severely injured Yintong, forcing him to dissociate. Sari was killed instantly by the enemy's air force, Grey Reed disappeared, and Connie was crushed into slag after dissociating the artifact. Roar, roar, roar. The firepower network was destroyed, and the monster tide was no longer blocked. It surged like a tide, and the number was so large that it was desperate. A wind gun fighter had just crawled half of his body out of the ruins, when he was grabbed and bitten by 3 or 4 black corpses. The rest of the soldiers, low-level God-Chosen, and even the 5th-level God-Chosen nuns, all collapsed in morale and fled in all directions, looking for a way out. Don't run away. Dishia tried to save the situation. You will die if you leave your back to the enemy. As Dishia said, the nun didn't fly far before she was caught up by a violent Chosen One and torn into pieces. Hope Town was filled with wailing, but the screams became less and less frequent. It's useless, the defeat is overwhelming. Field shook his head again and again, sighing helplessly. Besides, they have done a good job. It's quite remarkable that a group of rabble can unite and resist for so long. All that happened makes people feel truly desperate. You know, everyone couldn't even hold on for a day. Give up so soon? I'm only level 2, and I can fight until now. Faye Freya's voice came from afar, and Field looked in the direction of the voice in disbelief. Faye Freya was all gorgeously flashing in the air. She was alone, dodging and moving in the barrage woven by countless flying monsters, and every time she would flash and dodge the attack at the critical moment. This guy actually said what she said. From beginning to end, he didn't use the folding stone to escape from the secret realm. Hateful flies, go to hell. The sky is my territory. Heaven-level lightning spear, dissociate. The sky burst into thunder, and the violent thunder exploded like a spider web. The black and red sky, in an instant, seemed to be broken glass, allowing people to see a corner of blue. Countless sub-dragons and flying birds were killed by thunder, falling with arcs of electricity. Faye Freya's original divine power accumulated to the 3rd level in an instant, and she could have continued to fight after breaking through. But because of the backlash, she was hit hard and fell immediately. This stupid dragon, he didn't run? Field was dumbfounded and hurried to catch it. Dare to resist? Go to hell. A new violent disaster aimed at the falling Faye Freya and fired a divine skill, 5th level divine skill, Death Pain. Various filthy air forces once again fired dense barrages. Fortunately, the silver dragon arrived, opened its mouth and hid Freya in its mouth, and used its dragon body to resist all damage. Almost every inch of its scales suffered a saturation attack. Roar! The silver pupil had endured too much firepower, and could no longer bear it, falling straight down. Fortunately, Field and Dischia came to support, and killed the small fish that approached, otherwise the silver pupil would be torn to pieces by the small fish. Dischia supported the defense, and struggled to resist the enemy's firepower coverage. Backlash. It's so despairing. I really want to return the sky to its blue color. Freya's face was pale. She crawled out of the silver dragon's mouth, shook off the sticky saliva and blood on her body, and threw the warp stone to Field. Go quickly, I don't need it. What a joke, how could I be a deserter? I would rather die with my comrades. Field hit the big thunder dragon with a roast chestnut, and sighed with guilt. I underestimated the danger of the secret realm. I think it's not the master's problem. Besides, who hasn't made a mistake? Dischia defended with difficulty, and turned around to defend the face of her own lord. You should warp away. Freya pondered for a moment and analyzed wisely. Don't forget, this is a prophecy artifact. The world is in ruins, and it is very likely that you died in the secret realm, causing the disaster in the night territory to get out of control. I owe you a life, and it is my duty to return it to you. Freya said seriously, destruction is the fate of all living things, and it is also the fate of disasters. The world is ups and downs, and you must always look forward. I think so too. Etong has changed from a giant dragon to a little lowly, weakly echoing Field run. Sorry, I never believe these. I am not like Queen Sia, who lives on prophecies. Talking about this, Field was stunned for a moment, as if he had grasped some key points. Wait! Prophecy? Chapter 1047. They persisted longer than I thought. The number of the 5th level violent chosen ones has reached 10. This Field is really surprising. No wonder he can contract with the living disaster. It seems that the disaster has invested a lot of effort in him. Outside the blockade of Hope Town, a pair of guardians in white robes leisurely watched the survivors being slaughtered one by one, with no mercy in their eyes. Interesting deduction, but it's a pity that Lei Miju is too arrogant and unwilling to warp away, wasting a destruction disaster in vain. The chosen ones have the mark of the goddess. Unless they are allowed to, they will not survive if they are killed in the deduction artifact. On the contrary, non-chosen ones can use artifacts of different gods. If they are killed by this deduction artifact, they will return to the normal world. What a huge loss. The male guardian said with regret. Perhaps, we can change the deduction content and let the storm let go of Lei Miju. No, the disaster party is also trying hard to change the deduction content. If we rashly change the overall situation and are discovered by the powerful disaster, all the arrangements and plans will be in vain. That folding stone took a lot of effort to affect the world's will. I originally hoped that Lei Miju would leave, and they would be able to occupy Black Feather after he was occupied in the future, instead of dying in the secret realm. But obviously, they failed. The female guardian sneered. What we want is to let all of Field's men be slaughtered by the storm disaster one by one, and then made into puppets. In this way, he will inevitably have a mental breakdown and a huge rift with the original storm, Black Feather. With the artifact we gave, the soul can be destroyed, and the powerful defense of the divine seal can be destroyed. At that time, we will be able to achieve the goal of occupying and contracting Black Feather, obtaining the entire plundering disaster, and the supreme existence. The plundering population is much more valuable than the thunder destruction. The female guardian emphasized. If Field were here, he would be scared out of his wits. The strange existence that wants to occupy Black Feather has begun to use various means to try. It's hard to say if it fails. The male guardian was unhappy. What if it fails? Just kill Black Feather. The world will still reject us, and the disaster will chase us endlessly. If it weren't for this artifact, we wouldn't even meet Field. Don't act rashly, it's useless. In any case, this attempt will definitely work. Even if Field has a mental breakdown, the soul connection is still strong. The female guardian shook her head repeatedly and sneered. With the ignorance and selfishness of humans, he will definitely be hostile to Black Feather, and even try to kill her. Just imagine, who would allow their men to kill all their loved ones. Not to mention, Black Feather is a disaster, and it will definitely be a big bomb in the future. The Guardians didn't expect that someone would dare to raise a disaster for fun. Die, feel the pain we prepared for you. At this time, in Hope Town, Field kept swinging his sword, killing the monsters that surrounded him one by one. While fighting, Field explained, the prophecy is nothing more than for us to see. I believe that I will never create a prophecy that will kill all the viewers. Otherwise, this secret realm is meaningless. Is it still called a prophecy if no one knows it? That is an unsolved mystery. But there is no way out around. Faye Freya covered her chest and panted frequently. The way out is the world incarnation. Field looked unkind, gritting his teeth, and said, "Don't forget, our mission is to protect the world incarnation." The world incarnation borrowed the secret realm to express one point. The violent disaster is terrible, we must prevent it. The condition for completing the task may not be to successfully protect the world incarnation. Otherwise, if a mob successfully protects it, can it still be said that the disaster is terrible? It will only use blood, death, and pain to show the prophecy and give warnings. Therefore, the condition for completing the task is absolutely counterintuitive. Field sneered, "It is the world incarnation that is destroyed." Really? I am confused. Silver eyes are full of stars. If you don't try, you will die here. Don't be bound by rules. Who says that living beings must obey the world incarnation? Field was unhappy and waved the long sword in his hand angrily. If you want to hit your brother Faye, even if it is the world incarnation, you have to take my sword. Boom boom. The town of Hope behind collapsed in pieces. Field staggered, looked back, and saw the light cocoon in the ruins. For some reason, the dense barrage of bullets falling from the sky avoided the world incarnation. Sure enough, the violent disaster did not destroy the world incarnation at all. Field became more determined. After all, this is just a simulated world, otherwise this phenomenon is not reasonable at all. You go out first. Field stuffed the folding stone into the hands of the big thunder dragon. Don't worry, I am confident to go home. But, Field ordered seriously, don't be fussy, this is an order. The thunder dragon was dumbfounded. She had dominated the entire era, but she never expected that the man in front of her, who was shorter than her, would come to scold her in order to save herself. Give it to Yintong. The thunder dragon wanted to refuse. Don't be so modest. I can carry her, but I can't carry you. Field was ashamed. Faye Freya's figure was the reason why Field let her go first. She was too big, and Field couldn't imagine how to cover her escape. A little lowly like Yintong was easy to take away. What? You think I'm too heavy. Lowly ants, if you don't come back, I will blow up your territory immediately. The thunder dragon's red temperature was visible to the naked eye. He stomped his feet heavily, and his snow-white thighs trembled. Without saying a word, she crushed the folding stone, and a burst of blue light flashed, and folded away. Husky, always thinking about destroying the house. Field was speechless, grabbed Yintong and clamped her under his armpit. Dishia, give Ashina a signal, let's fight back to the world incarnation together. Hey, can't you carry me on your back? Yintong's pretty face flushed red, and she felt humiliated when she was held under her armpit. Don't yell, let's fight back now. Dishia fired a dragon breath bomb, blasting the gods chosen from above. The violent explosion, a ball of orange-yellow flame bloomed in the air, and was immediately captured by Ashina. My lord, are you okay? With an anxious roar, Ashina rushed left and right, breaking through the monster tide, defeating 2 fifth-level monsters along the way, and killing her way through. Holmes and Yuluo, covered in blood, followed the dragon wolf to break through. The three of them tried their best and were in a mess, but fortunately they successfully met Field. Go! Everyone gathered and rushed towards the incarnation of the world. Don't even think about leaving, everyone must die. 5 figures fell, and the one leading them was Isadora, who was holding the lute before, and she was also holding the nun's body. Chapter 1048. A strange-looking bug drilled into the nun's body. Crack, the bones ripped violently, and the flesh and blood squirmed. A lot of blood flowed out of Isadora's slender hands, and she turned the nun into a puppet. Suddenly, 6 gods chosen blocked the way in front of her. The land where Hope Town was located began to collapse. The firepower of the disaster air force was so strong that it could tear the earth apart. If the light cocoon fell into the ground, the situation might get worse, and everyone's time became more and more urgent. Stay, I promise it won't hurt. Isadora smiled proudly. White Raven is about to arrive. She is not as gentle as me. Become the nourishment of our violent plunder, Don't scare me. When your brother Faye was raising the disaster, you were still a drop of liquid. Field stretched out his hand and gestured. Do you know Black Feather? Okay, you are a mortal who is not even 20 years old, dare to be arrogant in front of me. Isadora's face became more and more gloomy. What Black Feather? I haven't heard of it. You haven't heard of this? When my little darling raises your ancestor, I will beat her every day, 3 times a day, and take off her pants and spank her buttocks. Huh? Isadora was furious. This kid was too arrogant. With divine power surging, Isadora plucked the strings. 5th level divine skill, Thunder Beast transformation. The sound of the piano spread, and the violent plundering fish around exploded in unison, turning into blood. Good opportunity, charge, charge. What Field wanted was to sacrifice the surrounding small fish to make way for everyone. At this moment, she couldn't care less. Asina threw out an ice spear to cover, and while sprinting towards the world incarnation, she grabbed Field on the dragon wolf. Then she grabbed Ischia. Asina was about to save Holmes, but she grabbed nothing. Leave them to me to stop. Don't be held back. Live with the spirit of a knight. Holmes took the initiative to dodge. She gritted her teeth and looked at her thigh, which was pierced by the enemy in the previous battle. Knowing that she couldn't run away, she might as well delay time for her comrades. Come on, disaster. Let me show you the flesh and blood wall built by knights in the Silver Wing Empire. Holmes took the initiative to meet him with a roar. She grabbed a violent god chosen and roared with great determination. 5th level divine skill, Dazzling Barrier, die with me. Dazzling Barrier. Consume all divine power, form a powerful defense, and attract the opponent's attack. The divine power was exhausted in an instant, turning into heavy armor attached to herself. The light of Holmes' armor made the violent god chosen, and countless monsters focused their fire on her. Boom, boom, boom. The area centered on Holmes suffered countless saturation attacks in an instant. The earth cracked, and the ground collapsed and fell in pieces. In the countless flames, Holmes and the enemy she was holding sank into the ground together. Is this the spirit of chivalry? I remember it. Field gritted his teeth, dragged the dragon wolf tightly, and rushed towards the light cocoon. There was no need to swing the golden sword. As long as the sword was raised low, countless monsters' heads would hit it. Originally, everyone was not far from Hope Town, but the countless barrages of bullets falling from the sky and the collapsed ground made the way back extremely difficult. You will die wherever you go. The two violent plundering gods were so fast that they blurred, and they flashed past Ashina's guard ice spears, trying to intercept everyone. Ischia blasted one head away, and the other head was about to hit. Get out of the way! Yuluo spread her wings and took off, leaving a brilliant trace in the air. The two of them collided with a shrill sonic boom, and the violent plunder was violently knocked away. Yuluo was just about to come back. Bang! The scarlet light crossed the sky. Yuluo hurriedly disassembled the artifact, but was still blasted away from the front for 1,000 meters, and she didn't know where she went. Damn it, did you see where she flew? Field was confused and cursed angrily. That beam of light was probably separated by thousands of mountains and rivers, and it was impossible to defend against it. Is this a sniper-type god choice? My lord, be careful, I sense danger. Asina didn't have time to care about others. She just held Field tightly and controlled the dragon wolf. With an incredible posture, she kept passing through the ruins and divine skills bombing. Bang! Another red light swept across the sky, and the violent plunder creature that blocked the road was directly blown into slag. Fortunately, everyone was prepared, and the dragon wolf narrowly dodged and crashed into the house blocking the road. It is the incarnation of the world. The gravel flew, and everyone successfully stepped onto the Hope Town Square, even though the square was sinking. Interestingly, the wish crystals were still condensing in the light cocoon, but the speed was very slow. Using wishes to make a nest, I want to see what kind of world barrier can allow you to wear it until now. Field spat out a mouthful of blood foam and raised the golden sword in his hand. No, my child. All living things are my children, please protect me. The gentle perception echoed in Field's mind. I can go to hell, answer me now? It's too late, who knows who you are? Anger rose from the heart, and evil was born. A sword slashed down, sparks flew, Field was shaken back several steps, and a slight crack appeared on the light cocoon. It's too strong. I should have used it as a shield. Field frowned. Let me do it. This thing emits divine power fluctuations. I'm just right for it. While Asina was resisting the monster tide, Ischia quickly retreated, and the god-killing tail behind him stabbed at the light cocoon fiercely. Field's heart was in his throat. He dared to swear that this was the most crazy decision he had ever made. The glass shattered crisply, and the light cocoon exploded into countless pieces in an instant, leaving a silver portal in the original place. Sure enough. After a sigh of relief, Field's heart was filled with anger again. Good guy, we fought to the death, and you ran away long ago. I can even sense the connection with the territory. Ischia was so excited that her beautiful eyes were bright. The portal is actually open, Field. Did you succeed? There seems to be something good at the end of the portal. The big thunder dragon poked its head out and ran back to the secret realm stupidly. You? Field was speechless for a while and quickly pushed her back and threw the silver pupil in. This is the original divine power. The original divine power from the night territory. The original divine power surged like a tide, and Field felt a mysterious power gathering, and he instantly broke through the 5th level Lord. Without time to look at the newly acquired Lord ability, Field turned his head to look at Dishia. The level of the little scorpion was synchronized with his own Lord ability. Sure enough, Dishia's breath climbed wildly. The domineering divine power fluctuated and bloomed like ripples. All physical values and divine power capacity increased greatly, but this is not the point. Dishia's 5th level means that she can inherit the divine outfit. My lord, run for your life. Asina was about to push Field back. Wait, just running away in disgrace is not the style of our night territory. Field turned his head and looked at the many violent divine choices flying over, and laughed wildly. Now, I've just let you arrogant scum see the fighting power of night territory. Chapter 1049. Big Thunder Dragon, go to the territory to ask for help. Field urged, call Rosaria and the others. What are you thinking about? The portal does not lead to the night territory. Faye Freya poked her head out again and hurriedly urged, Field, hurry up, the portal is shrinking and time is limited. As she said, the silver portal was slowly shrinking. Damn, I can't get reinforcements. But there is still time, see if I can rescue some people. Field stretched out his hand and said to Dishia, give me your dragon spear, I will strengthen it. The biggest flaw of temporary artifacts is that they will not advance with the chosen one. Dishia's dragon spear is only level 4, and it has no power for her. Oh. Dishia removed the artifact and gave all the extra artifacts to Field. Field's Lord ability can fuse artifacts and improve the quality of artifacts, but the consumption is more terrifying than adding points. All the low-level artifacts accumulated before, as well as the 5th level artifacts obtained by killing the Feather Blade, were decomposed and recast. Under Field's control, a large amount of divine seals were poured into the dragon spear. But the terrifying divine power ripples bloomed, and the broken army dragon spear was wrapped by the divine seal and fell into chaos. The sky and the earth changed color, and a black dragon spear condensed out, with a red giant dragon shadow entangled on it. Artifact: Annihilation Dragon Spear, 5th level, Feather Umbrella Accessory. Source: Goddess of War, Goddess of Spear Branch. Description: the pinnacle of the technology of condensing the knight's divine power, with amazing lethality. Change 1. Gun cannon form: Dragon Breath Bullet becomes a normal attack, with a very long range, causing explosion damage. Change 2. Umbrella form: open the umbrella to resist 50% divine power damage. Provided skills: Star Annihilation, for large-scale targets. Carry out high-power bombing. Please pay attention to friendly damage. Comfortable. Field's brows relaxed. With the equipment I have accumulated, Dishia has a total of 5 artifacts. He handed over all the 3 artifacts he had equipped and the new dragon spear after fusion to Dishia. Oh, great! Dishia's eyes lit up. Artifact 1. Golden Sword. Get extra talent. Magic Sword. Temporary. Effect: attacks with wind, fire, water, dark and other magic damage, increasing the lethality of artifacts. Artifact 2. Silver Oath. Get extra talent. Guardian. Temporary. Effect: greatly improve physical and magic defense, and strengthen divine defense by 10%. Artifact 3. Magic Book Copy. Effect: copy the divine skills used. Dishia's aura continued to rise, and various divine seals gathered together. After being promoted to the 5th level, Dishia became the only person in the night territory with 5 artifacts. Feeling the surging divine power in every cell, Dishia swelled up and said with his hands on his hips, Invincible. These stupid creatures are really crazy. They want to fight to the death? It's really funny. Isadora chuckled and teased. Do it. Field waved his sleeves domineeringly. Beat this guy to death for me. I've been annoyed with her for a long time. Dishia raised the dragon spear. 5th level divine skill: Annihilation of the Stars. The spiral gun body of the dragon spear bloomed like a morning glory. Bang bang bang. The dragon spear instantly blasted out thousands of brilliant streamers, passing through the air like fireflies, ruthlessly covering everything in sight. Each meteor contains the ultimate lethality. The moment it touches the enemy, it explodes. Boom boom boom. Whether it is the ground or the sky, everything in sight is explosion. The flying monsters were flying in the sky, looking down on everyone. At the moment when they were covered by the flames, a large number of them fell down, their bodies were bathed in fire, and they were ruthlessly shot down, as if the sky was on fire. Fuck, is this a flat fire cluster bomb? Field was surprised. The magic book beside Dishia quickly turned the pages, and copied the star annihilation skill. Bang bang bang. The copied magic book released the second wave of star annihilation autonomously, killing another group of people in seconds. What is it that has such a terrifying group injury skill? Isadora was blown away by the explosion for 100 meters, and her face changed drastically. Even with a strong body, many of the violent plundering gods were still blown everywhere, and fell by the overbearing blow. The violent plundering gods, who resisted the attack, also shook their heads, and most of them were confused. Damn it, tear them apart for me. Isadora shook her head vigorously, quickly regained her sanity, and waved her slender hand. Several puppets of gods chosen, with a strong smell of blood, rushed over quickly. The ones who came were Connie, the nun, and a god's chosen monster who died in the battle, all of whom were made into puppets. These puppets made of the corpses of gods chosen were weaker. But they had no artifacts, so even if they were killed by the enemy, they would not gain any benefits. Pure dung monsters, the best choice to waste the enemy's divine power. Let me do it, double dissociation. Seeing that there was a way out, Asina no longer held back, and dissociated her two natal artifacts. The gain brought by the dissociation of the two artifacts was terrifying, not to mention that the two artifacts had undergone qualitative changes. The increase was so great that Asina instantly mastered the combat power of the pseudo-6th level. The extremely cold divine power instantly crushed the entire field, and the temperature plummeted. This energy fluctuation. Isadora showed a surprised expression again. The god's choice of night territory actually shocked a disaster several times in a short period of time. Die! Ashina grabbed with one hand, suddenly condensed a 100-meter-long energy ice spear, and swept it domineeringly. Puff puff puff. The moment the three puppets touched the ice spear, their flesh burst and their bones shattered, and they were directly crushed into crimson ice slag. The sharp frost splashed, and the flying monsters were frozen all over, and it was difficult to flap their wings. It was obviously the early stage of the 5th level just now. Impossible. Without giving the monsters time to react, Ashina flashed and rushed to a god's choice, and the energy ice spear pierced its chest fiercely. 5 fingers froze into claws, and Ashina crushed its neck with one claw, and the god's choice fell softly. The whole process was as simple as pinching a chicken. Many people don't realize the horror of the two divine weapons. Ashina doesn't need resources, but she has always been a top-level fighter. Quick, stop her. Various divine skills came at her. Ashina was like a blue ghost, without any pause, quickly dodged the attacking divine skills, took over the violent divine weapon, and threw it to Dishia. Sisters, retreat, stay away from the ghost thing. Isadora's pupil shook, and a huge wave of waves rose in her heart. Killing 4 5th-level divine choices in an instant, she asked herself that it was impossible to do it. Great, more divine weapons. Dishia was ecstatic, raised the dragon spear, and fired wildly at the enemies around. Sisters, be ready to dissociate at any time, don't let them get the divine weapon. Isadora pulled back and plucked the strings. Quick, command the disaster army, let the small fish consume the enemy's divine power. Chapter 1050. Haha, you are scared, aren't you so pretentious just now? After letting out a grudge, Field made a friendly gesture. Why are you calling for help now? You really deserve a beating. Come over and fight me if you dare. I beat you so hard that your mother won't recognize you. Field was madly provocative and extremely arrogant. You? Isadora was almost furious and hurriedly urged the disaster army to attack. However, the ground collapsed and Hope Town was about to sink into the ground. The previous trash was cleared by Dishia twice. The disaster army could not form a siege for a while. Ashina, go find Yuluo and the others. Field added, don't force it if you can't find them. Field dragged on and didn't leave, mainly because he wanted to save people. It's a pity that the artifact was dissociated twice, and the burden was too heavy. Asina couldn't hold on for long. Okay. Ashina rushed left and right, crisscrossing the entire battlefield, crushing wherever she ran. For 3 full minutes, the domineering posture, like a goddess in person, turned the battlefield into an icy purgatory. The chosen ones of the violent plundering gods were defeated and repelled countless times. For the first time, they realized the terrifying combat power of the chosen ones of the Night Leader. If it weren't for the chosen ones of the violent plundering gods, they would have been beheaded countless times by Ashina. What did I miss? Why did Field start to fight back? Even the guardians outside were stunned. Two living creatures, chosen ones, were chasing a group of disasters and killing them. Such an absurd thing is hard to dream of. The pseudo 6th level ran away, a good opportunity. Field, dare to be arrogant with us, I want you to pay the price. Isadora couldn't stand it. She was a disaster, but she was chased and chopped by living creatures. Seeing Ashina go away, she immediately had an idea. Go to hell. Isadora quickly approached the two after dodging Dishia's Dragon Breath bullet. Level 5 magic skill, Blood Beast Transformation. A large number of monsters exploded behind her, and flesh and blood were pulled in, wrapping Isadora. In just a moment, Isadora, who was full of melancholy temperament, was wrapped up into a brutal and terrifying blood beast. Dishia unfolded the dragon spear, and used dragon breath bullets to wash the blood beast's face madly. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, and flames shot up into the sky. The blood beast kept wailing, but its pace became faster and faster, carrying firepower and rushing forward. Gwa, the firepower is still insufficient. Dishia was stunned. I thought that after the dragon breath bullet became normal firepower, there would be no fear of insufficient firepower. Unexpectedly, it was still far from enough. What the hell? Then quickly enter the portal to take shelter. Field shuddered in fear. The hideous monster the size of a building, the sense of oppression was not ordinary. I will never give up until I get rid of that annoying woman. Dishia smiled charmingly, her deep eyes reflecting the blood beast's divine power flow route. I see through this divine skill. 5th level divine skill, Law Seal. Dishia stretched out her snow-white palm, the space vibrated, and 6 strange chains shot out of the void, instantly wrapping the violent blood beast. The chains had no substance, but they were shrinking rapidly. This is... Isadora, who was hiding in the blood beast, only felt the magnificent divine power approaching. The sound of glass rang in her ears, and Isadora's soul and divine seal shook. Her own divine skill was actually sealed at the rule level. With a bang, the blood beast collapsed and exploded. Isadora was confused and staggered and fell down. The magic skill is ineffective? Dishia rushed over, shot through him with a spear, and the tail behind him pierced his neck. Dissociation. Without any hesitation, Isadora dissociated the dissociation artifact, and with powerful force, she pushed Dishia away. 2 more violent gods came to support, and launched a series of attacks. Dishia relied on the powerful divine defense to directly disperse. 5th level magic skill, Thunder Beast Transformation. Isadora didn't believe in evil, and absorbed a large amount of miscellaneous fish again, forcibly urging divine power to transform into a ferocious thunder beast. With the increase brought by dissociation, he slapped Dishia away with a slap. Go to hell, go to hell. Isadora was almost crazy, trying her best to urge the thunder beast, accumulating power for a powerful surprise attack. You are the one who deserves death. I will avenge all the dead. Level 5 divine skill, Law Seal. Dishia chuckled coldly, manipulated the copy magic book, and cast the Law Seal again. The chain bound the soul, and another divine skill of Isadora was sealed, and the thunder beast collapsed. In a short period of time, Isadora was sealed with 2 divine skills. The huge consumption and backlash almost destroyed her into a cripple. Die! Dishia rushed over, and the heavy and ferocious dragon spear pierced through her chest and hammered her into the ground. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Isadora couldn't believe it, spitting blood unbearably. I will make you all puppets. Think about yourself. The dragon spear unfolded, and the dragon breath bomb was fired at 0 distance, burning Isadora to ashes. Buzz. A silver meteor flashed across the sky, and the dirty blood wing with a white body was rushing over. I really can't find them. Where did they go? Ashina traveled through the battlefield many times, but she didn't find the missing Yuluo or Grey Reed. The time for her to dissociate was almost up. Such a strong sense of oppression. Could it be the arrival of the 6th level? Feeling cold on her back, Ashina was shocked and quickly turned back to escape. She turned her head and glanced at the silver dirty blood wing, which fell to the ground 10,000 meters away. The figure shrank rapidly, and the dirty blood wing turned into a flawless girl with long hair hanging down to the ground. As white as a lily stem, with a slender figure, white toes touching the ground, the arch of the foot is as delicate as a crescent moon, and the pale blue blood veins are faintly visible on the white skin. It was too far away. I couldn't even kill the 5th level. I made a serious mistake, and should be punished. It was the White Raven who sniped everyone before, but it was too far away, and the accuracy could not be guaranteed. Stretching out his arms as tender and white as lotus roots, the artifact giant crossbow condensed out, and the white raven pulled the trigger. Bang! The red beam of light crisscrossed thousands of meters and instantly hit the fleeing Ashina. Ashina was in great pain all over her body, vomiting a large mouthful of dirty blood, and her condition was directly at the bottom. If it weren't for the double dissociation, which brought a pseudo 6th level combat power, this blow would be fatal enough. The terrible movement scared Field, and he hurriedly shouted, "Retreat quickly, little scorpion will cover you. There is no way to search and rescue them." With the power at the bottom, Ashina rushed quickly. Fortunately, Hope Town had sunk into the ground, and with the thick ground covering it, the White Raven could hardly sense the location. Dischia also held up a feather umbrella to help cover. Seeing that Ashina still wanted to report. "Stop talking, go in." Feld, knowing the outcome, pushed Ashina into the portal, activated his fighting spirit and yelled, "If you are still alive, teleport here and leave." After that, he and Dischia went into the portal. Chapter 1051. Entering the portal, the vision was blurred. Field blinked hard, and his vision gradually became clear. The silver door in front of him slowly shrank until it disappeared. "Ashina, are you okay?" Field came back to his senses, and hurriedly looked at Ashina, nervously grabbing her and groping her. "My lord, I'm fine." Ashina forced a weak smile, and comforted her in return. "I'd be fine after 2 days of rest, don't worry." Fortunately, the White Raven was a shooter, and did not rush over to open the domain to catch people. Otherwise, once they were caught and entered the domain, they would not be able to get out. Field was still frightened and looked around to confirm that his chosen ones were all there. After hugging everyone one by one and being punched by the big thunder dragon. "I'm glad everyone is okay. Damn, this secret realm is too dangerous. I almost got pitted to death." Helping Ashina, Field breathed a sigh of relief. He felt tired, but his mentality gradually relaxed. The portal disappeared, and I don't know if the others have come out. I hope there are other portals. We in the Night Territory have tried our best. Looking at the place where the portal disappeared, everyone was stunned for a moment. Field was powerless, and could only secretly wish them good luck. The Night Territory had tried its best. Maybe they died in the secret realm, but they will not die in reality. Who knows? Dischia put away the artifact, held Field's hand, and comforted him repeatedly. "It's rare to meet good people. I wish them good luck." Field sighed, shook his head heavily, and looked around. "Let me see where this is." As the Thunder Dragon said before, this is a space emitting warm light, except for a golden treasure chest in the corner. "Congratulations, my child, you have survived the horror of the world destruction. You are a brave man." Just as Field walked to the middle, a flawless ball of light emerged, and the voice was gentle and majestic. "This is the future I deduced. Disasters are rampant, everything is polluted by disasters, and no one can escape. So, what do you want me to do?" Field raised his head, frowned, and asked the biggest confusion, "Let me be the savior?" "There is no savior, or everyone is." The light ball was calm. "There are countless people who have experienced the prophecy's secret realm, and you are just one of the vast sea of people. This kind of secret realm is just to deduce the future and provide you with hope. Sure enough, if the world really likes me, I would have come to the night domain earlier, and I would not have turned against the little sun. It is purely self-indulgent to regard myself as a savior." Field breathed a sigh of relief, stepped back 2 steps, and faced the light ball. "Are all the others alive? Don't tell me that this trial will kill people." Field's tone gradually became aggressive. "And you are like a machine, riddling people all the time, and you are killing everyone. Don't interfere with other people's fate. Entering the secret realm is a gamble in itself." The light ball did not answer directly, but mechanically announced, "You can use your gains to turn the time turntable and take the reward." After that, the light ball dissipated, revealing 5 ancient turntables. "Ah? There are rewards, but what are these turntables?" Field's eyes lit up, and the gods also came up curiously. Everyone huddled together and studied the turntable. "There are things from the first age on it." The Thunder Dragon pointed at the turntable and rubbed his chin in confusion. "Well, didn't I kill all the eggs of the blue-winged dragon? There are so many magic books, and blueprints of the magic ark, and the most are potions." Ashina has been to the magic era, so she recognized it. She covered her mouth in surprise. There are also props of the racial heritage level. Artifacts from different eras, many rare equipment. "I want this, master." Dischia acted cute and coquettish, blinking her big eyes. There are indeed a lot of good things, 5 turntables, corresponding to different eras. On each turntable, there are items from different eras, covering military, civilian, natural resources, etc. Field turned from anger to joy, clapped his hands with his fists, and said excitedly, "No wonder I said the trial rewards were pitifully small. It turns out that they are only taken out now." At this time, the space echoed. Field and his contracted god chosen killed 3 5th-level plunderers, and obtained 3 hopes. The rest of the kills of disaster puppets, low-level god chosen, and small fish were not counted as gains. A total of 3 draw opportunities. 3 round crystal gotcha coins, quality control condensed, fell into Field's hands. "You should have said it earlier." Field jumped up anxiously, covering his head in pain. "If I had known that it was killing the 5th-level god chosen to get the reward, I should have burst out the output from the beginning. Theoretically, we should have tried our best to kill the 5th level while the White Raven was not here to maximize the benefits. But who knew at the time? Fortunately, I retaliated against the disaster before I left, otherwise the gains would be almost 0. Pure man machine." Field almost fainted with anger, muttering in a low voice, "No wonder the disaster pressed us creatures to the ground and beat us. The will of this world is stupid enough. My lord, what good things can we draw?" Distia was curious. Each era has its own unique technology tree, but is restrained by its own disaster. "Let's draw a magic era." Field rubbed his hands expectantly. "Something good." Put the crystal into the groove of the turntable, and the turntable immediately twisted and shone with dazzling magic light. The pointer fell on the structure of the Thousand Eyes puppet, and a thick book fell into Field's hands, exuding powerful magic power. Divine Power Book. The structure of the Thousand Eyes puppet, Level 0, God's chosen creation, source, Magic Goddess branch puppet goddess. Description: the book condensed by the lifelong efforts of the 9th-level magic god, Qiantong, records the comprehensive construction system of non-divine power puppets. After the destruction of magic civilization, the puppet technology was lost. Special: most of these puppets are brutal, dark, and aggressive, so please be careful when making them. A book that records lost technology. Field flipped through 2 pages, and the book described in detail how to build the puppet core, wisdom, and the materials needed. However, most of the puppets recorded in this book need to be embedded with the soul of intelligent life, which is a bit scary. "Is my night territory an evil place?" With a dark face, Field complained, "How come the things you get don't look like they are for good people?" "Field, should we throw it away?" Qiantong rubbed his stomach. "I'm so hungry, just eat it." "Ahem, let me study it first." Field pushed his hands in vain. "My night territory just lacks puppets. Among many countries, only the Dragon Tower Empire has puppet inheritance. Our night territory must have it, and it must be more advanced." Draw another shot of technological civilization to see if there are any good things in the era of the destruction of the Netherworld disaster. Chapter 1052. The compass rotates, and a divine weapon falls. Divine weapon. Gift from the Earth Large Magic Core Mine, Level 0, Resource Type, Description: the omnipresent Netherworld disaster makes it increasingly difficult to go out for mining. The sages use technology to seal and pack the magic core veins as war resources. Effect: planting this divine weapon will form a large magic core vein underground. The magic core reserve is enough for a level 6 high energy consumption territory to support 100 years. Note: do not use it in crowded places. Hiss. This is good? Field was overjoyed. We are just short of magic core resources. Having obtained 2 good things, Field rubbed his hands in satisfaction and said expectantly, "It's still a little short of something. Let's get a racial heritage level artifact. The last one. Let's extract the one from the first era." "I advise you to stop. It must be nothing good." The Thunder Dragon waved his hand disdainfully and lazily rested it on Field's shoulder. "Otherwise it wouldn't have been destroyed in 2 years. It's all just garbage. Try it. I've never seen anything from the first era. Maybe you can give me the Scroll of Destruction?" People always have to have some dreams. Field's rebellious psychology came up and threw the last crystal into it. A bottle of strange green liquid was obtained. Artifact: primitive potion, level 0, strengthening, consumable source, goddess of nature. Effect: after taking it, the various values of the little brother are permanently and greatly enhanced. Description: stronger than orcs, goblins, and ogres, let you master the power to defeat the chosen ones. Special: women are not allowed to eat. Field was stunned and almost choked to death by his own saliva. He said speechlessly, "Fuck. This is too outrageous. I tell you." The Thunder Dragon didn't know what it was. Seeing Field's surprised face, he proudly raised his long hair. "If you don't believe me, you suffer a great loss, poor ant." "What is this?" "It looks like a can of mung bean soup." Eentong rubbed his stomach. Or give it to me, I'm hungry. Everyone was also very curious about what treasure Field got. You can't drink it, this artifact. It's your Fija's special weapon. Field looked funny. Haha, stop being so stubborn, you got a piece of garbage, right? The big thunder dragon cast a teasing look at Field, and used its big butt to knock Field off balance. Just accept the big loss. It's normal for ants to be stupid. Just don't forget to listen to my advice next time. How can it be useless? It's too useful. Field showed a perverted smile, grabbed with both hands, and laughed darkly. Hee, I just know that you are going to suffer a big loss. So perverted. Eentong hid behind Ashina in fear. Field was so proud that he could scare the dragon away, and he would brag about it for the rest of his life. Put all 3 harvests away. Buzz. The crystals were all consumed, and the turntable broke, forming a new portal. I'm really going out this time. Field rubbed his neck. Wait, why is there a treasure chest in the corner? I don't know, it appeared here when I came. The thunder dragon shook his head, and Rabbit followed him. Carefully opened the treasure chest, and inside lay a crystal clear, gorgeous artifact gem. Oh! How come there is an artifact? I made a lot of money. Field laughed. It seems that the will of the world has also given a consolation prize. Picking up the gem, Field's smile froze. Artifact. Sage Purification Stone, Level 0, Disguised, exposed by Disshia, Disguise Effect. Purify the disaster, restore it to the normal god system, and greatly enhance the strength. Well, disguise. Effect? Field was a little confused. Disshia, this artifact, take a look. Taking the stone handed over, Disshia frowned slightly, tilted her head to look at it. It doesn't look like a good thing, it has a strange power. The tail tip stretched out from behind and gently pierced the stone. Gurgle. The seemingly sacred stone shattered, revealing a strange piece of meat that looked like a brain. Field took it carefully and obtained the information of the artifact. Artifact. Corrupted brainworm, level 0, effect. After use, it will destroy reason, soul connection, and divine seal defense for a short time, and transfer to the CC profession, falling into corruption. Special, only effective for the disaster god system. Fuck. Field's hand trembled, and he almost threw it on Dishia's face. What is this? Everyone gathered around curiously. The thunder dragon covered his mouth and chuckled. Could it be another Lord's special weapon? Don't get close, this is. Nothing, an ordinary artifact, probably a gift. Looking around alertly, Field's fingertips trembled slightly, and he took out the glass jar of seafood sauce, stored it, and threw it into the space ring. On the surface, nothing happened, but there was a huge wave in his heart. Field cursed in his heart. This secret realm is really a big problem. There is a bastard who wants to trick me. Disconnecting the soul connection is only effective for disasters. Field was silent, pacing back and forth for 2 steps. Someone wanted to occupy the black feather before, and then encountered this artifact. It is definitely not a coincidence. Looking at the 2 things together, Field quickly saw the trick and narrowed his eyes. Someone wants to use me to occupy black feather. No one made a fuss, nor did he destroy the artifact. In Field's opinion, this artifact may contain the will of a strange existence. If he destroyed it rashly, people might find out that the conspiracy was exposed, or find another way. It is better to wait and see and start research. Let's go home. Passing through the portal, in front of us is the familiar underground L City. Not wanting to continue exploring, everyone came to the ground. The breeze blew, bringing the fragrance of soil and grass. The serfs in the distance were working in the fields. A caravan, loaded with supplies, drove towards Frostfire City. The coachman sang an unknown country song, and the people riding in the car were also singing. Finally see the light of day again. Field opened his arms, and enjoyed the warm sunshine, which made people feel at ease. Sir, good day. 2 soldiers heard the movement, and trotted over to greet. How long have I been in there? After calculating the time, Field felt that there was a time difference between the inside and outside of the secret realm. Lord, you have been in there for 7 days. No wonder you are so tired. Field did not rush back to the night territory, but went to the Lord's palace in Frostfire City first and slept soundly. The next day, Field woke up first. His own gods chosen were all recovering from their injuries and sleeping in a ball. Silver Eyes was in the kitchen, eating like crazy. Field dressed neatly without disturbing them. Lord, your sword has been maintained for you. The well-behaved maid handed over the noble sword, and the gem on it sparkled. The noble sword is a symbol of status, engraved with the family emblem and decorated beautifully. My own artifact, the golden sword, was taken away by Disshia, and I had no artifact to use in a short period of time. It has to be the old friend again. Sheathing the sword, Field pushed open the door. Frostfire City was recovered late, so it still looks like a medieval town, with slightly decayed stone buildings full of the charm of ancient civilization. Let's go to the vegetable market. Field suddenly had an idea. Chapter 1053. Walking on the cobblestone street. By the way, since you have become a 5th level lord, let me see the newly acquired lord abilities. Field was very curious, opened the lord panel, and found that he had 2 more abilities. Lord ability. Soul Link, qualitative change, description. The soul link with the chosen one is strengthened. The self, the territory, and the contract chosen one have stronger resistance to the influence of strange power. It turns out that the soul link can also be strengthened. Field raised his eyebrows. It did not enhance the strength of the Knight territory. But I will feel more at ease in the future. SOSO ability. Territory aura. Hegemony aura, one of the centralized auras. Description. The centralized and overbearing strategy of the Knight territory will change the flow of the original divine power. Effect. All the territories of the Black Sword Earldom, the ownerless original divine power generated, will flow more to Field's contract chosen one. Note, if the ruling strategy is changed, this aura will be transformed into a decentralized aura, allowing subordinates to enjoy more original divine power. Ah! Field was dumbfounded. It turns out that the way of ruling really has an impact on the original divine power. No wonder the strength of the nobles in the loose Griffin Empire is not much worse than that of the Queen. Field nodded in understanding, rubbing his chin. I guess the Queen has also come to her senses, and started to strengthen the imperial power. The Queen will soon send a large army to the border. Studying the Lord's ability, Field came to the Frostfire Territory Market. There are only stalls here, no stores. They mainly sell small tools, baskets or snacks, nothing special. The patrol officers of the security team patrol back and forth, with shields and sticks. If they find theft or defecation, they will punish them mercilessly. Lord. Seeing Field coming, the sharp-eyed people immediately trotted over to greet him. Soon, a crowd of people crowded into the market and saluted respectfully. The patrolmen who were supposed to maintain law and order came over more enthusiastically. Long live the Lord. The shout shook the sky. Hello. Field felt relieved and nodded to everyone. Unexpectedly, he was also welcomed in Frostfire territory. The people here have only moved in not long ago. Do your own thing. Field smiled. Making money to support the family is important. Don't block the Lord's way. Go and do your own work. The security team hurriedly urged everyone, and the commotion in the market soon attracted the clerks of the city hall. Lord, good day. Jack, wearing a decent linen shirt, ran over happily. Good management, better than I thought. He patted Jack's shoulder with satisfaction. This young man who had just reached adulthood was his first batch of students. Jack was flattered and scratched his head with a silly smile. Sir, most of the slaves received by Frostfire territory are from the 3 western provinces. They are so happy to live in our Frostfire territory. I'm not exaggerating. They just came to our territory, and they can eat excrement. How is the granary reserve? Can it guarantee that people will not starve to death during the winter? Field was most concerned about the food problem. When it snows, it will be difficult to transport supplies. No problem. We are still expanding the granary and strive to reserve more. Jack suggested. The wheat and potatoes produced in the territory are more than enough for us. Why not sell some of them in exchange for gold coins? The financial expenditure of Knight territory is almost exhausted just for infrastructure, people's livelihood and factory construction, not to mention the huge standing army. Although Knight territory has a high income, it spends it even faster. Food must not be exported, I have to import it. Cloud territory will build a large number of factories, and then it will have to accommodate tens of thousands of slaves. I'm afraid there won't be enough food. Field shook his head and asked again seriously. No one in Frostfire territory starved to death, right? Unless they are self-degrading, as long as they are willing to work, they must not be allowed to starve to death. Absolutely not, unless he is so stupid that he can't open his mouth, haha. Jack patted his chest to guarantee. As soon as the voice fell. Plop. A weak male resident staggered and fell to the ground. Jack shuddered with fear and hurried over to help him. The male resident looked pale and extremely thin, and looked like he had been hungry for several months. What's going on? Field raised his eyebrows, and his majestic tone almost scared Jack to death. Sir, there are mosquitoes. The male leader held his head and stood up dizzy. I was bitten by a mosquito. It has nothing to do with Mr. Jack. Mosquitoes? Field scratched his ears. suspecting that he had heard wrongly. The leader turned over and uncovered his linen clothes, revealing his back. Hiss. Field took a breath of cold air, and a high swelling appeared on the back of the leader, as big as an apple. Those mosquitoes flew from the sea, and they were super big. 2 days ago, there were rabbits that were sucked dry of blood. A leader next to him responded. With his keen perception, Field saw the giant mosquito flash by. Without hesitation, Field hurriedly followed, turning into a dark and damp alley. Buzz buzz buzz. 7 or 8 giant mosquitoes as big as fists stopped flying around. Instead, they attacked Field, with sharp mouthparts like steel needles, a few centimeters longer than the middle finger. Is this a mosquito? Field was confused. How can it be the same size as a bird? Fortunately, mosquitoes have no fighting power at all, and Field raised his sword and easily killed all the mosquitoes. Your Excellency is so brave. The surrounding people praised. It's just a few mosquitoes. Field was happy and waved his hands. Interesting, there are many giant creatures along the coast. It's definitely not a coincidence. I have encountered giant shrimps and birds before. Once or twice may be a coincidence, but even mosquitoes are so huge, there is definitely something wrong. Are there giants on the other side of the sea? Field rubbed his chin, stared at the sharp and precise mouthparts of the mosquito, thought for a moment, and ordered, "Find some smart and capable hands to catch some live giant mosquitoes with nets. I will buy them with copper coins. Look for their eggs. I guess they are in the ditch." Yes. Jack hurriedly wrote it down, curious about why the Lord wanted to catch big mosquitoes. By the way, sir? Jack slapped his head. The Dragon Tower people said they wanted to visit us, and they also let someone inform you that you were not in the territory at that time. The Dragon Tower people. Field frowned slightly, muttering in his heart, I guess it's not a good thing. After listening to the report, Field strolled around the Frostfire territory. In today's Frostfire territory, traces of filth have been eradicated, and weeds, saplings and potatoes are planted everywhere. 3 brick kilns are under construction, and soon they will be able to produce bricks continuously to build houses for the people in the territory. After returning to the Lord's palace, Field got a carriage and planned to take everyone back to Night Territory. Silver Eye, stop eating. Let's go back to Night Territory to eat. When Field came to the kitchen, he caught a glimpse of a little girl squatting at the table eating lamb chops. Chapter 1054. The blue-purple dragon horn swayed back and forth, and it seemed that she was too happy to eat, so her fat tail also swayed. Silver Eyes, go back to Night Territory to eat. Field was worried that the dragon's appetite would eat up all the food reserves in Frostfire territory. The little lowly recovered, and her fair and cute face was full of surprise. Because she suddenly stood up, the big-headed bunny shook for a while. This guy is not Silver Eyes. Field's eyes almost popped out. Who's lowly? Although she is also a lowly dragon girl, her bunny is really amazing. Even the collar can't hold it, and can only barely cover a quarter. With a white figure, energetic and flawless legs, and undecorated snow-white feet, it is pure and lustful. The little lowly seemed to be frightened by Field, and the dragon pupil shrank rapidly, but after sensing that it was Field, she stopped being restless. Instead, she lowered her head, and clutched her skirt, her toes curled up, looking very easy to control. Woo woo woo, Lord Field, you are finally here. Eentong crawled out from under the table next to her, wailing pitifully, and ran to hug Field's thighs. A pseudo-dragon stole my food. This guy scared me from behind and stole my lamb chops. Eentong accused angrily. Pseudo-dragon, what are you talking about? Field pointed at the giant rabbit lowly, narrowing his eyes slightly. It looks so familiar. It's not the big thunder dragon. But my big thunder dragon is not that short. Including the dragon horns, it only reaches my chest. Fay Freya's eyes were wide open, still holding food in her hands, looking at Field in a silly and cute way. She was timid, just like a little cutie. Of course, this thing is obviously not a real lowly. Whose lowly bunny is bigger than her head? The case is solved. This is her cup form. Field glanced at the Lord panel and laughed out loud. The big thunder dragon was injured before and suffered a backlash. It turned into a cub form and is recovering from the injury. No wonder she didn't admit that she had a cub form before. It turns out she is so stupid. Reaching out and poking the little thunder dragon's cheek, Fay Freya squatted down obediently, stretched out her little tongue, and licked Field's finger. Well behaved, can eat, and the bunny is huge. Huh? Eentong put his hands on his hips, stared at her with big eyes, and pouted his lips, and complained, so it was her. She suddenly broke in and scared me. You are a 4th level god-chosen dragon. Field teased, Would you be afraid of something? That was also a dragon that had separated from the artifact. Yin Tong stomped his feet in anger, patting his chest. It must be afraid. Okay, let's go back to the night territory. It's safer there, and there's plenty of food. You can eat whatever you want. Now that only Dis-Shia has not separated from the artifact, it's hard to rest in a place outside the night territory. Great! Yin Tong cheered, and the little thunder dragon also raised his hand happily. Pinching the faces of the two Lolita lovingly, Field picked up one in each hand, threw it directly into the carriage, and personally drove the horse to take everyone back. Master, I almost forgot that I have a divine weapon for you. Dis-Shia yawned, climbed to the co-seat of the carriage with sleepy eyes, and lazily rested her head on Field's shoulder, handing over a black long sword. This is the spoils obtained by Miss Ashina after she killed Balwan. A 5th level divine weapon? You can use it. Field waved his hand generously. Dis-Shia stuck out her tongue. My hands are full. Take the artifact. Artifact. Tearing sword. Level 5. Source. Goddess of Plunder. Effect. Causes irreparable wounds to the enemy. Special effect. Absorbs the buffs on the enemy and converts them into lethality, only for use by the Plunder God system. Not bad, it belongs to me. Field suddenly thought of the strange existence and asked curiously, Dis-Shia, do you still remember your life experience? I forgot. Dis-Shia scratched her head. I don't have any previous memories. Perhaps, the situation in the world is not as simple as it seems. The strange existence may be related to the H profession, the devil's arrival, and the miracle creatures. It may not be on the side of the creatures, nor on the side of the disaster. Gently waving the whip, Field said secretly, Dis-Shia's existence also does not belong to any side. In the future, where should the night territory go in the treacherous and complex struggle of forces? In any case, strengthening strength will never be wrong. Back to the night territory. In the night territory today, ordinary crops have been greatly reduced. Instead, they are replaced by economic crops, such as grapes and hops. With the expansion of artificial magic farmland, extraordinary crops, such as Winbow wheat, Holy Lily of the Valley and Frost sugar candy trees, have also been expanded. After Field settled the injured people, he handled government affairs in the castle's study and planned the development of the territory. In the future, the night territory will focus on military industry, high technology and magical agriculture. Ordinary agriculture and factories will be moved to the Frostfire territory. The Cloud Curtain territory should also be used, and the magic core veins will be placed in the Cloud Curtain territory. Knock, knock, knock. The door was knocked. After getting permission, Vivian entered the room in a proper manner, holding a stack of documents. Great, sir, you are finally back. I was worried. Field sighed helplessly. There is no way. There are always some things that need to be done personally. You can't let your men explore secret places and treasure houses, right? Even if they survive by chance, they would have embezzled the good things. Field never tests human nature, because he knows that he would do the same if it were him. Thank you for your hard work, sir. This is the financial report of the territory. Vivian stepped forward and brewed a cup of black tea for Field. The planting area of magic plants can be doubled. But, before getting a return, the investment is much larger. The same is true for trade routes. The trade routes in the two provinces of Gaobao and Rick require gold coins in the early stage. Because there are too many casualties among the nobles in the two provinces, I am pessimistic about the expected income. Pursing her lips, Vivian expressed her concerns. The bulk of our income still depends on ocean trade. A major pillar of the economy of the night territory is aristocratic products, such as happy beans and soap. Field glanced at the financial report. It's time to launch a new product. New product? Vivian was curious. Mirror, it just so happens that our glass factory can already produce glass stably. Industry is a system. With glass, how can there be no glass mirror? Are you referring to copper or silver mirrors? Or magic mirrors? Vivian was confused. She never thought that the Lord's new product would be a mirror. That kind is too blurry. As for magic mirrors, ordinary nobles can't afford it. Only noble ladies, like the Countess, have magic-driven dressing mirrors. The magic mirror also has a big disadvantage, that is, when it is used, the strange magic that blooms is scary. It's like a witch, cursing people. Many authoritative nobles strictly prohibit their wives and daughters from using magic mirrors. Low cost, excellent effect, allowing you to see every eyelash clearly. Field smiled mysteriously. It's called a glass mirror. Vivian knew that she couldn't question the Lord, but she still widened her eyes in surprise. Chapter 1055. Have you seen Heiyu? Field took out the blueprint. The glass mirror was a product he had prepared long ago. Miss Hay, you went to clean up the rotten corpses around. She has been in a bad mood recently. It's really worrying. Oh, let's take care of our business first. Field knew that he was worried about the strange power. This seemingly weak little girl is actually very strong. Now that Dyschia is at level 5, she can help her solve the problem. Go to the warehouse to get some tin foil and mercury. Field added, get some insignificant things to prevent leaks. Glass products will become the new pillar of the territory. If it weren't for the practical value of the mirror, Field would even want to sell glass marbles. Fortunately, tin foil and mercury are both very common materials and can be bought everywhere. Mercury? Vivian was stunned. If I remember correctly, it is a sacred medicine. It can treat several kinds of demonic corrosion diseases. In this era, mercury is used as a magic potion, made into plasters and pills to treat skin diseases. Especially for diseases like syphilis, people generally lack knowledge about them. Because of their terrible symptoms, they are regarded as diseases caused by the devil. No matter if they are rich or ordinary people, they will choose mercury fumigation bath to treat the disease. That is, steam sauna, sauna with mercury, and steam without making a sound. The healer will smile with heartfelt joy. This kind of laughter is considered to be a symbol of effective treatment, not poisoning. Ahem, this is a fallacy. Mercury is neither sacred nor a medicine. Field sweated profusely. I will issue a notice later. In our territory, it is strictly forbidden to use mercury as a medicine. If you have a disease, go to the hospital for treatment. Vivian nodded obediently. When they arrived at the glass workshop, the materials were ready, and Field called several skilled craftsmen. I will show you once, and you will try it again. From now on, you will be in charge of the mirror factory. Yes. The craftsman answered respectfully. Even though she had seen Field do it himself, Vivian was still surprised. Her lord owned 3 provinces, and was in a high position. Logically, he should attend various banquets or have trysts with different women every day. At least when she was in her hometown, the dignitaries she saw were all like this. But Field made the products himself and was willing to teach everyone, which was incredible. The method of making glass mirrors is very simple. First, open the window for ventilation. Never make it in a closed environment. Rolling up his sleeves, Field picked up a piece of glass, polish a flat piece of glass, and remove some uneven places. Wrap it with tin foil. After Field wrapped the glass, he poured mercury on it and poured out the excess mercury. Everyone's eyes widened, afraid of missing any details. Okay, it's done. Field put down the glass mirror and spread his hands. The core steps are done, you guys try it too. Huh? Everyone was dumbfounded, wondering if they had skipped something. It's done already. Impossible. Vivian blinked twice, unbelievable, thinking, it must have failed. What should I say to save the adult's face? Vivian, think about it. Don't look at me with surprise. Field smiled and said, next, just wait for the metal liquid to dry up, you guys try it. After letting each craftsman try it, the glass mirror made earlier had dried and solidified. Seeing Vivian half believing and half doubting, Field smiled wickedly, hugged her unceremoniously, and showed her the glass mirror. Clang. How about it? Do you believe it now? The palm-sized mirror reflected Vivian's pretty face, with blushing cheeks. This is really me. Touching her cheek in disbelief, Vivian looked at Field in shock. It's amazing, much clearer than the bronze mirror. This is a miracle. Obviously, it's some common things. There is no magic fluctuation in the whole operation steps. Let me see. Dyschia immediately came over, and she was a cricket pupa. Seeing herself in the mirror, she laughed foolishly again. The craftsmen and students were even more curious and scratched their heads. But seeing that the Lord was hugging the girl, no one dared to come up to see. The material of this glass mirror is dull, and not advanced enough. It will look better in person, Field explained. It's already perfect. Vivian looked left and right, reluctant to let go. It's better than the magic mirror. That's the best. Field snapped his fingers happily. Build a mirror factory immediately. The Dragon Tower people will be willing to exchange gold coins. Soon, the craftsmen and apprentices also finished making it. Picking up the mirror, winking, and bursting into novel laughter from time to time. Compared to tin amalgam, Field would rather use silver nitrate and ammonia to achieve the silver mirror reaction. But it's too difficult and too complicated, not suitable for the industrial conditions of night territory. My lord, forgive me for being blunt. This is simply a miracle. An old craftsman raised his hands high, his expression fanatical. Anything, as long as it is in the hands of the Lord, will turn into gems and gold. Waving his hands repeatedly, Field explained the principle. Mercury is mercury, which reacts with tin to produce tin amalgam. Tin amalgam is non-toxic, but mercury vapor is toxic. Open the window for ventilation and take comprehensive protection. Ah bah bah. After hearing the principle, everyone looked dumbfounded and drooled. Field was silent, with a long face, and said speechlessly, "Okay, this is the alchemy given to me by the goddess of wealth. Anyone who does not make it according to the rules, lets mercury get on the skin, or leaks the secret will be punished by the goddess." Ah! Everyone suddenly realized, knelt down, and shouted long life fanatically. At the same time, they frantically admonished themselves not to reveal the secret of the goddess. Basic education, there is a long way to go. Field raised his head at a 45-degree angle and looked at the ceiling. He looked lonely in life and sighed. "The preparation of the mirror factory is left to you." "Don't worry, sir." After leaving the workshop, Field came to the city hall. "Master Field." The beautiful figure fell, and Heiyu ran over excitedly. "I'm recovered and can go out to fight with you. I was just looking for you." Field grabbed Heiyu's hand. "Have you encountered anything strange recently?" "No." Heiyu shook his head heavily, and said guiltily, "I'm sorry to have worried you. We are in the secret realm, and have encountered strange things again. We must pay attention to it. It happens that the little scorpion is level 5. Let her help you check it. You have negative hidden dangers. If you don't eliminate them, it will affect you in the future. Call the little angel later, she also has a negative state." Field emphasized, "Don't worry, I absolutely trust you. We are a family, and we can go further by helping each other." Chapter 1056. Dishia didn't make trouble this time, and the tail of the god of killing swayed behind her. "Miss Heiyu, don't worry. I will be good." Heiyu was timid, like a little girl facing an injection. "Don't run away." Dishia's tail lightly tapped Heiyu's finger. The unique divine power seeped into Heiyu's goddess mark. There is a change. The negative status bar in Heiyu's panel began to distort and appear. Negative status 1, disaster body. Description: relying on killing to accumulate the original divine power, resulting in Heiyu's connection with the territory being too weak. It will lead to complete disaster, loss of humanity, and easier to run away. Special: this negative effect has been shielded by the chaos disaster. Eliminate: stop absorbing external original divine power, and rely on the territory's divine power to advance, which will be quickly alleviated. Good fellow. Field held his forehead and gritted his teeth. I thought before that the disasters might have their own reasons, so they would do something big for me. Chaos disaster, you clean your asses and wait for me. Field was so angry that he was smoking. After Blackfeather reaches level 6, use the power of the territory to advance. Negative state 2, weird will, fading quickly. Description: Blackfeather's soul strength is weak, and the weird existence tries to occupy Blackfeather's will. Eliminate: affected by Field's soul link, the weird cannot occupy. Please do not cut off the contracted will. It seems that the soul link enhancement is quite useful, but Blackfeather's soul power is too weak. Impossible. Field couldn't understand it, so he could only continue to watch. Negative state 3, weak accumulation. Description: Blackfeather's physical fitness and soul strength are not enough to support a large number of powerful divine skills and artifacts. In serious cases, it may cause death due to severe overload. Elimination: strengthen your body through natural growth, fruit artifacts, or inheriting the properties of filthy creatures. Don't do it all at once. So that's how it is. Field took a breath. It turns out that Heiyu's values are very low. It's so surprising. The chosen one of the violent plundering gods not only has a blank skill, but also has weak physical fitness, and needs to accumulate continuously. The skills she mastered were too domineering, and her combat power was too strong, which covered up the problem of insufficient accumulation. Just like a baby awakening a powerful force, if it can't be controlled, it is likely to hurt itself, and it will be able to adapt to it as it grows up, which is not a big problem. After all, she is still a little girl, but she has taken on so much for the territory. To fight and take on territory work, even the chosen one can't bear it. Heiyu, I understand your problem. Seeing Heiyu huddled up nervously, Field gently comforted him, and explained all the problems clearly. For the next period of time, you just need to consolidate your own strength. But soon. Heiyu covered his heart with his hands, worried. The next attack of the Griffin Queen will never have only one 6th level god chosen. Heiyu clenched his fists firmly. I can fight, but I must not let the enemy enter our home. Don't punish yourself now with future worries. Planning and fighting are the responsibilities of me, and all the knight leaders, don't worry too much. Field patted Heiyu's head and persuaded gently and firmly. Believe me, at least before the queen invades, rest well. Get well first, and then talk about other things. Okay. Heiyu nodded obediently. Don't worry about spies and other things for the time being, I will let others take care of it. Next, you come and play with me. Field's eyes lit up. Let's go to the beach and catch some big crabs to eat. At this time, Songhai Province. The 5th level god chosen of the Dragon Tower Empire, Astia, ended his visit. Dear Dragon Tower nobles, don't forget our friendship and fighting side by side. Hero King Audrey twisted her hips, and her skirt, which was split to the armpits, showed a different view from time to time, causing the Dragon Tower soldiers to swallow their saliva. The Griffin Empire and the emerging Field are both our enemies. They have the same dirty and stupid blood flowing in their bones. Making friends with them will not end well. Field is colluding with disasters and killing his own people crazily. Don't expect to cooperate with him. Hearing this, Astia raised her neck slightly and smiled dignifiedly. None of this is important. The key is gold coins. The trade profit of Field alone has surpassed your 3 coastal provinces. What did you, the Obsidian Empire, promise us? More trade shares, more colonies. But now, the 3 coastal provinces are not even as good as during the reign of the Griffin Queen. It's ridiculous. Astia asked mercilessly, where are the promised benefits? Don't tell me that you can fool them with some untouchable slaves. The 3 western provinces have just experienced war, and we need time to recuperate. I promise, beautiful lady, everything will be fine. The ugly-looking Obsidian Empire official pushed with both hands, looking flattering. That would be great. Astia nodded proudly and turned away. Damn bitch, dare to threaten us. Seeing Astia walking away, Hero King Audrey was furious and threw her long skirt. We have given enough money. Their greed will never be satisfied. It's all the fault of this damn Field. The cargo throughput and gold coin transactions in the Morning Curtain territory are huge numbers. Because Field frantically purchased slaves and food, the prices of both were once driven up to the sky. For profit, the merchants and dignitaries in the Hero King territory frantically sold people and food, which made the already weak 3 western provinces even worse. What's more hateful is that Field paid for luxury goods such as happy beans, glassware, and exquisite candies. Many elite knights and nobles in the territory not only spent countless gold coins, but also fell into the happy bean trap and couldn't extricate themselves. How can such a prosperous trading city be occupied by a bastard with lowly blood? Morning Curtain territory should belong to me. Audrey gritted her teeth. Damn Baron Happy Bean, he actually used economic means to target me. Bastard, what are you talking about? Hearing Audrey's words, a strong Obsidian official's face changed drastically, grinning unhappily. After reciting a series of spells, 2 thin chains appeared in his hands, and he gently pulled them. Hiss. Tears suddenly burst out from the corners of Audrey's eyes, and she knelt on the ground trembling all over. Her bunny nose was tied by the magic chain. The sudden pull almost made her scream. My lord, what did I say wrong? The dignified Hero King acted like a little woman at this moment. The Obsidian official sat on the throne with a swagger. First, the Dawn territory. No, the entire Griffin Empire belongs to us, Obsidian. Second, the happy beans are a gift from God, we must get them, but you insulted them. As punishment, you need to challenge 50 strong warriors who have eaten their fill of happy beans. Ah? Audrey rolled her eyes and almost fainted. On the way to the dock, Astia looked at the Songhai province covered with weeds and frowned. Next stop, visit the Night Territory. Chapter 1057. The Dragon Tower fleet slowly sailed into the sea area occupied by Field. From a distance, you can see densely packed ships, small fishing boats running around, merchant ships coming and going, and there are noises and seabirds everywhere. The bedrock coast is also the estuary of the big lake, and it is well connected. The Dawn territory is really a natural harbor. Astia sighed. The Griffin Empire only pays attention to land, and such a good harbor in the Dawn territory was recovered and developed by Field. Field's vision is not short-sighted. Previous lords disdained marine trade. It's a pity that Field won't live long. The maid beside him grabbed the wall of the ship. The Griffin Queen will strangle him soon after she recovers. You're right, Field and his territory are too young and have no accumulation. If it weren't for the trade with us, the people there would probably be so poor that they would have to eat stones. Astia chuckled and said proudly, Our Dragon Tower has brought civilization to the barbarians. The maid responded, The corrupt land is poor and broken. Field is really. Good luck, the Lord is visiting Night territory, Field will be so happy. I've been to Morning Territory. It's similar to our Dragon Tower's Blue Heart City. The second mate who had been to Morning Territory fiddled with the compass in his hand and smacked his lips and said, "It's not poor at all. I can drink the ice beer there until I'm full." Similar to Blue Heart City? That's too exaggerated. The maid sneered, "Goddess, you must have been bewitched by the tavern maid and lost your mind." Cry dozens of blood eagles flew by. "We're here, Miss Astia. The goddess of the sea will bring you blessings." The second mate left the deck with a smile. "My lord, look at the mountain over there, a mountain made of steel. Is this some kind of sculpture?" The maid opened her mouth wide and pointed to the distance. "Isn't I hallucinating?" What she pointed at was Vivian's artifact. The disintegration bombardment cannon, with the entire mountain as its foundation, pierced the sky. "You are not mistaken, it should be some kind of artifact building, it looks like. A steel plate placed at an angle." Astia frowned slightly. "It's really rare, I don't know what it is used for." Approaching the dock, Astia found that there were also a large number of scaled-down steel pillars on the shore, with black gun holes facing the ocean. A group of soldiers and clerks around were gesturing and building concrete barriers. The barriers connected the city walls to form a coastal defense line. These artillery pieces were a bit outdated for the night's army, so they were transferred to the morning's army to defend the coast. The new generation of artillery independently developed by Little Fox and others has entered the trial stage. It's really weird, a bit like the pagan weapon, stone cannon. Astia was not panicked at all. Now that both sides are mutually beneficial, Field will not attack the Dragon Tower. There are so many houses. Our crew is right. There are as many houses in the Morning Territory as in the Blue Heart City. The maid stood on tiptoe and could not see the boundaries of the city's houses. It seemed that the houses were built to the skyline. If you look closely, you can also find the mermaid shell house. What's more exaggerated is that the entire city is well planned. The buildings are built on a large scale around the market, parks, etc., and almost all of them are stone houses. It's only been 2 years since it was built from the sea to the horizon? The Morning Territory can accommodate so many people? No wonder they have to import food all the time. Astia was also a little surprised and ordered, "Send a message to Field. Let's go around the city first, and then make a formal visit in 2 days." Stepping onto the dock that has been expanded twice. The entire site is full of bustling people. It's so lively. After paying the fee, the delegation members passed through the city gate and entered the Tide City. After walking 2 steps, everyone looked down at their feet. What's wrong? Astia saw that everyone's faces were strange. This street is too clean and flat, it's uncomfortable to step on. The delegation members' steps were weak, and they kept stamping their feet. Dragon Tower is a maritime empire. It rains all year round. The streets are full of silt mixed with excrement. Stepping on it is like walking on slime. Stepping onto the cement road of Chinmu territory, I felt top-heavy and light-footed. I was not used to it. Really, it's so strange, why is it so clean here, just like the living room of the castle? Wait, why are there maids on the street? Soon I saw a woman sweeping the street. The woman was sweeping horse manure. She curiously leaned over and looked up and down. So that's how it is. Field is really a cruel noble. This old maid must have been punished by her. She must not only clean the castle, but also the streets. Astia suddenly realized. How terrible. Fortunately, my lord is not Field. The maid shrank her neck. How long will it take to clean? I can't finish it in this lifetime. Ding-ling-ling. A pleasant copper bell sounded, and a carriage with excellent texture stopped beside everyone. 2 gentle northern fox-trotting horses snorted crisply. My lords, do you want to rent a carriage? The coachman, dressed exquisitely, greeted in standard Longtal language. You have learned our Longtal language, haha, you are quite far-sighted. Astia's favorability increased greatly. Looking at the coachman's dress, he was surprised and said, You are dressed like this carriage. For rent? This guy looks like a retired old knight, and the carriage is even more gorgeous, with shiny brown-red paint brand new. Where do you want to go? I take you there, 5 silver coins per person. You can reach any place in the city. The coachman smiled politely. This carriage is a sample of the Knight Leader Carriage Factory. We are not in a hurry, take me to the best hotel. Astia got in the car directly, and the maid next to her paid, but could only walk beside the carriage. No matter how good the relationship is, you can't overstep your authority. The spacious carriage is equipped with soft fluorescent pearls, and the cushions are soft and extremely comfortable. Pulling open the curtains, Astia enjoyed the envious eyes of passers-by, and was in a good mood. I feel like something is missing. Astia rubbed his chin. Wait, what about the beggars and vagrants in the city? Very few. There are almost no beggars in the north. As long as you are willing to work, it is difficult to become a beggar in the north. The coachman explained. Those who really don't want to work and make a living by begging are sent to Frostfire territory to farm. The whips of those security teams are merciless. Astia secretly guessed. Maybe they were sent to feed the corpses. There are groups of beggars in any city, even the capital of Dragon Tower. They lie everywhere, even in the cesspool. We're here, the best hotel in Tide City. If you need it, there will be carriages around the hotel. Putting Astia down, the coachman drove away. The hotel in front of him was just like a noble manor, with flowers blooming in the small garden. Well-dressed men and women were tasting wine in the pavilion. The crew was right. The Dawn territory is indeed rich. Chapter 1058. I want 5 rooms. Astia waved her hand generously, and told the waiter, who came up to her, the best room. I thought the other party would kneel down in shock and praise her generosity crazily. Okay, dear lady. The waiter just nodded respectfully, his face unchanged. 25 gold coins. Poof. Astia almost vomited blood. Although the chosen ones of God are not short of money, they don't spend it this way. Thank you for your generosity, lady. We just need a room for the servants. The maid waved her hands repeatedly to help Astia out. No, just the best room. This little money is nothing to us Dragon Tower people. Noticing the eyes cast by the people around, Astia waved her hand arrogantly. Excuse me, what do you want for dinner? The waiter picked up the thick menu and handed it to the maid beside him. After you order, just tell me. This is... The maid flipped open the menu. Every page of the menu was drawn by the artist Jean herself. It was photo level and equipped with a Dragon Tower language translator. Goddess, I didn't expect the field would really enjoy themselves. Taking the menu, Astia flipped through 2 pages and was so angry that she laughed. Almost all the dishes were new to her. Most of them were priced in gold and silver coins. The cheapest honey ice beer cost 1 silver coin. The most common copper coins have completely disappeared. Even though it is surrounded by powerful enemies, the Dawn Curtain territory is full of luxury goods. It's not easy for the people here to survive. Field is not far from being destroyed by the Griffin Queen. Astia became more and more angry as she flipped through the pages. It's a bit of a stretch, but it's all spent on eating, drinking and having fun. The menu is thicker than historical books. In fact, this place is designed specifically for the wealthy Dragon Tower nobles. She ordered 3 meat dishes, a vegetable soup, and various desserts for herself. Astia gave the menu to the servants. They didn't need to worry about the master's ordering, and they couldn't eat with the master. Be careful, there are demi-humans. The guards caught a glimpse of 2 demi-humans, got scared, and quickly drew their swords. Astia looked over and saw 2 beautiful fox demi-humans wearing silk dresses. She was immediately amazed. It looks unrefined. They are probably toys raised by the hotel. Field's ability to make money is no less than Simon. No wonder he is called the Happy Bean Baron. He even has demi-human beauties. It is normal for nobles to have toys at will. They are everywhere. Hey. Yo. Way. Where did these foreign buns come from? Miss Fox demi-human rolled her eyes coquettishly and left in a bad mood. Astia didn't understand the dialect of the Asians, so she sat down in the garden. Soon, the sky darkened, and the servants brought candlesticks and lights, and the lighting pearls in the garden also lit up, and the atmosphere was quiet and beautiful. The decoration of this hotel can be compared with my mansion. Muttering quietly, Astia has estimated Field's daily expenses. Miss, your food. The waiter brought a full set of silver tableware, glass wine glasses, and various desserts and delicacies that could be called works of art, and served them on the table. Even a dessert called frosted sugar cake exuded magical fluctuations, decorated with grapes and lily of the valley petals. It seems a bit worth it. Just the appearance, Her Majesty's banquet has never seen it. Astia picked up a piece and put it in her mouth. The rich aroma of cream and the taste of delicate sugar burst in her mouth. Astia, who usually almost vomited when eating salted fish, had her eyes widened instantly. The tongue was still lingering on the taste, and the whole cake had already been swallowed into the stomach. It was so delicious. It's okay, barely 6 points. Astia was sweating coldly, and glanced at the waiter, who was serving beside her. She tried her best to maintain the dignity of the Dragon Tower people. You must not show that you are ignorant, and lose the face of the Dragon Tower nobles. Goyulu the carriage stopped outside the garden. Come some people, move this treasure into the hall. The businessman dressed as a boss urged his men to help. Be smarter with your stupid puppet hands and feet. This is a treasure specially provided by the Lord. If you break it, you can't afford to pay even if you chop off your heads. Yes. Everyone was sweating profusely and hurried to unload the goods. Treasure. Astia was immediately interested. Could it be a divine tool for making delicious food? Ha, I said it. It must be food made by a divine tool. Reluctantly putting down the knife and fork, Astia stood up and walked into the hall pretending to be nonchalant. Not long after, four waiters carried a huge door panel into the hall. Is this a dining table? There is no divine power either. Astia was full of doubts, but as the waiter put it up, Astia actually saw herself, her whole body. There was no strange magic fluctuation, and the mirror inlaid in the wooden frame emitted a silvery light. Mirror, such a clear mirror. Astia was stunned. She had never seen such a huge and clear mirror. Even the wooden frame that wrapped it was inlaid with broken gems. How is it? The full-body glass mirror produced by Night Territory is made by the Chosen One himself. I must get any luxury goods as soon as possible. The boss was very proud, stroking his beard and nodding with satisfaction. It can make a lot of money, especially for noble ladies. Astia smelled the smell of gold coins and nodded at the same frequency as the boss. The next morning. Cloud Curtain Territory here has the only portal in the north and the largest coal mine. But because of the mountainous terrain, field has never been developed. The defense measures in the coal mine area are almost built. Saplings are also planted around, and the environment is slowly recovering. It's time to get some people to come and build. Field stood on a high place and looked out. The mineral veins in this place are definitely not just coal mines. Sir, the population that Frostfire Territory can carry is definitely more than this. Why do you want to develop Cloud Curtain Territory? Pharmacist Leia asked curiously. It's very simple, because there is a portal. With a portal, you can quickly jump and save the loss on the road. I decided to absorb 30,000 lower-level people from High Castle, Rick, and send them to Yamu Territory to help them survive the winter. Winter will soon come. The people in the north have coal and food, so they have no problem surviving the winter. But High Castle, Rick, who has experienced war and is already poor, has to freeze to death a lot of lower-level people every winter. Now the two provinces are his own territory, and Field can't ignore it. The transportation of food to support is an astonishing number, so it's better to use work instead of relief. Let them work, and give them food. Leia blinked her clear eyes, and said in shock, 30,000 people? Yes, the slave population in Frostfire Territory is already large. If another 30,000 low-level people come, it may explode. The industries of night and morning have already transformed into high-end industries, and no longer need so many slaves. Only Cloud Territory can afford it. Field took out a gorgeous gem. Let the people come and dig the magic core for me. Chapter 1059. The artifact gem in his hand flew out, and sank into the ground at a high speed. Boom boom, the earth trembled. The originally gray and black bare land quickly permeated with magical fluctuations. Pure magic cores extended from the cracks in the ground to the ground, forming clusters of shining crystals. The majestic power surged, and the abandoned rotten land around turned into a treasure land containing magic core veins. It's a miracle! It's a miracle! The coal miners who heard the movement looked at the changes on the surface in shock. The quality of these magic cores is very high, more than enough to supply the north. With a smile, Field turned around and looked at Leia. I have sent people to persuade the poor to move to Yunmu Territory. I need your help to deal with some infectious diseases of the new population. Field said worriedly, I will send people to screen for obvious diseases. But the possible flu will still need your medicine to help. Leave this to me, I am afraid I can't help you. Leia agreed crisply. Have you read the magic potions of Yamu Territory? Have you found any tricks? Field rubbed his hands expectantly. Can we make some new magic potions in Yamu Territory? Of course, I won't mention the conventional potions made by Saint Lily of the Valley. I have deduced a new magic potion combination. Leia took out a bottle of purple magic potion, secretly glanced at Field, and said guiltily, It's just, I'm worried that the goddess will not agree, which will damage the reputation of the adults. So serious. Field immediately became interested. What effect? Easy to conceive potion, after using it, you will fall into a state of desire for reproduction, and the chance of pregnancy will also be greatly increased. The more she spoke, the lower her voice became. Leia's pretty face turned red. I used black violet, sungrass potion, and holy light mushrooms to mix it. Awesome. Field gave a thumbs up and said happily, I knew that the products of our night territory would not be normal. Black violet is a magical plant discovered during the expedition to Frostfire territory. The fragrance of its flowers almost made me lose my mind. Sun grass is the raw material of happy beans, and holy light mushrooms can make cows produce milk vigorously. After mixing these three things, the effect is beyond Field's imagination. It must be powerful. Good, good, you are worthy of being the chosen one of night territory. Field praised fiercely. With this thing, the population will increase. Leia waved her hands quickly, biting her lips, and said shamefully, "My lord, the fertility potion has side effects. According to my deduction, it will make some parts of a person become exaggerated. For example, rabbit heads, and some unspeakable parts, Well, anyway, it has a great negative impact on physical and mental health, and people can't touch it at all." Leia took the initiative to grab Field's arm, like a gentle nurse. "Is it effective for the chosen one?" "It is absolutely ineffective. Only the divine potion can affect the chosen one." Leia shook her head decisively. "I understand." Field sighed regretfully, and then thought, "It can be fed to Warcraft. I just need to cultivate a large number of mounts." When facing the air force of the violent disaster, the feeling of despair is hard to let go. Field's obsession with safety made him eager to have a strong air force. "That's fine. By the way, you have a question that has been bothering you for a long time. Can potions only be absorbed by drinking?" Leia was confused. Some magic potions can be applied to the skin or sprayed on weapons. "You don't know this, right? Drinking medicine will pass through the stomach and intestines, and the human body's absorption efficiency is not high." Field rubbed his chin and explained with interest. "For some diseases, the effect of medicine is better when it is poured into the buttocks." "Huh? No way." Leia's pupils trembled, and her footsteps took a half-step back unnoticeably, and her snow-white and shiny calves trembled slightly. "Just thinking about it, I feel so ashamed. Lord, how can there be such taboo knowledge?" "Don't think too much, I'm just giving an example. Have you ever tried to inject the potion into the user's body?" Field took out a precision steel needle and explained, "This is the mouthparts removed from the giant mosquito. It can easily pierce the skin and achieve injection. Perhaps the potion does not need a whole bottle, and can be diluted and injected into the human body. The effect may be better and save costs. The Night Territory has not yet developed the magic power and fighting spirit awakening potion. But if the method of potion input can be improved, 1 bottle of awakening potion can be used as 5 bottles, and the benefits will definitely be sky high." After thinking for a moment, Leia understood Field's idea. "This idea is too crazy." Leia was shocked, her voice trembling. "There is no inheritance that tells me I can do this. But drinking the potion will indeed reduce its efficacy. If your plan can be realized, a bottle of potion may be able to help more people." As she spoke, Leia became excited, and her eyes changed when she looked at Field. "I always thought that the Lord was good at fighting and managing the territory, but I didn't expect that he also had a strong insight into the things around him. Everything depends on human effort. Maybe it will work. Don't forget to dilute the potion." Field patted the girl's head and encouraged, "Test it on rabbits or mice first." "Yes, I try it now." Leia nodded hurriedly, and handed the sample and formula of the fertility potion to Field. "My lord, the envoy of the Dragon Tower wants to meet with you." The Blood Eagle Knight flew over and brought new news. Seriously tidying up his clothes, Field ordered, "Please ask her to come to the Night City Hall. I will meet her in person." That afternoon, Astia arrived at the Night City Hall. The wealth of the Morning City made her no longer regard this trip as a tour and entertainment. Getting off the carriage, Astia looked at the rows of soldiers standing like puppets, and a look of surprise flashed in her eyes. "Are you Field?" Astia looked at the young figure at the entrance of the hall and performed a standard diplomatic etiquette. "You are really young and promising. Please come in." Field wanted to take the initiative to greet him, but when he saw Astia's appearance, his eyebrows jumped wildly. This guy is the one who robbed the island from him. She fought a bloody battle with her own gods chosen, and made her suffer a loss. She probably didn't recognize me. Field wiped the cold sweat and smiled awkwardly. "Welcome, brothers and sisters from the Dragon Tower Empire. Baron, why do you sweat so much when you see me?" As a 5th-level gods chosen, Astia's perception is so strong. Even when he was robbing the island's interests, Field was wearing a mask. The moment she saw Field, she recognized him. Astia flirtatiously brushed aside her long hair in front of her chest, saying, "I never thought that a powerful man with the strength of a Grand Duke would be shy and cute like a little chef when he saw me." Knowing that he was seen through, Field was not panicked, but pointed down shamelessly God is so cute, Field, you can only be described as ferocious. Puff Astia almost choked on her saliva. Okay, everyone in the Dragon Tower, explain your purpose. Chapter 1060. Glancing at the position of little Field, Astia chuckled. The little guy is only a few years old, but he's already ferocious. Family, who knows, today I met a lowly woman. Field's face was dark, and his voice was sarcastic. You can't imagine how strong your brother Faye is. What a sharp tone. Astia shuddered, cleared her throat, and quickly changed the subject. In the face of national interests, there are no personal grudges. Let the previous unpleasantness go. After all, Field only robbed a small amount of magic plants and minerals, which made her lose face, but it would not cause a war between the two countries. Astia didn't mind and generously let go of the grudge. You're right, we don't have a substantial conflict, and mutual benefit is good for everyone. Field was in awe and quickly asked her to sit down, and the maid brought tea. Let's get back to business. Baron Field, have you heard of the appearance of the devil? Astia said solemnly. It's right here in Linhai. Not only have I seen it, I've also fought a bloody battle with the devil. I've heard about it from someone. Pretending not to know, Field's heart suddenly jumped, and he frowned and asked hurriedly, the devil is going to invade the Moonmark continent? How could it be? The devil is too far away from us. I heard that the brave sword hero has appeared. I'm afraid the devil is too busy to invade. Astia waved his hand. Espionage operations and large-scale invasions are two different things. Wait, sword hero? Field pointed at himself seriously. Is there anyone with the title of stick hero? I think I can do it. Hee. Astia rolled his eyes. The hero will be inspired by the goddess. And you don't look like a guy favored by the goddess. What are you talking about? It's not the demons that are invading, but the elves. Those jackals in the guise of pure and charming beauties. Astia gritted her teeth. The elves are preparing to invade us humans under the pretext of demon infiltration. They say that humans have been corrupted by demons, and have become demon puppets, and they want to purify us. Not only is your Griffin Queen unwilling to work together to fight the elves' invasion, she even cooperates with the elves to prepare for an attack from both inside and outside. A powerful blood elf has joined the queen. Damn. Field was speechless. How come the demons hid me, and the elves also hid me? Is there any justice? Don't panic. Dragon Tower has united with many trading countries to form an anti-elf alliance to try to intercept the enemy on the ocean. I hope your Black Sword Earldom will also join in. There is still plenty of time now, and the specific matters need to be discussed later. Field did not comment on this statement. He did not believe that Dragon Tower would be so kind and willing to help him resist the elves. The target of the elves is most likely the Dragon Tower Empire, but it is very likely that the Queen and the elves will join forces to attack him. Okay. Field answered immediately. Wait for the alliance meeting and call me. Astia nodded with satisfaction. Let's talk about the gold coins, Field. Our intelligence agency has learned that the Queen will join forces with the Holy Light Church to launch a northern expedition after the spring plowing next year. Your trick of releasing corpses is just a joke in front of the Holy Light. Go on. Field showed a meaningful smile, knowing that the other party just wanted to sell goods. So, if you want to resist the coalition, you can't just rely on corpses. Astia waved, and the maid beside her handed over several magic items. Magic awakening potions, staffs, and potions are all indispensable. How much is the awakening potion? Field picked up the potion and looked at it. 500 gold coins a bottle. You might as well come and rob it. Field stuffed the potion directly into the other party's arms. Without our night territory, the Griffin Empire will have no internal worries, and will instantly become a piece of iron plate. The Griffin Empire's combat power after cohesion, the Hero King is shit, and will soon be crushed. By then, the isolated Dragon Tower overseas will no longer be able to influence the land pattern, and no one will trade with you. Hearing this, everyone in the Dragon Tower delegation was shocked. A young man dared to challenge the 5th level god chosen, and even dared to arrogantly predict the future pattern of the Empire. Astia couldn't help but restrain his eyes when looking at Field. I didn't expect a young man to think so far. 10 gold coins per bottle. The longer you can support night territory, the more you will earn. Without waiting for the other party to speak, Field took the initiative to propose. I need some rare magic materials. If Dragon Tower can take them out, I am willing to give a very high price. You Griffin people, how many magic materials do you know? Tell me, what do you want, the reverse scale of a fire dragon, or the toes of a giant? Astia proudly raised her bunny, picked up the tea on the table, and took a sip. I want the bean juice chosen by the magic god. Puff. A mouthful of black tea sprayed Field's face. Astia blushed, and her slender legs unconsciously closed together. She pointed at Field and cursed, "What a courage! Diplomacy is related to everyone's fate, and you actually tease me." "I'm serious." "Wipe his face," Field pushed with both hands. "You can sell it by the drop. Magic Awakening Potion can only be used for children, and it has great restrictions." When entering the Magic Era, Field got unlimited Magic Awakening Potion, and the most important raw material was his bean juice. 50 gold coins a drop. "I don't need yours." Field shrugged. "I can't give it to you either." Astia was angry, and almost overturned the table. "The chosen ones don't lack money, not at all. What about prisoners or enemies?" Field grabbed his hands in the air, as if he was a weird uncle deceiving a girl. 200 gold coins, as long as they are chosen by the magic gods. "I will ask the ministers." After a long pause, Astia reluctantly agreed, looking at Field as if he was looking at garbage, and said contemptuously, "Awakening potion, 20 gold coins a bottle, otherwise no deal." "Okay. Your night territory produces glass mirrors, right? Our Dragon Tower wants to monopolize the glass mirror trade, so you can only sell it to us in the future." "His. No problem. Happy Beans also want to monopolize." "That's enough, don't push it." "No deal." When it was night, the two sides finally reached a trade agreement. Field spent 200,000 gold coins to purchase a large amount of awakening potions and countless magic materials. He planned to build a magic potion factory in the Night Territory to mass-produce magic potions. The mirrors and glass products of Night Territory are also sold to Dragon Tower. At the same time, a loose trade alliance is formed to resist potential elf threats. Both sides feel that they have made a fortune. After sending off the Dragon Tower delegation, Field hummed a little tune and returned to the bedroom. By the way, the original potion obtained from the secret realm has not been used yet. Chapter 1061. Take out the original potion, the unpleasant juice in the pottery jar, revealing the smell of poverty and backwardness everywhere. Zero-level artifacts are props produced by high-level territories, and any item may become a zero-level artifact. The original potion in his hand can strengthen organs that cannot be mentioned, which is considered a strange artifact. This thing is also called an artifact? It's really uncool, the goddess is really idle. Field pretended to be disgusted and fanned the wind twice, looked around, and stretched out his tongue to taste it. It tastes good, very fragrant. After drinking the original potion in one gulp, Field immediately felt a heat in his lower abdomen, and the heat wave flowed around his body, as if his whole body was on fire, and he felt extremely comfortable. Hiss. Field couldn't sit still, so he jumped off the bed and did crazy push-ups. Until he was exhausted, he lay back on the bed. It seems that there is no change. Field yawned and soon fell asleep. Late at night, the Starry Night Castle was quiet and silent. The giant mosquito was buzzing, and under the cover of the night, it was about to get into the window of the Starry Night Castle. Die. A soft and beautiful figure fell like a clever cat, and the giant mosquito was cut into two neatly with a knife. Stretching slowly, the corrupt cat, Frenetta, with long hair like a waterfall, patrolled lazily with a long knife in her arms. Glancing at the candlelight on the second floor. It's so late, why is the candle still on? He must have forgotten to extinguish the candle again, little fool. Frenetta tilted her head. I hope he is not busy with the territory. No, I have to go and see. Came to the castle kitchen, and heated a cup of milk with the remaining heat of the fire. She held the cup, and gently pushed open the door of Field's room. Brother, are you busy reading government affairs again? Seeing Field sleeping on his side on the bed, Frenetta smiled softly, put the milk aside, and walked forward with soft cat steps. Carefully took a knight-errant novel from Field's hand, and put it on the bedside table. Frenetta was about to blow out the candle and leave. This guy, his habits are really like mine. She thought of her childhood. Because she was an illegitimate daughter, Frenetta had no one to care for her and fell asleep with a book as a pillow every day. Because she was afraid of the dark, she didn't dare to blow out the candle. When she got up in the morning, she could only look at the dry candlestick. Similarly, Field was not liked by Earl Ross. You are lucky. At least someone can take care of you. Frenetta's red lips slightly raised, intending to cover Field with a blanket. Is this the hilt? You idiot, why do you sleep with a weapon? It's hidden in your clothes, isn't it uncomfortable? Reaching out to pull the cup, Frenetta caught a glimpse of the strange shape, and propped up her pajamas. Shrugging her fair and white shoulders, Frenetta put her soft hand into her pajamas, trying to take out the weapon. What is this? She pulled it twice, but it didn't come out. Frenetta used the advantage of being the chosen one, and her light movements to lay Field flat. What a strange sword. Could Field have hidden some kind of artifact? With one hand grabbing it, Frenita's eyebrows were almost twisted into a knot, and she smelled a strange smell, and was almost choked. She was full of disgust, but inexplicably excited. She tilted her head in confusion, and casually draped her hair behind her. Frenita kicked off her shoes lightly, and her white silk feet stepped softly on the mattress. Frenita sat next to Field in a duck-like posture. I don't believe it yet. Carefully ripped Field's clothes off. Duan. The moment the enhanced little Field appeared in front of her eyes, it hit Frenita's belly directly. Frenita's amber pupils shrank into needles in an instant, and her eyes were full of deep shock. What? Is this some kind of parasite, like my arm? Her brain almost exploded, and Frenita couldn't help but raise her hand and slapped little Field. Fuck? There's an assassin. Field was awakened by the slap, and when he opened his eyes, he saw Frenita, who had a perfect figure and looked like a lazy beauty. She was wearing a nightgown in white silk, lying on the side, and bullying little Field. What are you doing? Why don't you sleep at night and slap me? With a dark face, Field got up sleepily and asked soul-searching questions. No, you're parasitized. This thing can't be taken off, people are helping you. Frenita, who always likes to tease people, was incoherent this time, and was visibly nervous, and she even stuttered. Her beautiful eyes trembled, and she grabbed Field's arm in panic, and shook it continuously. It's a big deal if you take it off, what the hell? It's so much stronger. Field was also shocked by the effect of the original potion. This strength is indeed at the same level as the wild orc. The only embarrassing thing is that the effect of the divine potion has not subsided yet, and this guy turned into a cat teaser, which stunned Frenita. Instantly inflated, Field put his hands on his hips, and said, Haha, I'm invincible now. Cat, don't tease me, don't you know this? Field waved his hands in disdain. I know, you want to tease me again, bad cat. This guy is very good at teasing people, and he has a bad reputation. He knows how to play with men. What? I'm serious. Frenita put her hands on her hips angrily, as if she had lost all her charm and was very stern. Seeing her serious look, Field believed her a little and said bluntly, Kuin, you must have heard of this. Hey. Frenita's face instantly turned red to the root of her neck. She screamed and waved her hands. He hurriedly reached out to hold her, so that the panicked Frenita did not fall off the bed. Really, this reaction? Field was dumbfounded. I thought you were an old driver. Let me go! Frenita wanted to escape in a panic, and her snow-white feet kicked unconsciously, and gave little Field a kick. Hiss. Stop yelling. Everyone is sleeping, calm down. Field pushed him over, grinning. Okay, you don't know anything, and you dare to play tricks on me. Brother, I was joking with you. How could I not know? Frenita's cheeks were flushed, and she was trying to be tough. Whatever. But how should you compensate me for punching and kicking me? Field pushed him to death. As if she realized something, Frenita shook her head frantically, her face pale. You can, I am a believer in the holy light, and I can't have children before marriage. Do you want to listen to what you are saying? A purebred disaster actually said that he believed in the holy light. Understand? Just as he gave Frenita hope, Field laughed like an elder of the Soul Hall. Use rabbit and foot. Who told you to bully me all the time? I didn't bully you. Before he finished speaking, Field pinched the big rabbit. Frenita gritted her teeth and subconsciously straightened her toes. Omitted 10,000 words. The next day. I will never tease you again, Frenita cried. Chapter 1062. Field got dressed and picked up the milk on the bedside table. He glanced at Frenita and knew that she came to bring him milk last night. Patting her head lovingly, Field reached out. Okay, little cat, I take you out to play. No. Frenita glared at Field angrily and bit her lip. It's not that I'm angry with you, but it's too sudden. Don't allow this next time. Rubbing her eyebrows, Frenita covered her heart and climbed up, cursing with disgust. Go away, sister is going to take a shower. Just after taking 2 steps, she turned her head, with a charming smile on her lips, and gave Field a ruthless head slap. Little rascal. Frenita cursed coquettishly, twisting her waist and running away. It's a headache. Why is she crying and laughing at the same time? Field shrugged in confusion, too lazy to guess the woman's thoughts. After checking his body, the effect of the original potion has stabilized. After the strengthening, little Field's body is not exaggerated, but it is more than enough to deal with some powerful races, such as the strong body of the elves. These days, just deal with government affairs. By the way, we must call Rosaria back immediately. came to the city hall. Vivian was dealing with government affairs. My lord, our first batch of mage students can already join the army. 15 students have become second-level magicians, and now it is just right to arrange them to the army for training. The rest of the first-level mages have mastered basic spells, such as flash, fireball, etc. Most of the mages of the old Shadow Church and the prisoners of the Imperial Army are willing to be loyal to you. They have gone through trials and basic training. The number of mages available in the territory is about 800 people. Seeing the Lord coming, she stood up like a lady and reported the latest situation of the territory professionally. Great. Field's eyes flashed. The threat of the Griffin Empire is approaching, and mages are indispensable. It's time to build a professional mage corps. Every time Field saw the huge mage corps in Dragon Tower, he was eager to see it. By the way, in our Knight territory, are there any talented students whose fighting spirit and magic have been promoted to the 3rd level? Field was curious. Vivian's pretty face was slightly hot, and she cleared her throat, worried that the Lord would dislike her pride. She pretended to be calm. I don't dare to be a genius. My fighting spirit and magic have both been promoted to the 3rd level. What the hell? Field was confused. After becoming a mage, he was only at the 1st level, and could only do flash and fireball. You are the chosen one, but you have 2 3rd-level magic fighting spirits. How can you survive? You are worthy of being my student. You inherited my genes. Feld, with his hands on his hips, grabbed her and praised her, almost coaxing Vivian into a placenta. Sir, let's talk business. Vivian covered her face. Feld took out the expansion plan and handed it to Vivian. I want to form a spellcasting army of 1,000 people, mainly learning destruction magic. The first batch of students from the Knight Academy will be sent in as apprentices. Let them learn from the old hands of the Empire and the Shadow Church. The name of the destruction spell comes from the destruction disaster, which means that they mainly use long-range spells. Send a message to High Castle, Rick, and let them recruit honest and strong people to join the army. And send half of them to the Knight to receive training. Next year, I will fight the Queen, and I need 30,000 musketeers. Encourage the children of good families in the 2 provinces to come to the Knight territory to study. We will waive most of the tuition fees, and there will be rewards and opportunities to become magicians. Field rubbed his hands expectantly. The awakening potion purchased from the Dragon Tower is expected to produce a 1,000-man mage army, but it needs to be trained from scratch. My lord, I have some ideas on this point. Vivian carefully considered her tone and advised, the people of the 2 provinces have not yet fully trusted the Knight territory. Using exaggeratedly generous treatment will only push the people further away. The people of this era are very cheap. If you treat him well, he will think it is the temptation of the devil, trying to trick their children into the Knight territory for sacrifice. Put on the airs of aristocracy, and they will kneel down to please you. Of course, this only applies to the short term. After a long time, they will naturally know what is good and what is bad. Field thought about it, and clapped his hands. Yes, I actually made the mistake of being grateful for a little, and then turning a grudge against you. Find some businessmen and dignitaries, as well as bards, to brag about the strength and prosperity of the Knight Territory Academy. Make up some stories about ordinary people who sneaked into the academy to sweep the floor, learned knowledge secretly, and became city lords and made a fortune. When the time is right, each territory will release some places and then select students. Yeah. Vivian nodded quickly. Your Excellency is wise. The plan of 30,000 refugees should also be arranged to Yumu territory as soon as possible. With the wizard army, we will need a large number of magic cores. We must save more labor before the heavy snow comes. Finally, notify each territory to open the forest and allow the people to pick firewood, mushrooms, and wild vegetables, but not to cut them down. If you see magical plants, notify me. The forest is the property of the nobles, and even a branch is not allowed to be picked up. Field allowed the picking of branches, which is a great progress. In the next few days, Field handled all the government affairs. Field, I'm back. Field, who was enjoying afternoon tea in the garden, heard Rosaria's voice and stood up quickly. A strong wind blew, and Rosaria ran into Field's arms. Woo-woo, I don't allow you to send me so far again. Rosaria raised her head and acted like a spoiled child. She didn't look like a lady. Field agreed. Rosaria, I plan to sneak into the Hero King's territory and see what's going on there. It just so happens that I haven't killed anyone for a long time, and I'm hungry. Rosaria was full of energy, but sneaking is not something that a lord would do. It's going to be winter soon, and it's not suitable for large-scale military mobilization. There are no talents suitable for sneaking in. The territory is a pink cat head, which can serve as an assassin. Field was helpless. Some things must be done in person. Boom. While chatting, the originally clear sky suddenly disappeared. The sky was covered with dark clouds, thunder surged, and the roar of the dragon was heard. Will there be thunder in this season? Rosaria tilted her head, very puzzled. Could it be that Fae Freya has woken up? This guy has been lying down for almost half a month, and he must have recovered from the backlash. Field slapped his fist, and was about to go into the castle to take a look. He heard a loud bang, and the castle door was slapped open. The beautiful Loli with a childlike face, and a giant rabbit walked out of the castle gate innocently, and the goddess mark on her forehead shone. Sizzle. Immediately, countless thunders gathered and wrapped Fae Freya into a huge thunder ball. Chapter 1063. The entire northern sky changed color because of Fae Freya. The thunder ball exploded, and Fae Freya came out bathed in thunder like a goddess. Is this the feeling of backlash? Fae Freya stretched out her hand, felt the surging divine power, and said coldly, "Despicable means, but you can't defeat me." With a low roar, countless thunderstorms as thick as buckets fell from the sky, and the whole world seemed to turn into a pool of thunder. This idiot is not going to destroy the night territory. Rosaria was furious and stamped her feet. Only I can destroy it. Why let the disaster of destruction come? After saying that, she drew out the gluttony greatsword, and it was unknown whether she was going to join or chop the thunder dragon. God-defying, is this the point? No one can destroy the night territory, okay? Field's eyes went dark, and he quickly grabbed Rosaria. Don't get excited. She's just mobilizing her original divine power to advance to the 3rd level. When the secret realm was fighting against the violent raid, the thunder dragon beheaded countless people and advanced very smoothly. But due to the backlash, her advancement was interrupted, and she was forced to fall into hibernation. Fae Freya's momentum was rising steadily, and those giant thunders as thick as buckets were all the original divine power from the sky. They would not fall to the ground at all, and all bombarded Fae Freya, and were absorbed crazily by her, and the illusory thunder dragons were wandering in the air. The promotion lasted for half an hour. Humph! Fae Freya, who had recovered her queen form, became the 3rd level divine choice, with a majestic pressure that made it difficult to breathe. Falling from the sky, the undecorated snow-white feet fell in front of Field. Fae Freya looked at me with an arrogant look, as if she was looking at a small fish. Feld, how long have I been asleep? Big Thunder Dragon, can you stop pointing your toes at me and talking to me? It looks delicious though. What delicious? You really didn't take the opportunity to do something bad to me. Fae Freya was deeply shocked by Field's shamelessness. She wanted to act cool, but after hearing what he said, even the mature and domineering Fae Freya couldn't help but feel that the soles of her feet were tickled by feathers. Waving his hand with a look of disdain, Field was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Come down and talk. You have been dormant for half a month, and you have turned into a cub form. Very cute. It's really annoying. I almost never used this form in the 1st era. The only 2 times I used it were when I met my sisters and exchanged information. I didn't expect that I would be forced into a cub form in battle. Seeing the truth exposed, Fae Freya was angry and glanced at Field. She waved her hand irritably. Okay, I can seal this form. Since you didn't do anything presumptuous, I won't kill you to silence you. Don't resist your other side. The little thunder dragon is so cute. Don't mention it. What is this job transfer? Fae Freya closed her eyes slightly, sensing the strange changes in her soul, and waved her hand lazily. You make the decision. I haven't encountered it in my previous life. Okay. Field opened Fae Freya's personal panel. Name, Fae Freya. Occupation, natural disaster. Depending on the characteristics of the Lord and Fae Freya, the following job transfers are available. 1. Thunder disaster. Original obtain the form of the world-destroying thunder dragon, and all skills and talents are changed to the template of the 1st era. World-destroying thunder dragon. A giant creature with a body length exceeding 1,000 meters, it can easily destroy a city with one breath. The non-stop discharge will destroy everything around it. Note: negative status increases sharply, the chance of rampage increases significantly, and the chance of backlash and sudden death is extremely high. 2. Eternal disaster, field exclusive, evolution and improvement kill different races, crack the life structure, and obtain new magic skills and buff effects. Current kill accumulation, ancient dragon 99%, epic behemoth, loss 0%. Kill the ancient dragons and get permanent buffs, strength, double vitality. Get additional magic skills. Resentful dragon soul, Very low consumption. The next magic skill, power triples, and expands the attack range. Advance to get magic skills. Natural Disaster Thunder Phantom. Create 3 clones. With the combat power and vitality of the original body, but cannot use magic skills. 3. Mount. H Profession. Mount type. Become a bipedal walking mount that can only roll its eyes. Stick out its tongue and the combat power disappears, the speed is reduced to the minimum, and you can usually blindfold and ride around, which is very cool. Any creature that comes to reproduce will gain the ultimate thunder attribute power, and ordinary creatures can easily evolve into magic beasts. I have a choice. It's just a pity that I lost the thunder dragon form. I don't know if I will have a chance to get it again in the future. No wonder the silver dragon is afraid of Fey Freya. This guy destroyed the ancient dragon clan. Field didn't hesitate at all, and directly chose the eternal disaster. The majestic divine power once again poured into Fey Freya's body, and her momentum surged again. However, she is only at the 3rd level, but she has Thunder Flash, Destroy Thunder Dragon, Fold Thunder Bird, and 2 new skills. 5 divine skills, which can be called abnormal. Not bad. Sensing her potential, which is much stronger than the first era, Fey Freya is happy. But in order to maintain her majestic persona, she just nodded lightly to show her approval. Let's go, we sneak into the Hero King's territory. Field patted her plump thighs. Field called Heiyu, Rosaria and Fey Freya to the Dawn territory and boarded the corrupted warship, the Abyss. Along the coastline, sailing all the way south, you can reach the Songhai province. In the battle against the Hero King, Field used the Abyss to go back and forth, so he was familiar with the route. I wonder how the people in the 3 western provinces are doing. Field was worried, and also worried about the Night Owls. Although the 2 sides are hostile, the Night Owls are very good. In this cruel world, it is difficult for good people to survive. My lord, what are we going to do? Heiyu squinted his eyes, feeling the warm sea breeze, and was very happy. It's best to massacre the city. Rosaria and the Thunder Dragon said in unison. Go get some information. There is no news from the 3 western provinces. Field shook his head. I asked the Dragon Tower's envoys, but they didn't know either. If I can meet Night Owl, I will ask about the Hero King. In addition, we need to briefly investigate the strength of the Obsidian Empire. Will we go to war with the Obsidian Empire? Blackfeather worriedly, the Queen will attack us soon. How should we defend? Will the Hero King backstab us? The situation is not so rigid. Field raised his mouth slightly. Even my Blackfeather only thinks about how to fight a defensive war. The Griffin Empire is more likely to think that I will only passively take the beating. Once winter is over, I decide to take the initiative and fight an invasion war. Woo! A deep roar came from afar, and the originally calm sponge quickly rippled. Chapter 1064. The weather on the sea is so unpredictable. The deck of the Abyss shook slightly, and Field grabbed the wall of the ship. Looking at the vast sea, it gradually fell into darkness. The storm is coming. Boom boom thunder exploded, huge waves rolled, and spray flew into the sky. Why is it thundering? Let's go back to the cabin. Field hurriedly greeted everyone. I am in control of the thunder. Fey Freya's divine power surged wildly, excitedly attracting thunder with one hand, and said happily, thunder in a rainstorm is the atmosphere. She looks like a mature queen. Why is she so annoying? Don't play. Field's face was dark, and he glanced at the small map. His face suddenly became serious. There is movement under the sea. It is too dangerous for us to float on the sea. Let the Abyss dive underwater. The target is too obvious on the sea, and there is no way to resist if attacked. On the small map, a bunch of red corruption marks, and a group of things marked with fish heads are chasing each other. A whistle was blown, and 2 pigeons on the sails fell down. Pigeons. Rosaria tilted her head. Is this a reserve of food? This is a drone. Field pushed everyone into the cabin and turned to ask Heiyu, do you remember the corrupted black crows? Yeah. Heiyu smiled brightly and scratched his head stupidly. I thought it was a god at first, but it was actually a bird controlled by magic. But the black crows controlled by the adults gave me a lot of fun and hope. The same goes for these 2. Field introduced. These are pigeons controlled by Vivian's empathy magic. Her artillery weapon needs to know the location to make a precise attack. After her magic level reaches the 3rd level, she can share vision with the pigeons. There are many disadvantages of magic manipulation. It cannot control the actions of pigeons, and the range is limited, which is far worse than the corrupted black crows. Field brought the pigeons out to test the distance. Doesn't that mean that we can get support from Sister Vivian? Heiyu's eyes lit up. The 5th level God Chosen needs the support of the 1st level God Chosen. Are all the God Chosen of Field so stupid? The Thunder Dragon sighed. Boom! The sea's surface trembled, and violent explosions continued to stir up waves of 100 meters. The abyss dived into the sea. Through the protective shield, Field saw clearly what happened on the seabed. Corrupted creatures and monsters are at war. Nearly 10,000 pale sword shark monsters with rotten bodies swam from the west, and their rotten bodies kept spreading disgusting corrupt secretions. They flew towards the north, as fast as lightning. The leading corrupted monster had a great crystal inlaid on its forehead, which was shining brightly. As if it were an earthquake, countless marine creatures, big and small, gathered from all directions, and slowly stopped 1,000 meters away from the corrupt tide. So many God-chosen monsters. Looking over, giant octopuses, big crabs covered in crystals, mermaids, nagas, and other marine tribes all joined the encirclement. Roar. The distant roar seemed to come from hell. A terrifying wail with no end in sight slowly approached, and the roar was heard at the moment. The two armies fiercely chopped each other together. Various gorgeous magical skills, biological abilities were fired crazily. Blood splattered, and the ocean became turbid at a speed visible to the naked eye. The corrupted sword sharks shuttled like sharp swords, with amazing killing efficiency. They disemboweled various marine creatures, and even the beautiful mermaids were mercilessly pierced and bitten. But the marine army was fearless, and in astonishing numbers, charging madly. I miss it so much. The will of the world manipulated the tide of monsters to surround and kill me. Freya held her forehead with a sad look. Don't make a sound. Let's stay away from the battle zone, to avoid being affected. Buzz. A circle of divine power, wrapped by the seawater, gathered in the mouth of the God-chosen whale. At the moment when the divine power was compressed to the extreme, a column of energy suddenly blasted out, hitting the group of corrupted sword sharks. Almost instantly 5,000 or 6,000 sword sharks were strangled to pieces. The rest of the sword sharks were smashed everywhere by the water. The corrupt tide was quickly disintegrated, and the marine creatures chased the fleeing fish to prevent them from polluting the sea. The mermaids sang beautiful songs, songs with healing power, soothing the pain of the monsters. That God-chosen whale is at least level 6. Field looked serious and hurriedly urged, hurry up and get the abyss to find a place to dock immediately. It's too dangerous under the sea. Field remembered what the dragon said. The main force against the disaster is the magic beast, especially the God-chosen magic beast. Legend has it that the God-chosen magic beast may be directly controlled by the will of the world. All over the world, magic beasts are frantically killing disasters. Bang! 2 sword sharks slammed hard on the protective shield of the abyss. The brainless corrupt creatures sensed the hostile presence. Even if their bodies were torn apart, they still attacked decisively, and were killed by the tentacles of the abyss. The slight movement still attracted the vigilance of the marine magic beasts. Oops. Field's eyebrows jumped wildly. Hurry and find land. Goodgie. A strange cry came, and the dolphin found the hidden abyss, and the ugly fish-headed monster rode on the dolphin. There are still corrupted creatures here. It's a corrupted warship. The dolphin knight shouted loudly. I was just passing by. Who did I offend? Field didn't understand what the other party was shouting, but he knew that the other party was calling for friendly forces. After all, his warship was a corrupted warship. Stop, I'm on the side of the living creatures. Field waved his hand and shouted through the protective shield. With the strength of Blackfeather and Rosaria, it's not a big problem to escape, but the abyss may not be saved. There are humans on the corrupted warship. A dolphin knight was confused. My mount told me that it just killed the corrupted monster. No need to distinguish, kill them all. Humans are lowly and inferior animals, and they are also our enemies. The leading sea creature raised the harpoon and looked excited. Roar. The sea monsters heard the call and shot like arrows. The abyss sensed danger, and the defense decks on both sides were all opened, revealing a deformed turret that was a mixture of flesh and blood and magic towers, which was rapidly charging. Everyone please stop. A very beautiful mermaid, holding up a blue divine shield, swam quickly and blocked the two sides. Everyone please stop. I can feel that this living strange ship has no hostility. Moreover, there are fluctuations of living creatures inside. The mermaid stood in the middle of the crowd. I saw it strangle 2 corrupted creatures with my own eyes. As she said, Melindela looked at the abyss. Through the energy shield, Field also saw Melindela, who suddenly appeared, and hurriedly stopped the abyss from firing. There is still room for negotiation. Let the abyss slowly approach the shore. Field's eyes flashed with a sharp light, and he pushed his hands in the air, showing a friendly smile. We are all brothers. Chapter 1065. It's a human indeed. Melendela clasped her hands together in surprise, stared at Field for a moment, and shouted in a friendly way in Griffin language, "Why are you in the corrupted warship? This corrupted warship is our trophy. Don't destroy it, we want to use it for research." Field repeatedly comforted. "Goo." In the cabin, the pitiful whine of the abyss echoed. Because it is a living warship, it can understand Field's words. Field wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. "You are a corrupted ship, what the hell are you yelling about? This is a trap. Both humans and disasters are enemies." The sea monster with a fish head and a human body, Luo Jia, was unhappy and pointed his weapon at Field. "Humans, can you defeat the corrupted monsters? I'm afraid you have betrayed all living things and kneeled at the feet of disasters." He is so accurate. "Eating fish will make you smarter." The Thunder Dragon pointed at the fish-headed man in surprise. "Field is my servant." Rosaria also nodded proudly. "To be precise, he kneeled under my skirt, not you. You two are against the sky." Field pushed the two apart, glared at Luo Jia, straightened his chest, and said fearlessly, "Humans are also fighting for the future. Yes, all living things should unite." Melendela's beautiful eyes sparkled, and she stretched out her hands to hug. "Just him? He doesn't even have gills and fish tails." Seeing that Field was not afraid of him, Luo Jia became more and more dissatisfied. Putting his finger on his lips, he asked curiously, "What do you humans usually study?" "My name is Melendela. What's your name?" That's a pigeon on your shoulder." Looking at the other party's delicate little face with a smile, the shining scales beside her eyebrows, and the curiosity that was about to overflow, Field knew that the other party was a curious girl who yearned for the world outside the sea. "Wait a minute, your friends don't seem to be friendly." Field pointed to the approaching sea monsters. "Everyone, please go back and rest." Melendela suddenly turned her head and sang a melodious song to the ferocious sea monsters. Hearing the song, the monsters lost their ferocity and scattered. "Melendela, why are you helping the enemy?" Luo Jia looked at the mermaid beside him in surprise. "They are humans, dirty land monkeys. They are good people, disasters will not communicate with us." Melendela blinked twice and swirled in the water excitedly. "It's rare to meet a human who can stay in the water, I must talk to him." "Yes, my nickname is the Great Good Man of the North, Field." Seeing the monsters dispersed, Field breathed a sigh of relief and said in authentic Griffin accent, "Thank you very much, may the sea god bless you. You are really the most beautiful alien girl I have ever seen." Field praised skillfully, "Mermaids are really beautiful and kind. Come and sit on my boat, I will treat you to the food of Night Territory." This is not nonsense. The mermaids of Night Territory are not only beautiful and pleasing to the eye, but also diligent. "Thank you for your kindness, but I have a limited time to go out. I have to help the Legion resist the invasion of the disaster." Melendela was very regretful, and turned to look at the regrouped Sea Clan coalition. The corrupted disaster is looking for the seal of the sea god. Once it is cracked by the enemy, the ocean will no longer be able to purify itself and block the disaster. The ocean blocked the spread of corruption, and controlled the corruption in different places on different continents. Haha, lowly species, don't try to provoke the noble sea people. Hearing Melendela's refusal, Luo Jia was very proud and thought to himself, "We were all rejected by Melendela, but she rejected me more times. She must love me more. Please don't do this. Insulting other races will not make us noble." Melendela snorted and put her hands on her hips, turned her head and looked at Field, and said anxiously, "I have 5 minutes to stay. Can I talk about something outside the sea? Please." Field was in awe of the warriors. If it weren't for them to stop the disaster, the Dawn Curtain territory would not be stable. Even the rest time was only 5 minutes. No wonder they longed for the world outside the sea. "Tell me the story of how I kill creatures, especially the 2-year world destruction." The Thunder Dragon elbowed Field twice. His face was arrogant and domineering, but he was very expectant. "Don't make trouble." Field slapped her thigh. "If you take 5 minutes, I will tell you about Anderson's The Little Mermaid." "Oh, humans are so arrogant and ignorant." Lorca sneered and mocked. "You can't even breathe underwater, and you dare to tell about the Little Mermaid in front of the sea people? It's really hilarious." Most of the sirens around were also disdainful. "Mr. Field, I want to hear more stories about land." Melendela pleaded pitifully. "Don't worry, listen to me. Once upon a time, there was a little mermaid." It took 5 minutes for Field to tell the fairy tale of the Little Mermaid, who fell in love with a prince, sacrificed her fish tail in exchange for legs, and could not be in love. Of course, there was also some private work mixed in, and the place of the story was changed to the northern seas. The sea which was replaced by a female siren. Is this true? Mirandula was so moved that she kept wiping away tears. The sea monster Luigiel was glaring with anger, wishing to tear Field into pieces. She wanted to ask for more details, but the Marine Corps urged her again, and the voice was extremely urgent. Let's talk next time. Field waved his hand, and said goodbye to the mermaid. Humph, stay away from the sea people. Luigiel warned again, you humans are not worthy. Faced with provocation, Field raised a friendly gesture and said contemptuously, fish-headed man, you should stay away from me, you are so ugly. Don't let your brother Fei meet you. He will boil you into soup and feed you to the dog. Without giving Luigiel a chance to scold back, the Abyss was fully driven and quickly left the sea. Your Excellency's story is too good. Hey, was crying. I am just standing on the shoulders of giants and being a narrator. If you like it, I will show it in the theater later. The rest of the journey was very pleasant, and no monsters were encountered again. Half a day later, the Abyss climbed up the reef and arrived near the Purple Coral City in the Songhai province. We are here, Purple Coral City, it is recovered well. Rosaria saw the coastal city in the distance and nodded gracefully, as if commenting on the food. This place was once corrupted by Rosaria, but the location was too advantageous. After being conquered, it recovered quickly. Let the Abyss hide under the reef, and everyone put on robes and set foot on the Songhai province. Go into the city and see if you can get some information, and by the way, take a look at the garrison here. Before reaching the city gate, Field saw a group of children of different skin colors, tying up strange pets. Why do they look like people? Rubbing his eyes, Field mistakenly thought he saw it wrong, and walked closer quickly. Ha ha ha, look at my pet, it's better than yours. A child from the Obsidian Empire tied up two women from the Griffin Kingdom. Chapter 1066. Field approached the city gate, and looked at the Purple Coral City in disbelief. There were people of different skin colors everywhere, wearing clothes of different styles, but expensive materials. When seeing people from the Griffin Kingdom, they were either skinny homeless people or tied up as pets. When the Obsidian nobles went out, they were tied up with a large number of slaves with iron chains behind them. Obsidian people were everywhere, catching people to breed and bully in the streets. Even some children were chained to women without cloth on their bodies, and their bodies were covered with graffiti. They even used people as canvases for fun. Oh, you trip me, don't you have eyes? I know, you must want to hurt me, and occupy our land. Damn, the governor should throw them all into the sea. A woman from the Obsidian Kingdom stepped on the beggar's hand, but she was defiled, covering her face and screaming exaggeratedly. It's damnable. These dirty Griffin refugees have occupied our land for countless years. They should have gone to hell long ago. The surrounding people all chimed in, even though they were outsiders. But who cares? Anyway, they are the majority now, and they are in high positions. I was wrong, sir. I didn't mean it. The beggar trembled all over and kowtowed like crazy. He had only eaten some wheat bran for 3 days, and didn't even have the strength to move, so how could he trip someone? Bitch. You dare to make excuses. The man next to him was furious, picked up a branch and beat the beggar wildly. Sir, please, let my grandfather go. The little girl next to the beggar cried, and wanted to hug the other's thigh and ask for forgiveness. Why is there still a little bitch here? It's you who are the ones who eat expensive bread. The woman of the Obsidian Empire kicked him away, with a look of looking at trash. Don't hit my granddaughter. Seeing his granddaughter being bullied, the beggar's eyes turned red with anxiety, and because of anger, the wrinkles on his face were twisted like tree bark. He howled dryly, raised the wooden crutch in his hand, and smashed it at the other party. Old thing, it's a blessing to let you wait for death in peace, and you dare to rebel? The 2 guards who were watching the excitement rushed over immediately, when they saw that the beggar dared to fight back, knocked the crutch away with a sword, and knocked him to the ground. The other one picked up the spear, and stabbed directly. Don't! The little girl cried loudly, but looking at the people around her, with gloating expressions, she could only wait for death in despair. At the critical moment, a crow feather sword condensed out of thin air and cut off the spear. What's going on? There are enemies. The guard looked at the disappearing spear in a daze, and looked around in a hurry. Damn it, you guys are damned. Field, who had wanted to sneak in secretly, was completely enraged by the miserable situation in Purple Coral City, and his blood pressure soared. When the Hero King rebelled, Field even imagined that the Hero King wanted to replace the Griffin Queen to make everyone's life easier. Unexpectedly, he became a running dog of the alien race in a blink of an eye. Lifting the hood casually and throwing off the rope, Field's eyes were cold. If I remember correctly, Songhai Province has always been the territory of the Griffin people, right? Where did you come from? Although Songhai Province is not his territory. But many Westerners have joined the Night Territory, and Songhai Province will sooner or later be his territory. How could Field not be angry when his own reserve subjects became livestock that others wantonly insulted and slaughtered? He is a backward Griffin noble? When the guards saw Field's noble clothing, they were not afraid, but smiled incredulously. Haha, I thought all the Griffin nobles were killed. How dare you call us trash? Your hero king is just the governor's dog. Go and call for reinforcements in the city. Don't let them run away. The guard raised his hand to call for reinforcements, turned around and pointed at the beggar and the little girl arrogantly. These things are not as good as dogs in our place. I can kill 7 or 8 of them a day. What can you do to me? Ha ha ha. The surrounding subjects gloated over the misfortune, while the original Griffin people bowed their heads in despair. The situation was over. In their opinion, except for the Griffin Queen, no one had the ability to defeat an empire and save them. How about it? Of course, I let you see your brain. Field didn't bother to say a word. With Rosaria's possession, his combat power at this moment was the 5th level god's choice. He stepped out, the ground cracked, and Field rushed to the other side like teleportation. So fast. The guard was shocked. The wind was howling, Field punched fiercely, and the guard's raised shield was blasted through by the unstoppable force. Puff punched the opponent through. Field grabbed the sword with one hand, cut off half of his head, and splashed red and white filth. The Obsidian people who were originally watching and preparing to laugh at the joke froze their smiles on their faces. The Griffin people I saw in the past were as cowardly as newly hatched chicks. Seeing them, nodding and bowing was considered brave. I didn't expect that this guy in front of me would dare to attack. Everyone, hurry up! The rest of the guards were so scared that they peed 2 drops of urine. They immediately drew their swords and rushed towards Field. Don't do it, I do it. Let Heyu and the others not do it. Field shuttled like a ghost, and in front of everyone, he blasted and crushed the guards one by one, with extremely brutal means. In just a moment, there were only a dozen guards outside the city. Their morale collapsed. They dropped their weapons, and turned around and ran away. The surrounding people were stunned and screamed, "Help, the Griffin pariahs are rebelling." Rebellion? You are the rebels. Field didn't distinguish between civilians and soldiers at all. His divine power surged and directly shook the whole place. He raised his leg with a grim smile, and stepped heavily on it. Ah! There were screams everywhere. Field killed all the Obsidian people outside the city with his unreasonable fighting power. The corpses were everywhere, like hell. The natives of Songhai Province looked at the corpse in disbelief. Good death, curse you! The woman who was tortured to the point of being unrecognizable knelt on the ground and laughed loudly. The little girl who was bullied before was not frightened by the horror scene, but instead widened her eyes, and was full of excitement. Boom! The heavy city gate fell. The big bell in the center of the town rang, and the whole purple coral city was filled with exclamations. The guards on the city wall had their pupils trembling, and were stunned by Field's brutality. Although he looked gentle, he was unreasonable when he started to fight. What was even more terrifying was that he killed people regardless of age. What a lowly bastard, actually attacking the elderly and children. Oh my god, are these lowly people going to riot? Send a message to the governor, and ask the Death Falcon to come. A large number of soldiers rushed to the city wall, and various crossbows and magic towers were activated. At the same time, the warships also discovered the abnormality of the purple coral city, and quickly turned around. The halo bloomed, and the god chosen in the city also jumped onto the city wall. Why are you still standing there? Run to the east forest quickly. Chapter 1067. Field wiped the blood off his cheek and glared at the dumbfounded people. Run, are you looking for death here? Oh. The griffins outside the purple coral city fled in all directions, wishing they had 2 less legs. It is indeed the surviving griffin nobles. The city guardian god Mady, with mockery in her eyes, said proudly, "Don't struggle, Songhai Province is already our home. The land you have built for generations is all ours. And your women and gold coins." Mady laughed triumphantly, constantly gesticulating and dispatching troops. In the military camp in the city, well-armed fighting soldiers continued to rush to the city wall. Respected Master Mady, blessed by the mysterious goddess, we have sent signals to the Death Falcon and major cities. They are on their way. Let's hold on. Hold on, come on. Can these rubbish withstand our attack? Of course not. Fire, fire. Crush these scum to death. Under the commander's command, arrows were like locusts, and various magic light balls fell like raindrops. Field put on his robe again, and the big sword in his hand danced wildly, waving sword shadows all over the sky. Black Feather and Thunder Dragon also used various gorgeous means to blow up all the attacks. Die! The Thunder Dragon dodged the magic stone cone, triggered thunder, and bombarded the city wall in batches. Wow! Groups of shooters were chopped into charcoal by the bucket-thick thunder. Go ahead, I be the vanguard. The Thunder Dragon was so excited that the terrifying thunder pattern blooming from the thunder gun in his hand was like an angry dragon. Feld, I understand your anger. But it is too dangerous for the Chosen One to break into a well-defended city alone. There are many ships on the sea. Once the enemy reinforcements arrive, the consequences will be disastrous. Rosaria's voice sounded in her ears. She was worried that Field would get too excited. She was fanatical and bloodthirsty in battle, but she was never reckless. You're right. Our goal is reconnaissance. The Legion doesn't even know the enemy's strength, so we can't attack rashly. Field was very calm. It's just to cover their escape. I won't lose the big picture for the sake of the small. Even if they could break into the city and corrupt this dilapidated city, it would have no effect on the overall situation, but would make the other side guard against it. The means of corrupting the city can easily be associated with oneself. The key is that it is difficult to take away the people who have been rescued now. As soon as I pull my hand out, I will send a large army here immediately. Clean up the invaders in every city, village, and corner. Field clenched his fist and swore. Because he was too strong, his fingers turned slightly white. After blocking for 5 minutes, the surrounding natives all fled. We will retreat too. Field raised his hand and slashed out a scarlet sword energy, destroying all the magic and fighting skills that fell. The sword light flashed, mixed with thunder and crow feather swords, and a large number of soldiers on the city wall were slashed, and blood foam flew everywhere. The 3 of them were extremely fast, and flashed to the east of Purple Coral City. Don't think about escaping. Cavalrymen follow me to kill them. 5th level divine skill, Whistling Blessing. Just hold them back, and wait for other chosen gods to support us, and we will be at their mercy. Métis was furious, and sent out the most elite Eagle Claw cavalry team. A full 200 cavalrymen rushed out of the city gate and chased Field in the direction of Field. The sound of iron hooves stepping on gold came. Field turned his head and saw a god's chosen with an exaggerated figure, but no interest in him, leading the cavalry to bite him to death behind him. This cavalry was lightly equipped, holding a spear-like staff, and each of them had 6 magic javelins on their backs. Magic shock cavalry? Field glanced at the opponent's lineup and thought to himself, this Obsidian Empire should advocate close combat. Under the dual effects of Métis' aura and divine skills, they actually had the speed to pursue the Chosen Ones. I thought that after a few cleansings, I could kill all the annoying resistance forces, but I didn't expect there are still some. Métis sneered. My lord, there are too many enemy Chosen Ones. Let's just interfere with them. What interference? The Chosen Ones of the Griffin Empire are only worthy of us breeding, a group of livestock giving birth, haha. That's right, their Chosen Ones are not strong at all. Although I can't see their faces clearly, their bodies are really great. The cavalry kept swearing, excited as if they had already won the victory. A bunch of dogs, I think they want to die. Field's murderous intent, which had just been extinguished, was quickly ignited, and the murderous intent in his eyes was like substance. Projection. Métis roared. Huh! The cavalry let out a shocking war cry, and the magic javelins were fired densely. Each javelin was attached with poison magic, and ordinary people would suffer fatal damage if they were scratched. I gave you too much face, and I won't let you go unless I kill you all. Okay, I satisfy you. Field stepped on the ground with his toes, braked suddenly, and brought up a cloud of dust, and swung his sword with his wrist. Buzz. A strong sword energy plowed out like a crushing force. Bang, bang, bang. More than 100 magic javelins flew over and exploded into powder. Avoid the sword energy, continue to consume with javelins, don't fight them head-on. Let the stupid Griffin nobles see us, heya. Before Métis finished speaking, the cavalrymen's obscene smiles had not disappeared from their faces. Hey Yao, you are so stupid, why are you talking so much nonsense? Field roared, Big Thunder Dragon, kill them. Ha, that's exactly what I thought. Fifria's majestic and plump figure fell fiercely among the cavalrymen, with arcs of electricity flickering all over her body. 3rd level divine skill, Resentful Dragon Soul. 3rd level divine skill, Destroy the Thunder Dragon. The ferocious illusory dragon soul emerged from behind Fey Freya, and the momentum tripled directly. The next moment, Freya was wrapped in the majestic thunder, transformed into a thunder dragon, flashed into the air, and slammed into the cavalryman again. Buzz! As if it was infused with tens of thousands of outline scrolls, the moment the dragon-shaped thunder pool fell. More than 100 elite knights were directly crushed into slag, and both people and horses were engraved on the ground. Flesh and blood seeped into the soil and gravel, and not even a stump was left. Only the 2 guards who followed Mady survived by chance. What? Mady was affected by the thunder, and her divine shield was shaken. Her heart was beating wildly. She wanted to delay it, but the opponent's counterattack was also fast and too deadly. What the hell is this? Could it be an attack released by a 3rd-level God's Chosen? This is too illogical. Under normal circumstances, the Gods Chosen of the Griffin Empire should have very ordinary combat power. Try my divine skill, Poisonous Tongue Arrow. The mouth opened, and the thick tongue suddenly spit out like a frog, and a small poisonous arrow shot out. Black feathers flashed, and the sword light in his hand intertwined. The long sword was as heavy as a mountain at this moment, knocking the poisonous arrow away heavily. Try my divine skill, Bury the Sky. The raven feather sword flew amazingly, leaving a terrifying air wave in the air for a long time. Oops. Mady's eyes were bloodshot, and the raven feather sword pierced his chest, and blood and flesh splattered. With a thought in mind, you deliberately did not detonate his magical skill, but only severely injured the enemy to the point of death. Chapter 1068. Puff! Mady's pupils were wide open, and she slowly lowered her head in disbelief, staring at the bloody hole in her heart. How is this possible? It was too late to escape now. The Thunder Dragon swept the sky with murderous intent, flashed behind Mady, and aimed the Thunder Spear at the wound. The lightning flashed, and Mady was electrocuted into charcoal by the thunder, and then crushed into slag by the Thunder Dragon, dead and dead. Aw, don't kill me, I be your dog. The remaining 2 guards were so scared that they peed. Their invincible God's Chosen one couldn't even hold on for 3 minutes. What are you talking about? You dare to provoke me? Field flashed over, mercilessly, and split the survivors in half with one sword to kill them. The original divine power gathered, and Freya's breath increased greatly. She raised her eyes slightly, and her beautiful lips raised an imperceptible arc. She praised, "Well done, I will upgrade to the 4th level as soon as possible, which will benefit both you and me." You scratched his head. "I feel good." Faye took a long breath and said arrogantly, "Dare to be rampant with your brother Faye, I didn't attack the city, so I was secretly happy, and I dared to chase them out. It seems that they have gained confidence from the Imperial Army." You guessed. It is possible. Let's go to Silver Oak City in the middle of Songhai. It is the capital of Songhai Province, and a grain transfer station connecting the north and the south. Wait, another large-scale army has arrived. Freya was excited and floated with lightning spears, sensing the ground shaking keenly. Kill them all. It's not the army of the Obsidian Empire. Don't kill them indiscriminately. The enemy reinforcements will arrive soon. Let's go! Glancing at the small map, Field put on his robe and swaggered forward. Not long after, a large diplomatic corps, holding a silver flag with a warhorse pattern, came from the road. The girl in the carriage had skin as cold and white as ice and snow, and a delicate face. Every inch of her skin seemed to have been carefully maintained, emitting a noble and soft white light. The only drawback was that her cheeks were long, which was quite exotic. But there was a sense of sadness between the girl's eyebrows. "Your Highness, do you think we can get help from the Obsidian Empire?" The maid at the side asked worriedly. "I think the people of the Obsidian Empire are passionate and unrestrained, and they like music and dance. They shouldn't be too bad. It's hard to say. The terrible things I saw and heard along the way made me very worried. These people from the Obsidian Empire seem to eat people. But for the Silver Wing Empire, we must ask for reinforcements. Miss Mady is a confidant of the governor. As long as she asks, it shouldn't be difficult to get reinforcements." The eldest princess of the Silver Wing Empire, Cashin, put her hands on her knees appropriately, and her slender and bony fingers tightly grasped the hem of her skirt. After looting the Griffin Empire, the supplies and craftsmen brought back by the subhumans helped cities everywhere get rid of poverty. The subhuman God Chosen were able to advance, and ordinary subhuman soldiers also wore iron armor, and the strength of the army was enhanced in all aspects. The border that was barely maintaining the front line was quickly broken. The Silver Wing Empire can no longer stop the fierce offensive of the subhuman army. The Grand Duke of Gem used to launch an army to attack the subhumans, but now the grass on his grave is 3 meters high. If only the Griffin Empire was at its peak, it would have fought side by side with us. The maid sighed and cursed indignantly. It's all the fault of the Grand Duke of Gem and Field. They are both hateful conspirators. You can't say that. The Griffin Queen is too cruel to the nobles, far less free and fraternal than our Silver Wing. Cassin shook her head, her jeweled headdress swaying. The power of the nobles in the Silver Wing Empire is terrifying, and they adopt the system of selecting kings and the noble parliament system. The emperor is selected from the nobles, and can even let nobles from other countries serve as kings. But on weekdays, all the nobles vote together. Any dignitaries who participate in the parliament have a veto. As a result, every parliament is like a dinner party, and the dignitaries and the king are happy. Anyway, nothing can be negotiated, and the king is just a mascot. Therefore, the Silver Wing Empire has never issued any policies, nor has it invaded any country. The whole country is in disarray. Isn't the wrong way? This is the direction to the Purple Coral City. Forget it, go ask. Lifting the curtain of the carriage, Cassin saw Field and others coming, wearing long robes and unable to see their faces clearly. Hey bro. This road leads to Purple Coral City, right? The city where Matey is the lord. The gorgeous jewelry made a crisp sound as Cashin moved. Cashin pointed to the distance through the small window of the carriage. I think I should be on the right track, right? Matey? Never heard of it. Field looked at the other party's flag and scratched his head. Forget it, beautiful lady. The outer area of Purple Coral City has been massacred. The city is under martial law, and you can't get in. Be careful that you will be beaten into a sieve by the city defense force. What a pity. As for Matey you mentioned, if she is the chosen one to defend the city, she is already dead. It is difficult to collect her body. Are you from the Silver Wing Empire? Field asked curiously. Yeah, we're here to visit our neighbors. Young man, you said that the Purple Coral City is under martial law. What's going on? Cashin was confused. Diplomatic visit? No need. Field grinned. I suggest you go north. The lord there is 100 times more handsome than the people here. Bye. Field and others were too lazy to pay attention to Cashin and continued to move forward. This man is like a fool, talking nonsense. One moment the city was attacked, and the next moment he dared to say that the chosen one died in battle. He also asked us to go north, which is a corrupt place. The chief knight laughed. The chosen one guarding the city is a 5th level one. If he was really killed, the whole country would have been shocked. Cashin also laughed, thinking that it was fun to meet a fool, but he couldn't see it in the palace. Your Highness, do you want to catch the fool and hand him over to the local lord for disposal? The maid drew out a dagger. Goodbye, I'm already pitiful enough. Cashin smiled and shook his head. Tolerance is a virtue. The delegation continued to move forward, but the strong smell of blood hit them. The war horses kept snorting, and the knights instinctively felt the danger. Everyone be careful, there are traces of fighting in the woods ahead. The chief knight reminded everyone to be vigilant. When everyone stepped into the jungle, everyone was stunned. The trees and rocks were shattered in large pieces, and the ground was full of sticky, smelly and dirty blood. Occasionally, a few whole bodies were seen, and they were still charred by electricity. At least 100 people died in the battle, and there are traces of the battle of the chosen ones. Everyone looked solemn. Let's go to Purple Coral City quickly. Cashin had a bad guess in his heart, and inexplicably thought of the mysterious young man he met before. Everyone accelerated and arrived at the outskirts of Purple Coral City. The corpses were everywhere, and the blood gathered into a river. Who are you? Have you seen Matey? A chosen one of the Falcon organization landed in front of Cashin and asked. Chapter 1069. We are the Silver Wings mission. What happened? Cashin got off the carriage with a serious face. 3 damn bastards attacked unarmed civilians. Miss Matey led the light cavalry to pursue them. What a group of vicious barbarians. They didn't even let go of the elderly and children beasts. The eyes of the soldiers guarding the city were red, and they roared in anger, forgetting that it was their brutal behavior that led to the revenge. I saw the traces of the battle, and didn't think so much. As for the rest, I don't know. Cashin waved his hands hurriedly, flustered, thinking of the robed man he met before, who might be the murderer. I actually chatted with the vicious killer. It was scary to think about it. Cashin was sweating. The most terrifying thing was that the group of killers were talking and laughing, and they didn't look like they were after a fierce battle. On the other side, Field spent 3 days carefully surveying the terrain, castles and mountains of Songhai province. At the same time, Field used the pigeon's empathy magic to let Vivian calibrate the bombardment. After mastering the location of the local city, Vivian can carry out ultra-long-range strikes on surrounding targets. In the small camp, Field climbed out of the tent leisurely. It's comfortable to have a space ring to store items. Field stretched and put away his velvet pillow. My lord, it's time to eat. Hey, you held a crow feather sword with a roasted chicken on it. She trotted over and handed over the artifact, with clear eyes and sweet words. My lord, eat quickly. You used the artifact to roast? Seeing that there were 2 crow feather swords on the fire, Field didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Eat more and grow up quickly. Now is the time when you are lacking nutrition. Field planned to let Black Feather advance to the 6th level after spring. Then, he would attack Morning Breeze and fight a blitzkrieg. In fact, the Night Lord was very good at offensive warfare, but he had to defend himself often due to the situation. Field couldn't stand it. It's delicious. My little girl is not only beautiful, but also can cook. She is really suitable to be a daughter-in-law. Field ate a chicken leg, gave a thumbs up and praised Black Feather, making him blush. Be careful, there are enemies approaching. Sitting on a tree branch, Fay Freya, swinging her long white legs, suddenly jumped down and reminded everyone to be on guard. Field was helpless. It's just a 5th level killer. Why is it so difficult to search? I have already run to the central area of the sea. Everyone packed up the tents and other camping items slowly. After waiting for about 3 minutes, a group of obsidian soldiers with ropes tied around their waists, holding feather arrows and spears, carefully groped over. On their belts, each of them had a bloody head hanging. The fire is here, haha, the prey must be nearby. These Griffin Country idiots are really good at running. We can win the championship in this living hunting competition. This group of soldiers actually hunted living people for fun. Seeing Field and others, the soldiers were all stunned. Their prey were all a group of ragged refugees. But the people in front of them were obviously not refugees. Isn't it the Hero King's men? Wow, I have never seen such a beautiful woman. Come on, even the Hero King is public, hee. Seeing this race, you can enjoy it at will. The soldiers shouted excitedly, raised their weapons, and rushed over. You're looking for death. What are you yelling about? Field narrowed his eyes, summoned the artifact sword, and was about to kill all these disgusting things. Boom, boom, boom. Don't be afraid, compatriots, we are here to save you. Several wild horned bulls, their iron hooves roared and knocked through the bushes, and more than 30 people jumped off the backs of the bulls. The leading woman had a melancholy temperament, pale skin, and a purple butterfly headdress on her head, emitting the light of an artifact. Her slender legs were bony, and her cute and small feet were stepped on high-heeled sandals. The whole person was fragile and beautiful. Kill the invaders. More than 30 soldiers holding machetes and spears rushed up in a mess, with a loose formation, but extremely brave. Is it the Griffin rebels? Kill them. Even without the chosen one, the obsidian soldiers were still very courageous and dared to take the initiative to charge. The soldiers on both sides rushed together, swords flew, and the clanging was extremely lively. We found you. You dare to disturb our noble hunting sacrifices? You are looking for death. The god chosen of the hunting team rushed over upon hearing the noise, and fought a bloody battle with the girl with butterfly headdress. In order to protect her subordinates from casualties, the girl with butterfly headdress had to cover her subordinates even if she was attacked by divine skills. As a result, the girl was quickly at a disadvantage. How strange. It's obviously a 5th level aura, but it's being beaten by a 4th level god chosen. Hey, you opened his mouth in surprise, tapping his slender fingertips lightly, calculating the difference in strength between the two sides. One of the main purposes of this reconnaissance is to see the combat power of the obsidian god chosen. Not only can the god chosen not beat the other side, but a team of more than 30 people can't take down 7 or 8 obsidian soldiers. More soldiers are coming to support, and the situation is rapidly deteriorating. Such a weakling, it can't be Night Owl. Great, I knew some of them were still alive. Field punched in surprise, his eyes shining. Come here quickly, the enemy reinforcements are still coming. These guys are scared silly. The best equipped knight shouted hurriedly, who will go to help? The girl with the butterfly headdress was anxious, and her body suddenly turned into a sky full of purple butterflies, and flew away, dodging the enemy's attacks and coming to Field's side. You are looking for death. Fay Freya doesn't care who you are. When she sees someone approaching, she raises her hand to kill. Don't be impulsive. Field hurriedly stopped. The girl slapped out a ball of butterfly-shaped divine power, and lightly sent everyone to the side of the monster. Everyone get on the mount, run. The girl hurriedly urged, and was almost caught by the enemy, and there were dangers everywhere. Even so, she still stubbornly helped the warriors escape. They've worked so hard, let's help them. Feld had already roughly confirmed that the other party was most likely a night owl. Hurry up, we can't beat them. The girl saw that Field hadn't sat on it yet, and she was so anxious that she ran over to grab Field. Run away, I won't leave until I kill all these scumbags. Field clenched his fist. I have the title, Northland War Wolf. This domineering words almost made the girl cry. How could this handsome young man be a fool? The enemy is a 4th level God-chosen one, very powerful. Even if we can win, the enemy's reinforcements will arrive. Before the girl finished speaking, Black Feather and Thunder Dragon attacked. Die! The Raven Feather sword blasted out, instantly splitting into 500 or 600 flying swords in the air, and the overwhelming sword light was everywhere. Puff puff puff. The shrouded obsidian soldiers were all beaten into blood mist. Chapter 1070. Thousands of sword lights, covering the sky, shuttled madly. Like a meat grinder, all the reinforcements were killed instantly, and the enemy's chosen ones were like hedgehogs. You dare to resist, are you not afraid of us? Without giving the other party a chance to say harsh words, Fey Freya flashed behind him and stabbed him to death with one shot. You rubbish, don't say last words, I won't remember them. Cruel and efficient. The whole process took no more than 3 minutes. Corpses were everywhere, and the mist-like blood made the air sticky and red. The more than 30 people who came to rescue, including the chosen ones, all looked at the horrifying scene in front of them stupidly and fell into great shock. The enemies they resisted so hard were slaughtered easily like pigs and dogs. Let's go! Field turned his head and looked at the girl. Oh, right! The girl was still in a daze, rubbing her eyes woodenly. She suspected that she had hallucinations. Take more weapons and food back, and look for survivors. After coming to her senses, the girl waved her hand and asked her men to pick up weapons. After a quarter of an hour of hard work, they filled the wild horned bull and found more than 20 women who were tortured to the point of being unrecognizable. Then they set off. Thank you for your help. I thought you were ordinary people. This is the hunting area of the Obsidian people. They will hunt anything here. Riding on the bumpy monster bull, the girl turned her head, showing a haggard smile, and took the initiative to extend her hand and said, My name is Yiming. What about you? Warrior. Yiming, the hero king? Field's eyes widened. He didn't expect to meet the famous rebel leader here. I can't bear this title. Yiming sighed and lowered her head with a depressed look. At first, I just wanted everyone to have food to eat, so I started a rebellion. The 3 western provinces were suffering from famine long before I came to this world. Why is there a famine? Your 3 western provinces are the center of maritime trade, and the land is fertile. Field was confused for a long time. In addition, I heard that you are the 6th level gods chosen. The food shortage in the west is related to several noble ladies. I don't know the specific situation. Yiming smiled awkwardly. I am indeed the 6th level. No way. Fey Freya, who has always been an iceberg beauty, showed an exaggerated expression, and her long legs were stretched straight, almost stepping on the brakes of the galloping wild horned bull. You are a 6th level, but can't beat a 4th level? It's a bit humorous, sister. My father is the governor of Qianhu province, and I am also responsible for the strategic defense of Qianhu. But I am a supporting god chosen. My father, Anyway, my power can be shared with others. This is not a secret. I founded Night Owl, and their power all comes from me. Yiming spoke gently, even too innocently, and told the people in Field who had just met about her ability. It turned out that Yiming was a strengthening and supporting god chosen. She could share part of her power with many low-level god chosen, forcibly raising their combat power. But it was difficult to take it back, unless the other party died in battle or voluntarily returned it. The combat power shared was extremely superficial, and it would have an irreversible impact on the talents of the god chosen. But the high-level combat power in the short term is very attractive. After all, most of the god chosen will never be able to break through the 3rd level in their lifetime. Audrey, the 2nd-generation hero king, was once my subordinate. After taking away most of my power, she defected to the alien race. The alien race is killing innocent people in the West. My heart is broken. Biting her thin lips, Yiming talked about this topic, and her airport was so angry that she was up and down, and tears rolled down her eyes. Taking away most of the power, this topic, is inexplicably terrifying. Field shuddered. Then why did you massacre the nobles? I didn't want to massacre. The rebellion was beyond my control. My subordinates all asked to kill the nobles. Yiming grabbed her hair, her face full of self-blame. Without the military power of the nobles, we can't resist the alien race. Really? The rebellion is beyond control. Frowning, Field hesitated for 2 seconds before asking worriedly, "Little Lion, Gray Pigeon, how are they?" With their strength, if they were caught, they would probably have a nest of babies. After all, that's what he did in the beginning. Although they are not his own cabbages, Field recognizes their character. They are all alive. The falcons are very powerful, but they are not as familiar with the 3 western provinces as we are. Meng covered her chest with relief. We are trying to save people, and when our strength is expanded. Go back. Fight back hard. Field was excited. Kill all those bastards, and throw them into the sea to feed the sharks. If you dare to run to my land and kill our people, you will pay the price in blood. Ah? Meng was stunned, staring at the fanatical Field, shook her head seriously, and persuaded, no. All people have had enough of the pain of war. Whether we are the Griffin people or the Obsidian people, we are all human beings and victims of war. They traveled across the ocean and came to a strange land. They must have their own difficulties. As long as we gather enough strength, we will have a say and find a way to live peacefully with the Obsidian people in this land. This is the land given to everyone by the goddess. There must be a way. After saying this, Puff the good-tempered black feather vomited all the juice he had just drunk. The big thunder dragon grabbed Field with one hand and covered his mouth with the other hand, laughing so hard that his body shook. Field opened his mouth several times, his face turned red, and finally he cursed with words from his previous life. You are not worthy of being a consultant. What's wrong? Yimeng didn't understand and was confused. Wait, why do you know the little lions? I am Field, the Lion of the North. Field smiled mysteriously. Your night owl has assassinated me several times. Ah? You are the noble who rebelled against the Griffin Queen. Why did you come here? Everyone was just a little surprised. This is already the territory of Obsidian, and Field is not well known. Little Lion and the others did mention you. Meng blinked her big eyes, looked at Field again, and said in surprise, I heard from them that you are a very good person. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. 2 different things. Field narrowed his eyes slightly. How can you count someone assassinating me? I'm sorry. Meng was frightened. I just asked Night Owl to attack the nobles in the Empire and hinder the army from gathering. I didn't mean to target you. I will definitely compensate you for your losses. Meng shrank her head, as timid as a quail. Let's talk about it when we meet Night Owl. Chapter 1071. We're at the camp. Welcome to Dawn Town. Yimeng jumped off the cow's back, turned around happily, put her hands behind her back, and smiled at Field. This is our home. It's called a town, but it's actually a slum hidden in a hidden basin. There are huts made of wood and grass everywhere, military facilities, and only wooden fences and arrow towers. There's no need for the chosen one. Field dares to say that he can strangle Dawn Town with 50 cavalrymen. The master is back. Wow, so much food. With so many weapons and armor, we can reorganize the army. A bunch of men, women, old and young gathered around and cheered excitedly for Yimeng. Yimeng looked tired, but at this moment she showed a sincere smile. There are quite a few people. Field opened the small map and glanced at it. There were a lot of red and yellow marks. It was not surprising, there are also traitors. Send the food to the kitchen quickly. I know everyone has been hungry for a long time. Yimeng apologized to everyone. The people around waved their hands, and many even knelt down and kowtowed, showing sincere smiles. Get out of the way, everyone. A majestic old man, leaning on a cane, followed by a group of people, came over in a mighty manner. Yimeng, have you heard the news from the outside world? When will the Queen of Griffin send someone to rescue us? The old man kept poking the ground with his cane, and said hurriedly, or the nobles. You shouldn't have hurt the nobles in the first place. Without the protection of the nobles, how can we live? The joyful atmosphere of getting food dissipated in an instant. The people seemed to be hurt by what they said, and many of them had annoyance, regret and blame in their eyes. Although the nobles are cruel and exploitative, they are much better than the cannibalistic devils. Please don't worry, Grandpa Mutong, I found a noble, this is Field, he helped me. Before he finished speaking, the old man said angrily, the remaining small nobles are useless. We must have great nobles of the Griffin Empire, understand? He is very powerful. Meng explained weakly. Oh, I remember Field, the boy said before. Grandpa Mutong suddenly spat, his face full of disgust. You are also a beast who rebelled against the queen. The rebellious queen will not have a good end. Look at us. The old man turned around and pointed at Dawn Town. We could all live, but those ignorant, stupid young people who were bewitched by the devil actually rebelled against the empire. Now, we have no way to survive, No food, and we are killed by foreigners. The old man beat his chest and stamped his feet. Ming was stunned by the scolding, and his eyes turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. The surrounding people also began to complain in a low voice. Grandpa Mudong was right. In times of famine, we can at least survive. Continuous wars and foreign invasions are hell. Damn it, Lao Ding, you are so arrogant in front of me. Are you tired of living? Field sneered, stopped He Yu from drawing his sword, and strode forward. His momentum shook, and the majestic murderous intent was as real as substance. The people watching the scene almost instantly remembered the fear of being dominated by the nobles. Especially the murderous aura. If you haven't killed thousands of people, you will never have such a terrifying murderous intent. Seeing Field is like seeing a natural enemy. Plop! The people knelt down, trembling, and dared not say a word. Grandpa Mutong was also frightened, but he held on. I am the elder of the village, and I am also a wise man. I have never rebelled against the queen. Who told you to speak? I don't care who you are. If you dare to provoke me, kneel down. Field smiled coldly, and released a trace of murderous intent again. Plop. The old man could no longer control his legs, and was directly kneeled on the ground by the momentum, his face flushed and his face ashamed. Fei, don't do this. Ming hurried to rescue. Grandpa Mutong, you are also thinking about us. No, this is not for you. This is disobedience, it is betrayal. Waving his hands repeatedly, Field lightly kicked out, and kicked the old man 3 meters away, Ming desperately, to find food for you. On this point, you bunch of good-for-nothings, no one has the right to blame her. If you are awesome, you go out to find food. If you don't have the ability, don't brag. Field responded with cold eyes. If it weren't for Ming, you would have been chopped up and fed to the dog. The arrogant Grandpa Mutong suddenly became honest, and didn't even dare to wail. Field knew that a piece of bread feeds 100 kinds of people. Anyone who has been a manager knows that managing a group of people is extremely difficult. Ming obviously doesn't know how to use iron-blooded means. Even Lao Ding dared to publicly criticize the decision of the Chosen One. It's not that ordinary people don't have the right to make suggestions. But humiliating the decision-maker in public is no different from slapping him in the face. How can I lead the team in the future? It's all my fault for making everyone angry. I will work harder to find help. I hurriedly comforted everyone and asked the doctor to treat the old man. I pulled Field's arm and said, the little lions should go find food and rescue their compatriots. Calm down, and let's go eat first. You are too gentle, you don't want to offend both sides. Field smiled and shook his head. The hero king in front of him was a rare purebred saint. But as long as she didn't kidnap him morally, he had no ill will towards her. He pulled Field and others to the bottom of a giant tree. There were a lot of tables and chairs here, which was obviously a public canteen. Soon, a plate of mushrooms, wild fruit stew, long black bread, and a large bowl of wild vegetable soup with a Songhai flavor were served. Let me try the local food. Field's appetite was excited. Because she didn't bring a maid, He Yu took on the responsibility of a maid and took the initiative to get up to help Field serve soup. Who are you? Who asked you to sit with Master Ming? Don't you know that I am pursuing Ming? A young man with a sword on his waist and wearing linen clothes strode over, angrily accusing Field, sitting on the empty seat by himself, and reaching for food. Get out. He Yu was furious. The people in the other territory were disrespectful to the adults again and again, which made her unbearable. No one can disrespect their own lord. Crow feathers fluttered, and the terrifying divine power was like a sharp sword, instantly making the young man feel the threat of death. Ah! The young man ran away in fear. Putting away the cold breath, He Yu took 2 deep breaths, suppressed the violent killing intent, and brought the soup to Field. Missy Ming, your camp is too free. Can you manage it normally? Field was ashamed. Although the nobles would be eliminated sooner or later, and the absence of nobles was a sign of progress, this Dawn town was too progressive. All cats and dogs can be served on the table. Even Lao Ding, who could not read a single word, dared to point at the nose of the Chosen One and scold him. Sorry, I just want everyone to live happier and freer. Ming shrank her neck softly. She was shocked by Field. She had seen He Yu's terrifying methods. Killing people was like playing. Such a strong man actually obediently served soup to Field. Forget it. Do you have an accurate map of the 3 western provinces and military intelligence on the Obsidian Empire? Chapter 1072. I have a detailed map with secret passages, resources, and strategic locations marked. Yimeng quickly returned to the tent and took a magic stone. As long as she injected magic power, she could see the map of the 3 provinces. Wait for me to copy a copy and give it to you. Pursing her thin lips, Yimeng looked at Field timidly and worriedly said, Field, you are a good person. Please don't use this map to do evil. I believe that the people of the Obsidian Empire can coexist harmoniously with us. Oh yes, don't give me the good guy card. Field nodded perfunctorily and pushed his hands away. I just use it to learn geography, and also talk about their army and God's chosen. Okay. Yimeng was innocent and told everything she knew. After the rebellion in the 3 provinces broke out, Yimeng used her 6th level power. Created 2 major organizations, the Night Owl and the Rebel Army, and only had pseudo 6th level strength left. Yimeng was not suitable to be the head of the prison at all. The rebels were in chaos. They originally wanted to snatch food from the nobles and the empire, but it turned into a full-scale massacre of the nobles, and then began to massacre ordinary people and defect to foreign races. Helplessly, Yimeng gave the position of head of the prison to Audrey, and pushed the 2nd-generation hero King Audrey to the pseudo 6th level, and she only had the 5th level combat power. But after Audrey mastered the powerful power, she quickly became the actual ruler and controlled all the military gods. The bad thing is that she has long been a plaything of the Obsidian Empire, and is obsessed with little Obsidian Man. Bribed the Dragon Tower and the Obsidian Empire, and successfully landed with the help of their fleet. After quickly occupying the 3 western provinces, they transported a large number of troops, about 50,000 regular legions, and even 3 6th level ones. After gaining a firm foothold, Obsidian immediately started cleansing and slaughtering, and expelled the natives. If it weren't for the fact that the Griffin Empire had not yet perished, and the threats from Fran and Dragon Tower, the people here would have been killed long ago. Yimeng couldn't go along with them, so she chose to stand with the people, and was also hunted down. That is to say, Field wiped his cold sweat. The total force of the Obsidian Empire has 3 6th level, and 50,000 troops, as well as Audrey and her fake army. With such a strong force, are you sure they are here to live in harmony? Instead of preparing to completely annex the Griffin Empire? Well, we have no choice. Yimeng was silent too. She was kind-hearted, but not stupid. The remaining people alone could not be the opponent of the huge empire. There was no other way except to hope for coexistence. Indeed, the situation of the cuckoo occupying the magpie's nest has been formed, and it is powerless to reverse the situation. By the way, I have to remind you that there are many traitors in your camp. Field leaned on the back of the chair and spread his hands. Logically speaking, I shouldn't say too much about your camp, but I don't want a good person to die of betrayal. No, they are all my compatriots who I saved from the Obsidian Man. Yimeng chuckled, put her hands on her hips, and pretended to be mature. Don't look at me like a girl, I am much older than you, you have to call me Aunt. It's okay to call me Mom. Field wiped the cold sweat. A normal 6th level is often over 40, but for the long-lived God's chosen, there is no difference between 40 and 50 and a girl. Field, why are you here? Accompanied by the messy footsteps, a group of girls ran over. They were the Night Owl and others, who had not been seen for a long time. There were 6 of them. Wow! Field, I miss you so much. The cute gray pigeon rushed over, hugged Field's waist, and wouldn't let go, crying loudly. The little lion Brenda came up and hugged Field's neck with a smile, and the other girls also came up and surrounded Field. Field's pants were almost pulled off. Including Yimeng, the onlookers were stunned. What happened to the usually aloof God's chosen? Your lord is so popular. The big thunder dragon stood up in surprise and elbowed Hey, you beside him. Is Field's lord's skill a love potion? Go away. This is my lord, you go find your own. Hey, you didn't have the time to answer, he was so anxious that he was about to cry. Okay, stop making trouble. I'm just worried about you, and came to see you. Field calmed down the restless Rosaria, reached out, and patted the black feather that was about to run away, and smiled. I feel relieved to see that you are okay. I didn't expect that you night owls have strong hiding ability. What do you mean by hiding? We rely on strength. The little lion showed his arms, looking very strong. You are all hungry and thin. Field stretched out his hand, gestured at the size of the other party's rabbit, and patted the big thunder dragon's thigh with heartache. Everyone is busy reuniting. On the other side, in the mud house of the camp, Grandpa, that new bastard bullied me. Look, I fell on my knee. And I was scared to pee. That bitch is too scary. Goddess, she will definitely eat people. The young man with a sword on his belt pointed at his pants angrily. They are nobles, and they are the chosen ones with them. Grandpa Tom leaned on his cane, his face looking extremely ugly, We are just lowly people, Calvin, do you understand? We can't possibly defeat the nobles. I don't care. I want to contract Yiming. I dream about it. I want to be a lord so much. Calvin sat down on the ground, pulling his grandfather's linen clothes, and yelled, "Didn't we kill the chosen one before? We killed a lot of nobles too. What's the matter? If it weren't for the Obsidian Empire, which is not as easy to talk to as Yiming, you would have defected to it long ago. Goddess, don't pretend to be a sage. When you rushed into the manor to slaughter and capture the noble lady for pleasure, didn't you feel good?" "Shut up." Grandpa Mutong jumped up as if he had been electrocuted, carefully pushed open the door, and looked around to make sure no one heard it. Bang slammed the door shut, walked over, and slapped Calvin hard with both hands. "I was going to say that our rebellion is getting bigger and bigger, even killing nobles, and it's you who instigated everyone." Calvin covered his face and jumped up, pointing at the old man's nose and scolding, "You have become more and more inhumane since you got that book." "Shoo." Hearing this, Grandpa Mutong's face was gloomy. "Don't shout anymore, can't Grandpa help you? To be honest, I also find this field annoying. He dares to humiliate me in public. I have probably eaten more noble girls than he has. But he is with two chosen ones, I'm afraid it will be difficult to deal with him." Grandpa Mutong turned his back and walked slowly into the dark room, his figure shrouded in darkness. "Let me think of a way." Shuffling, Calvin inexplicably felt that his grandfather was terrifying. "What am I afraid of? He is my real grandfather." Calvin pinched himself, and at the same time, his eyes greedily looked at the room. His grandfather could become a sage, give advice to the rebels, and gain great prestige. To a large extent, it was because he obtained that strange book, which even gave him a short-term fighting ability. Chapter 1073. No wonder you disappeared. It turns out that you have been busy rescuing your compatriots since you were betrayed by Audrey. After reminiscing with everyone, Field looked at a group of beautiful women of different figures and persuaded them in a bewitching tone. "Ladies, I recognize your ideals and noble spirit. It's just, the situation in the 3 western provinces is too serious. It's only a matter of time before you are discovered by the Obsidian Empire. There are some things we have to do. This is the philosophy of Night Owl. We only stand with the people." When Yundu of Night Owl saw Field, he knew what he was thinking and glared at Field coquettishly. He must be greedy for his sister's bodies. The other girls also showed strange expressions. Wei Yimeng was kept in the dark and saw everyone blushing and confused. "Don't look at me like that." Field pushed his hands and said frankly, "I suggest you go to Night Territory, which can also realize your ideals. I promise that within 3 years, the people of the 3 western provinces will be free from shackles and have bread. I believe Field can bring a good life to everyone." Gray Pigeon clenched his fists and stood up first to express his opinion. "I have been to Night Territory. There is a lot of food there, and everyone has a place to live. As long as you work, you can get food in return. I don't see beggars, and no one will be killed and eaten. Night Territory has a strong army that can protect everyone from invasion by foreign races," Gray Pigeon said, while sincerely encouraging the people around him. Thumbs up. Field cast an approving look at Gray Pigeon. "Is there really such a place? Awesome." Yiming's subordinates were all smiling and speaking incoherently of compliments. But in their hearts, they looked down on Night Territory and even hated Field. "Goddess, Night Territory is a corrupt place. This guy must want to trick us into feeding corpses." A female clerk, who thought she was very smart, whispered to the person next to her. "That's it. Even if there is no disaster in the 3 provinces of Field, who would go to such a poor place? I don't want to leave our Songhai. In fact, the Obsidian people will not do anything to us women. It doesn't matter who we live with. It's okay as long as we don't starve to death." Several female residents whispered. There were also people who didn't say anything, but their eyes were full of hostility, and their back teeth were almost broken. In Dawn Town, they could hold high positions, become officials, and control the life and death of a large group of people. But in Night Territory, they would definitely not be able to obtain their original status. How could they not hate him? More importantly, many of them had killed nobles, and were afraid of Field's revenge. Field glanced at them, with a cold smile on his face. He knew what they were thinking, which was nothing more than power and humanity. But he didn't care. It didn't matter if these people didn't come. "I never force anyone. We support Field. Field has saved us many times. There is no reason to harm us." The Night Owls hurriedly encouraged everyone, but everyone looked around and didn't dare to say anything. This. Yiming opened her mouth twice, looked at the Night Owls, and then looked at her subordinates, and finally showed a forced smile. Sorry, give me some time, I want to discuss it with everyone. Okay, I leave early tomorrow morning. Field said slowly. You don't have to feel too much pressure. Even if you don't follow me, we are still natural allies. After all, our goal is the same, to make everyone live a good life. Yeah. Hearing this, Ming was relieved and nodded with a smile. When he walked out of the door, the Thunder Dragon couldn't help it and asked Field coldly, why don't these ants accept the opinions of the strong? Becoming our servants is much better than being slaughtered by aliens. Looking at the disobedient look of those ants, I really want to crush them all to death. With one hand, Freya's knuckles creaked, and her eyes were cold and murderous. She is the top disaster in the world. It's rare for her to do good things. These ants don't even kneel down to thank her? How presumptuous. I didn't expect you to use the word we. Field shook his head. Most of the ordinary people are probably willing to follow us, but power is addictive, and few people will give it up. It's enough for Night Owl, and the others to follow us back to build the Night Territory. Then, what about promising them rights? Hey, you blinked her clear eyes. Field patted her head. Leave it to our own people, who are sincere in building the territory. It's nothing to let outsiders pick peaches. They can come or not, they really give too much face. The sound of rapid breathing came. Hoo-hoo. The arrogant young man I saw before, Calvin, ran over breathlessly. With a guilty look, he secretly glanced at Field and ran past the crowd. It seems that someone can't wait to drive you away. Rosaria's sullen voice sounded in his ears. Find Ming and others who are discussing. Calvin hurriedly reported, Lord Ming, our reconnaissance team found the Obsidian Army in the granary of the mysterious forest, and it is suspected that there are gods chosen. Ah? Ming frowned. There are more than 100 new compatriots there. Yes, our food stored for the winter is also there. If the enemy finds it, it will be complete. Calvin stamped his feet anxiously. Field must be a spy, and led the enemy here. Impossible. Ming immediately shook her head. He has killed the Obsidian gods chosen. He can't be a spy. People come all the way here, not to tease you. The little lion was unhappy, and folded his hands across his chest. Put away your narrow-minded thoughts. For the sake of the goddess, go to the mysterious forest and take a look. There is really an Obsidian army. Calvin was sweating profusely, and he went out overnight to attract a small enemy force. I'm afraid that at this time, the enemy has already fought fiercely with the defenders. Let's go! Ming frowned, waved her long sleeves, and led the night owls to the mysterious forest. Not far from the forest, the entire warehouse was quiet, and there was no sign of military killing. I guess the scouts made a mistake. Ming breathed a sigh of relief and patted her chest. No, there is a very pungent smell of blood. The little lion sniffed his nose, his hair stood up, and he clenched his fists and looked around alertly. There was a massacre here. Everyone hurried into the hidden small territory. The entire camp was full of bloody corpses, including Iva's soldiers, ordinary people, and the Obsidian army. Damn Obsidian people. Great Pigeon cried angrily, biting his lips, and about to turn into a pigeon. Wait, everyone's wounds are very similar. The Night Owl God's choice, who had been silent all the time, found a suspicious point. Chapter 1074. Yamung and others carefully examined the corpses, and felt a chill down their spines. According to the positions of both sides, they didn't even have time to fight before they were brutally killed by some kind of existence. Ah, disaster, disaster is coming, great mysterious goddess, save me. An Obsidian soldier rushed out of the woods, half of his face was cut off, and he ran and screamed, This is a cursed land, I want to go home, I want to go home. What is he talking about? The little lion put his hands on his waist and winked. What they said is really ugly. He said there is a disaster. Yamung was startled and was about to give a warning. Buzz. A scarlet light enveloped the Obsidian soldier. Wow, it hurts. The Obsidian soldier twitched wildly, as if it was itchy to the extreme, and scratched himself with his nails wildly. Countless thorns and wires pierced out from under his skin, and his skin melted. In an instant, he turned into a skinless monster with thorns all over his body. What was even more bizarre was that he had changed from an ordinary person to a third-level monster, emitting fighting spirit fluctuations all over his body. Fighting spirit knight? No, this has nothing to do with knights anymore. What is this? Corrupted creatures, it's impossible, corruption is gray. Everyone was as if they were facing a great enemy. The red light enveloped the entire mysterious forest, as if a scarlet stage had been set up in the dark night. Were the killed people, enemy soldiers, and even the dead animals in the forest stood up in unison, like puppets connected by invisible threads. In the twitching, they all turned into scarlet monsters and rushed towards the night owls like a tide. Kill them all and return to the camp. Wu drew out his long sword and blocked the claws of the scarlet monster that rushed towards him. The camp is in danger, and there is no one to defend it. Yimeng's heart skipped a beat, and she blossomed into a gorgeous domain like a purple aurora, domain, a dream of bathing together. Purple butterflies fluttered, turning the 1,000 meters around Yimeng into a beautiful and illusory dream. The aura of the night owls, who were enveloped in it, rose steadily, and all reached the primary level of the 5th level, but their empty state was like bubbles. Yimeng herself was downgraded to the 1st level god chosen. Rush out before my divine power is exhausted. Yimeng gritted her teeth. Her domain is extremely special. After injecting divine power, it can be distributed to friendly forces, which can improve the combat power of all friendly forces in a short period of time. Kill! No matter how weak the 5th level is, it is still the 5th level. Everyone crashed into the monster tide and set off a bloody storm. At this time, the undercurrent in Shuguang town surged. Grandpa, according to past experience, Yimeng and the others will definitely not be able to come back tonight because they have to deal with the enemy, comfort the wounded, and patrol. Calvin held the hilt of his sword proudly and asked Grandpa Mutong for credit. Now Dawn Town is under our control. Grandpa Mutong came out of the house and closed the door casually, looking like he was still not satisfied. Through the crack in the door, Calvin saw a young and beautiful village girl lying on the table with her legs spread out. Grandpa seemed to have been reborn since he got the book. Damn, it would be great if I could get it myself. Grandpa, you. Calvin stared at Grandpa Mutong, his face wrinkled like an old locust tree. Stop talking nonsense, find Field and kill him. Grandpa Mutong was full of energy and grinned uglily. Her chosen ones are all ours. Hearing this, Calvin drooled and licked his lips. I have a share, Grandpa. Yes. Yes. Grandpa Mutong sneered. He didn't want it. Under normal circumstances, he dared not even touch the powerful nobles protected by the chosen ones. He wished Field would get out of Dawn Town as soon as possible. He was still a sage, and had the power of life and death over everyone. Why would he provoke the nobles for no reason? But he was ordered by the will of the book in his arms to attack Field. Did you add the blood I gave you to the tea and food? Grandpa Mutong showed a panoramic view of the situation. Of course, the chef is ours. Calvin rubbed his hands. But does it really work? He has 2 chosen ones with him. It doesn't matter. With my artifact book, the scarlet toxin is just a guarantee. Leaning on his crutches proudly, Grandpa Mutong just turned around and saw a young and handsome face, almost face to face. Oh my god! He almost threw his crutches away. Calvin and the other man were so frightened that they collapsed on the ground. Old Deng, where are you going to at night? Field walked over indifferently and kicked his crutches far away. He had long suspected that these 2 guys had bad intentions. They were also marked in red on the small map. He had thought that while Yimeng and others were not around, he would kill them directly to prevent future troubles. Unexpectedly, they wanted to strike first. Let's go for a walk. Calvin's lips kept trembling, and he started to talk nonsense. Don't take a walk in the future. With a slight smile on his lips, Field waved his hand. Big Thunder Dragon, break his legs. Don't break them with your feet, that's a reward. Swish. Fei Freya flashed to Calvin's side, and smashed it hard with a hammer she picked up. Under the blessing of divine power, the ordinary iron hammer exploded with a sonic boom. Wow! The pig-killing like wailing woke everyone up, and Calvin's legs were directly smashed into mincemeat. The intense pain instantly made Calvin extremely painful. His eyes rolled back, and he just fainted, and was awakened by the wandering thunder snake. Tell me, what are you doing here? Field asked with a smile, like a demon. This is the territory of Lord Yimeng. If you touch us, you will never have a good end. Calvin quickly brought up Yimeng and threatened Field. Is it so scary? Field shrank his neck. Big Thunder Dragon, try to touch him. I see what the end is. Bang! Fei Freya swung the hammer and smashed his fingers directly. Another scream. If I move, you will be in pain. Field sneered. You despicable traitor, you dare to say such harsh words. Break all his other fingers and let him betray me and poison me. How dare they shout at me when they have no strength? Yimeng really spoils them too much. The people in Shuguang town gathered in a circle, but no one dared to stop them. Even the people who used to flatter them were silent at this moment. Some people even waited excitedly for the wooden barrel grandfather to be killed so that they could replace him and give more resources. Field, go to hell. The wooden barrel grandfather, who pretended to be slow to move, suddenly jumped up, raised a scarlet artifact book, and was about to open it. A black light flashed, and the crow feather sword condensed out of thin air, cutting off his arm with one sword. The book fell to the ground with a plop, emitting a powerful divine power. This is the breath of tyranny. He was very familiar with tyrannical disasters. After all, she had fought against the tyrannical disasters of the Ross family. Chapter 1075. No, my baby. Seeing the Book of Roses fall to the ground, the old man screamed and rushed over, regardless of the pain of his broken arm, trying desperately to pick up the artifact. The Thunder Dragon was faster, and easily got the artifact in his hands. Damn it, you really deserve to die. Grandpa Mouton wailed in despair, and roared with red eyes. You cannibalistic nobles should all go to hell. It is you nobles who have hurt us so badly, and I am just taking revenge now. Our 3 western provinces have been made like this by you nobles. You killed my relatives, and it is not wrong for me to kill you. Grandpa Mouton roared like crazy. The onlookers heard this, and became restless, looking at Field with more hostility. Ha, you clowns are done for. Field chuckled. All the nobles in Songhai are dead, you must be living happily, right? Why are you still being bullied and living a life worse than dogs? I am not making excuses for the nobles, but I want to tell you that you are also an invisible noble who is addicted to exploiting and hurting others. Nobles killing is killing, so you are noble when you kill? There is no fundamental change. Even if this group of people kill all the nobles, they are still essentially a mob. It is only a matter of time before the nobles reappear. Excuses. Grandpa Mouton's eyes seemed to be able to spit fire, and he stiffened his neck and cursed. You say these nonsense. It's just that you are worse than me. If you don't have the strength, your status is even worse than the dog shit on the roadside. That's right. Why should I waste my saliva when I can just beat you directly? Field slapped his head, threw away the philosophical thoughts in his mind, and said easily and comfortably, It's useless to reason with you, a fool. I cut you and your grandson into pieces first, 1,000 knives, and then you can complain to me. Let me teach you why it is called use severe punishment in troubled times. Ah? Grandpa Mouton and Calvin were dumbfounded. No, come back, and let's continue the debate. This guy looks elegant, but why does he explode at the slightest touch? Shouldn't you reflect on it? At least for Yiming's sake, spare our lives. Too lazy to reason, Field took out the horsewhip, took out the Night Territory's fine salt, poured it on, and whipped it. Snap! The whipping with fighting spirit made the old man burst into an unprecedented tenor. The skin was torn and the flesh was bloody. Field ruthlessly mocked, You can't reason with me, you can't beat me, you can't even lie down, and you still cause trouble for your brother Fei. You are a pure waste, you deserve to be whipped. He whipped more than a dozen times, whipping the 2 people half to death. The surrounding people were all shocked, their legs trembling, and their faces were pale. Tell me, where did you get this book? Field asked while whipping. Hua la la. Without Grandpa Mouton's answer, the book in the hands of the Thunder Dragon flipped wildly, and the blood was shining brightly. On the small map, a colorful tyrannical mark quickly formed. The book has become alive. Freya grabbed the book in her hand in surprise, not letting it jump away. The red light bloomed, and countless thorns and blood gushed out of the book, gathering a charming girl. The snow-white toes stretched out from the blood and landed nimbly. The brown ponytails, accompanied by the silver bells at the ends of the hair, the blood around the girl quickly woven into a skirt, and the thorns turned into leg rings, blooming small red flowers. The face of the girl in front of her was very similar to that of an elf, with a sweet smile on her red lips. Hey, I smell the scent of my own kind and toys. Scarlet looked at Field in amazement, and with a wave of her hand, the Book of Roses snatched by Freya turned into a stream of light and entered her hand. This guy is very strong. Blackfeather's raven feather sword was automatically activated, and it moved around to protect him. God. Chosen One. You are the Chosen One who whispered in my ear. Grandpa Mouton was excited. He could control the power, which depended largely on Scarlet's guidance. He killed the nobles, of course. It was also Scarlet's plan, otherwise he would not have the courage. Well, it's me. Scarlet staggered, her legs tightly together, and her snow-white toes turned inward. She responded to the doctor indifferently. One hand kept grabbing, and the other hand grabbed the lace on the edge of her skirt. She was quickly adapting to the environment. Save me quickly, I am willing to be your dog, and you will be my only one. Grandpa Mouton was overjoyed. Such a beautiful and cold girl became his chosen one. It was like reaching the peak of life and marrying a rich and beautiful woman. Just thinking about it made me a little excited. Useless trash. You want to live after exposing me? Besides, I can't make a contract with lowly creatures, they are just our toys. But you have been contaminated by my divine power for so long, you can still be an elite trash. Scarlet showed a playful smile, hooked his fingers, and a red line pierced the old man's heart. Ah! The skin of the barrel grandfather squirmed, as if something was about to break through the skin, and the severe pain made him wail. I have been unhappy with this guy for a long time. Don't steal my head. The gluttonous sword behind him broke the bandage. Field grabbed the sword and slashed it, and the mixed sword energy easily cut the red line. Spare my life. The old man was in great pain all over his body, bleeding everywhere, and he ran away in a rolling and crawling manner. He realized at this moment that Field and Tyranny and Disaster were both demons. Only Lord Yameng was a real good man. As long as he found Yameng, he could still live. Die. The dragon pupil on the gluttony great sword locked onto Grandpa Mutong, and countless blood wrapped around him, tearing him into pieces alive. Blood was splashed without cost, and the scene was extremely brutal. Mom! Goddess, run! The crowd of onlookers went crazy and fled in all directions. Did you see that I didn't choose to run away, but showed violence? Well, I like it. The scarlet nose moved slightly, and paced around Field and others. If I'm not mistaken, you have several breaths of the chosen god of killing. You know all this? Field touched his nose. He had defeated the shadow cult, and there were 2 chosen gods of killing in his family. I won't be wrong. The most important thing is that you have the breath of the 6th level killing. It's very faint, and it should be contaminated recently. Scarlet licked the corner of his mouth. It's a good toy. 6th level killing god? How is it possible? The Griffin Empire has been trying its best to purge the killing god since the Bloody Rose of the Ross family died in battle. Wait, you mean Bloody Rose? Felder was shocked and felt a chill on his back. He thought to himself, could it be that my cheap father and his chosen one are not dead? How do I know who it is? Scarlet covered his mouth and chuckled. I have been dormant for a long time, and I only use a small amount of divine power to control Dawn Town. But you have the same breath on you, right, Hollow? Idiot holding a stuffed bear. This nose is too sharp. Field was amazed. You know all this? Of course. She must want to parasitize on the 6th level killing. Scarlet said shockingly. Chapter 1076. Parasitism? Field scratched his ears, suspecting that he had heard wrongly. Fei Freya was also confused. What is the chosen god of slaughter? Why have I never heard of it? It seems that you are still in ignorance. Xinhong covered her mouth with a smug smile, and looked at Field with a female ghost-like look. The rumor you heard is that it was the tyrannical disaster that created the fighting spirit and the chosen god of slaughter, and they eventually betrayed us. Helping the living beings, we defeated the disaster, right? Could it be? Hey, you frowned. It is a betrayal, but their betrayal is also expected. Scarlet shrugged. If not, how can we completely kill all of you? Whether it is Do Chi or the chosen god of killing, we have a backup plan. The chosen god of killing who is not parasitized by us will not advance. All Do Chi knights, as long as I want, can be converted into small fish by me. Stuck out her tongue, Scarlet lifted her skirt a little, showing more porcelain white skin. You can't imagine, including you will become my running dogs. Bow down at my feet, and become my toy. TSK, something that should be very scary is said by you in this tone. I feel it is funny for some reason, and I am a little looking forward to it. Field felt uncomfortable all over and asked Rosaria quietly. Miss, will she turn me into a monster directly? Don't scare me. Definitely not. Even if I do, I will turn you into a corrupted creature in advance. Rosaria comforted gently. Field panicked even more, and cold sweats ran down his face. These disasters are so unjust that they pollute people at will. Rosaria chuckled. Don't worry. The so-called fighting spirit she has is originated from the tyrannical gods chosen. But after the fighting spirit appeared, the world will have evolved into fighting spirit. She can't transform the fighting spirit produced naturally or produced by corruption. Don't underestimate the world will. Once the world will adapt to the power of disasters. As strong as the destructive disaster, it can only bear the backlash. That's right. Field breathed a sigh of relief. No wonder the killing gods chosen in the territory has never advanced. It turns out that there is a trap on the killing god's chosen body. The night territory is too safe, and the tyranny cannot come in to parasitize, which makes the killing gods chosen unable to advance. My calamity instinct tells me that with your help, I can find the 6th level killing parasite. Scarlet spread his palm, and the book glowed red, covering Field. Awakening in the name of tyranny, bloodthirstiness is never satisfied, Disaster assimilation. Protect the adults. Blackfeather's eyes focused almost instantly, and the disaster sword domain unfolded, blocking field. The disaster of the second era is really looking for death, and my servants dare to snatch it. Freya's body was rolling with thunder, and the thunder gun was in hand, and her posture was invincible. Don't worry, let her shoot. Field waved his hand coolly, signaling the two to retreat. If she doesn't shoot today, she will feel uncomfortable eating in the future. After all, fighting spirit is not only related to oneself, but also to the millions of people in the territory. Bloodlines gathered, and Rosaria took the initiative to leave Field's body. There is actually a God's chosen, who is also a disaster. Who is this guy? The eyes flashed with astonishment, and Scarlet remained calm on the surface, but a storm was set off in his heart. Come on, take a picture of your brother Faye. Field pointed at himself and said, if you fail, how about you join the Night Territory? Be a flannel for me. No, be a member of the Maid Knights. No problem, but aren't you afraid that I will parasitize you and turn you into a puppet? Scarlet agreed immediately, and was curious about Field at the same time. My friends are all disasters, and you are not a big deal. Field grabbed with both hands. It's just right to have them all together. Hee hee, I hope you can bear the pain. Scarlet smiled strangely, the pages of the book flew, and the red light enveloped Field. Although he didn't feel it, a negative state appeared on Field's Lord panel. Negative state, tyrannical assimilation, temporary, invalid, description, the backup plan of the disaster. Under the cover of the twisted light, the fighting spirit unit will quickly transform into a tyrannical creature. Invalidation, it is cracked by the will of the world, and it cannot be converted unless it is directly polluted by the tyranny. Note, when the world tree is destroyed, the protection of the will of the world will be invalid. So that's it. Field understood, and the big stone in his heart finally fell. Damn the world will, the defense is quite comprehensive, but we still have to do it ourselves. Not surprisingly, Scarlet muttered, and shook his long nails, and a red thread flew out. Looking for death. The three chosen gods of the Night Territory quickly noticed the small action, and took action one after another, crushing the thread into slag. You said, if it doesn't work, join the Night Territory? Field was unhappy. His own black feather, and others said in unison, the disaster is unreasonable, it is recommended to kill it directly. Haha, it's okay for me to choose to join. But, whether they are willing to join is hard to say. Scarlet coldly laughed wildly, bit his legs, and nimbly flipped onto the roof behind him. With a flick of his hands, 10 rag dolls flew out, and turned directly into 10 God-chosen puppets. There were even 2 God-chosen puppets with different postures that Field had seen on the wanted list. For example, the former officer of the Imperial Army, Terry, who disappeared after the Queen's purge of the God-chosen. These corpses. Field took 2 steps back, extremely shocked. The Empire's chosen god of killing, could it be? Guess who is behind the massacre of the chosen god of killing, Queen Griffin? Where did the chosen gods of the 3 western provinces go? Ha ha ha, they are all here with us tyranny. We tyranny rely on parasitism and absorption of waste to advance. I wanted to parasitize Yiming, but I changed my mind. Using you to find the 6th level chosen god of killing is the best choice. You may not have seen the Battle of Tyranny disaster. Scarlet danced and said enthusiastically, enjoy the tyranny frenzy. 10 chosen god puppets all burst out with the 5th level aura, and the overwhelming sense of oppression almost blew away the entire Dawn town. The only thing to be thankful for is that the chosen god puppets do not have artifacts, but energy weapons condensed by divine power. After all, artifacts carry the mark of the goddess, and other gods cannot use them at all. Scarlet turned into a soul state and attached to a god-chosen puppet. The puppet seemed to come alive. Its breath rose to pseudo-6, and its murderous intent was overwhelming. Corpse puppet, attack! The 9 god-chosen, in groups of 3, spread out and came from the left, right, and sky. Scarlet grabbed with both hands and condensed a giant energy bomb, completely blocking the escape route of everyone. Die, die! Scarlet proudly showed his tiger teeth with enthusiasm. In the second era, the god-chosen of living beings did not dare to come out to perform tasks without 7 or 8 god-chosens in a group. Every tyrannical disaster has a bunch of puppets and small fish, and normal god-chosens can't resist it at all. The only one who can pose a threat to him is Rosaria. Miss, please protect the adults. Hey, you turned his head and said weakly, I killed them all by myself, it won't waste time.